Canada's new federal vaping regulations, Senate Bill S5, is entering the consultation phase, where much of the nitty-gritty details are to be worked out. The next several months will prove critical for the future of vaping in Canada, as government, industry, public health, and legal experts meet to explore options and to lock down the final form of the new rules and regs. The draft legislation is sweeping, and since it covers what is essentially a brand new industry, it also presents a challenge, finding regulatory experts to provide objective third-party analysis and comment. Joining us today to provide just such analysis is Rajiv Sharma, managing partner at Sharma Lawyers. On behalf of his clients, Rajiv has extensive experience working with Health Canada, the Ontario Ministry of Health, and other provincial governments on a variety of healthcare files covering pharmaceutical advertising and marketing, medical devices, medical marijuana, and consumer natural health products. Rajiv, thanks for joining us. First off, when you look at the draft vaping regulations, do you see any similarities with the regulations in product categories you deal with?
These regulations look, feel, and sound a lot like regulations that deal with pharmaceutical products. Absolutely. Yeah, I see a lot of analogies.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, where you stand depends on where you sit, I guess. But I think as a first step, the move by Health Canada to regulate these products is I think a good move. And I think regulating it as opposed to legislating it into oblivion or a prohibition on vaping would have been the wrong move, I believe, for Health Canada to take, as other jurisdictions have done. So I think that's a positive. I think the devil's going to be in the details. Let's see what the legislation ultimately looks like, because we have draft legislation, but that's going to be subject to a lot of discussion and debate amongst lawyers and policy analysts in the Senate in terms of the committees that will look at it, and that'll be the really important phase of this, is not what's there now, but what comes out the other end.
Rajiv, what comes out in the end is framed by what first went in. So what's your opinion on the draft regs as they stand now?
I think the regulations are again, very familiar to somebody who does the work that I do. They're very prescriptive, and they're very, very restrictive in the sense that you're not allowed to advertise or make any health claims about vaping. You're not allowed to make a certain quality-related claims, not just health-related claims or quality-related claims or product-related claims. They've taken a very broad brush here and taken those regulations which absolutely prohibit advertising, is essentially what they've done. Like tobacco, you can't talk about it as a lifestyle thing or a choice to make it cool for those that are underage, which is the policy rationale behind why you would do something like that for nicotine, for example. They've applied essentially that same basis to vaping. And so I would say, again, as a relatively objective observer in this industry, it's good news that they haven't killed it, but it's sort of sitting in a wheelchair and waiting to know or waiting to see if it's going to walk or talk. Because right now, even though it's not gone, it's significantly impaired the ability of those in the industry to actually get their message out in terms of the potential benefits of vaping.
And that's really the rub when it comes down to the new regs, isn't it? While they legalize vaping, the restrictions on advertising and communications mean it would be almost impossible to reach smokers with any positive information about vaping.
Yeah, I mean, the regulations taken alone, you wouldn't find out the benefits of vaping, and that's something that the Minister of Health federally and those provincially have to wrestle with. And so far, I think there has been some pretty credible evidence out of the UK in particular to suggest that the benefits of the vaping is at least 95% safer than smoking combustible cigarettes. So, we don't know the answer yet. I mean, the jury in some respects is probably still out because it's so new, but I think it behooves our regulators provincially and federally to look at the science and look at the development of the science behind vaping to ensure that if we can get people to stop smoking and move to vaping, that's a very good thing, not only from a public health perspective, but from a public finance perspective, I think. And those are issues that are top of mind, I think, for everyone, provincially and federally.
Rajiv, in part 2 of our discussion, we'll dive into a couple of specific sections in Bill S5, restricting advertising and communications. Let me ask you now, if you think government is taking the right approach, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's still a chance these regs could change. That's right.
I mean, that's the point of this next process that we're going through, is to make sure that experts are before the legislators in the Senate committees, and to make sure that they understand that an absolute prohibition on advertising may not be the right answer. So, the one-size-fits-all approach to tobacco, to medical marijuana, to you name it, to pharmaceuticals, may not be the right approach for vaping. Vaping is a bit of a different animal. If you, for a moment, accept the premise that those who are vaping are those trying to quit smoking, even if you can move the dial 1 or 2 or 3% and get 3% of smokers off cigarettes and onto vaping, surely that's a message that needs to be communicated to smokers, if indeed we have the data and we have the backup to give the ministers and the professionals to understand that regulation of that should not be a ban of the advertising, of the ability to advertise by the vaping industry. It should somehow regulate it, not ban it.
Rajiv, are there any examples from the regulation of pharmaceuticals in Canada that the vaping industry could draw on?
We do have a blanket ban on advertising drugs in Canada. You can only advertise what's called name, price, and quantity of the drug. You can't tell the individual what the drug is for example. So that leaves only, the Viagra and the Cialis type ads, which you don't really have to tell people what it's for because people can quite figure that out. You don't see any other advertising in the Canadian marketplace. Now, the regulations do permit pharmaceutical companies to go and speak to healthcare professionals, pharmacists, and others who are a key conduit to this infrastructure in our healthcare system, who need to know the information, and we are allowed to talk to them about the specifics. So maybe borrowing from that in the pharmaceutical industry, the professionals should carve out some exceptions in the vaping business of how we can get critical information as the science develops and whatever the science is at the moment to those who need to have it, i.e. smokers.
Right, and through an intermediary at least.
Through an intermediary at the very least.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Stay tuned for part 2 of our interview with Rajiv Sharma to be released shortly. In the meantime, please don't forget to like us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brett Stafford. Hi, I'm Brett Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Joining us today for part 2 in our analysis of Canada's new federal vaping regulations is Rajiv Sharma, managing partner at Sharma Lawyers. On behalf of his clients, Rajiv has extensive experience working with Health Canada, the Ontario Ministry of Health, and other provincial governments on a variety of healthcare files covering pharmaceutical advertising and marketing, medical devices, medical marijuana, and consumer natural health products. Rajiv, thanks again for joining us. Picking up where we left off, we were discussing the advertising and communications ban in the draft regulations. I'd like your opinion on a couple of sections that would deal with false and misleading claims around the potential health benefits of vaping. The draft regulations state that no person shall promote vaping in a manner that could cause a person to believe that health benefits may be derived from the use of vaping products. And in the following section, no person would be allowed to compare the health effects arising from the use of a vaping product or from its emissions with those arising from the use of a tobacco product and its emissions. A ban on making health claims outright is understandable and is already a practice the industry follows. So Rajiv, my question to you, if there is one, what is the problem with these sections?
The problem is the provision in the draft regulations that says you can't compare an e-cigarette to a tobacco product. You can't make any claims, you can't advertise, you can't promote that, not promote, you can't even talk about the health differences, or the differences, period, about between the e-cigarette and a combustible cigarette essentially eviscerates any ability of the industry to talk about the health impact or the health benefit of e-cigarettes. And that's a problem.
So is this a good example then of a section the industry should fight to get removed?
Well, if I was the industry, absolutely. I think that's one of the things you have to impress upon the Senate committees that are going to put pen to paper in terms of finalizing these things, is that essentially means that this regulation is completely and utterly meaningless in delivering the knowledge that is required to make the intermediaries, at the very least, physicians, pharmacists, and the like, to understand the health benefits that this may have, and that certain public bodies have already said are available to those who wish to quit smoking. And so if you can't communicate that through learned intermediaries like physicians, pharmacists, and others to the smokers who will benefit from it, I think you've got a regulation without any impact. And well, the impact is it eviscerates the ability of the industry to grow and therefore potentially save lives.
Rajiv, do you think the saving lives component in this is being overlooked by Health Canada?
I'd like to believe that Health Canada, as a regulator, is going to look at this in more detail. I think that the timing has been tight. I think they probably have a lot on their plate. I know that Health Canada, in addition to the pharmaceutical regime and in addition to revamping the natural health products regime, and now with medical marijuana on their plate, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe in the next several months, as they refine these legislations, Health Canada will put their input in and make sure that those health benefits can be communicated responsibly and in a very restricted way. Nobody's saying that the vaping industry should be able to make health claims writ large, but in at least a very limited way to be able to communicate the health benefits, the potential health benefits of vaping over smoking. I think it behooves them to make sure that the committee understands that.
Rajiv, not being able to draw a distinction between vaping and the deadly effects from smoking seems nonsensical.
Yeah, and frankly, it's misleading. It's misleading the public, because if there is a growing body of evidence, again, to suggest that there are some health benefits of vaping over smoking, and people don't know it and they continue to smoke, then I think we've done our population a disservice, those who, the 15 to 17% or whatever the number is, that continue to smoke cigarettes. I think you've done them a huge disservice, and I think you've done frankly, not to sound mathematical about it, but you've done your public treasuries a disservice and your healthcare system a disservice at the time when they least need the expenditure, with the silver tsunami and the aging population coming.
Rajiv, I want to ask you about the potential consequences behind the primary mission of the new regs, and that's to limit the appeal of vaping to young people. Do you think there could be an adverse impact on adult smokers that are trying to quit?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question. Like with all regulation, I think it tries to balance the cost benefit, right? And I think it's deceivingly elegant to think that banning cotton candy flavored e-juice and things of that nature will stop children from vaping. But I really don't think that that's where we should be focusing our efforts, frankly. I think, like all things, I mean, you ban them for those under 18 and you move on. And whether some are going to vape or not, they're going to do that irrespective of the regulations, irrespective of whether it's cotton or bubblegum flavored e-juice. I think that's a red herring. I think you just put that aside. What I do see the potential benefit is, even if you move 1, 2, or 3% of smokers off smoking, I think that far outweighs and swallows any of the costs that might come with that, which includes having a few underage children start vaping who otherwise wouldn't. Again, I don't have the empirical evidence. It's just logic in my experience in the regulatory field. And I happen to teach a course in law and economics where I look at the law and economics of regulation. And that's one of those questions. And I think in this case, my gut tells me the benefit to those who are looking for a way to get out of smoking far and vastly exceeds any of the cost.
Rajiv, do you see Bill S5 as over-regulation?
And my gut reaction is it is over-regulating. And, in other industries, I understand the nuances, the other regulated industries that I work in, beer, pharmaceuticals, and the like. I see the logic in the nuanced regulations that apply to those industries. I don't see the logic in the way that these drafted regulations apply to the vaping industry, simply because it's not a one-size-fits-all. You need to make sure that this industry is regulated the way this industry should be regulated. And it's not the same as pharmaceuticals, and it's not the same as beer, and it's not the same as tobacco. It's going to have to have its own set of regulations that make sense for this industry.
How realistic is it to expect changes could be made to the draft regs?
If common sense individuals like you and I are talking through these regulations in 20 minutes or less and finding these real serious problems, not to mention maybe some charter challenges that may be coming in respect of this as well, surely those wiser than you and I, sitting around a Senate committee table with a bunch of experts, will come to a conclusion that is more sensible than the regulations are as drafted.
Finally, Rajiv, it certainly seems like this is a critical moment for vaping in Canada.
This is a critical moment in the industry's future. They have to make sure that they get the right government relations individuals, that they get the right lawyers, and they get the right regulatory experts in front of government. And lobby them, frankly. You need to lobby them very hard with clear, sound, logical science and cogent arguments about why over-regulating this industry is bad for public health, not good for public health.
Well, that's it for this special edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
Those who argue in favor of the precautionary principle would probably say it's too early and there's no evidence. But like you said, you have a plethora of credible sources that have come out and said this has got to be at the current state of knowledge. This has got to be better than a combustible cigarette. That in and of itself, I think, is enough to abandon the precautionary principle and allow for a proper, sensible, long-term regulatory approach to this. Nobody's saying that we should allow these things to be sold willy-nilly. But I think what the advocates in this industry are saying is, if you want to regulate it, then treat it like other products. No, we don't ban pharmaceutical product advertising. We allow people to talk. We allow pharmaceutical companies to talk to doctors. We allow medical device companies to talk to doctors so that the patients can understand the risk-benefit profile of that drug. So I think going down the path of what we've done in other industries, although albeit tailored to the vaping industry, is critical in this case. And I absolutely agree with the notion that the precautionary principle in this case should be abandoned.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Over the next few months, the future of vaping in Canada is going to be decided here in our nation's capital, on Parliament Hill, and in the bureaucratic offices of Health Canada, where we're taking you for an exclusive, in-depth discussion with the lead policymakers on vaping. Susie, thanks for joining us today on RegWatch. So many of our viewers know that Health Canada plays a critical role in the development of regulations for products such as vaping, but they know very little about what Health Canada does. What's your role in regards to vaping?
Well, thank you very much for having me. So I'm the Director General of the Tobacco Control Directorate here at Health Canada, and our role is really to regulate tobacco tobacco products under the Tobacco Act, and now under this proposed piece of legislation to look at vaping products as a separate class of products under the Tobacco Act.
There was some discussion or concern for a while that vaping might be considered a tobacco product because in some of the provinces it's actually been defined that way. How has Health Canada approached that issue?
Under the proposed legislation, again, vaping products, both those containing nicotine and those not containing nicotine, would be considered a separate class of products under what would be called the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act, a new piece of legislation.
How did we get here to this point where vaping products are to be regulated?
So actually, vaping products are currently regulated under the Food and Drugs Act, and any product containing nicotine really should be receiving approval through the Food and Drugs Act before it comes onto the market. The reality is that vaping products are widely available in Canada, and as a result of the lack of conclusive evidence, the former Minister of Health asked the Standing Committee on Health to review the issue of e-cigarettes and vaping products and to make recommendations. That committee came forward with 14 recommendations that received all party support, and this piece of legislation really responds to that report from the Standing Committee.
Is vaping legal today?
Well, vaping products that contain nicotine should receive approval through the Food and Drugs Act before coming to market. To my knowledge, no product has received such approval. So products containing nicotine that are on the market are there illegally.
So once Bill S5 passes and receives royal assent, will vaping be legal in Canada? Vaping with nicotine?
So the idea is indeed, upon royal assent of Bill S5, the vast majority of products out there on the market containing nicotine would become legal.
That should be considered good news then for vapers in Canada.
I would think so.
Now, one of the things that came out of the HESA report was a strong inclination to regard vaping products as harm reduction. Though when you look at the Bill S5, you don't really see harm reduction in there at all. Is vaping harm reduction?
Well, really, I think what Bill S5 aims to do is really to balance the issue of allowing adults, particularly adult smokers, legal access to vaping products as a likely less harmful alternative to tobacco products, while still protecting youth from nicotine addiction and potential inducement to use tobacco products, all with keeping health and safety of Canadians in mind.
Could you clarify a little bit that likely less addictive or less harmful? What's the wording in the position there exactly?
The position is likely less harmful, and the idea here is that we know that tobacco products kill 1 in 2 long-term users. Over 37,000 Canadians die every year as a result of using tobacco, smoking in particular. 1 Canadian every 14 minutes. What we do know is that the evidence right now is indicating that that same level of harm is not evident in vaping products.
The likely less, I like that, and I was in the minister's press release prior to the dropping of the bill. My issue, and the issue that vapers have, and those in the industry, and some others, is that the no comparisons clause, as it is right now, will mean that nobody's going to be able to compare vaping products to traditional cigarettes, including the government. So what you just said in terms of likely less harmful, is not something that would be allowed to be said, or are we reading that incorrectly?
So the issue is that under the proposed legislation, there remains a pathway for market if you would like to claim that your product is less harmful or that it could help you quit smoking. And if you want to do that, you can go through the Food and Drugs Act, make those claims, and be approved and regulated under the Food and Drugs Act. Under the proposed Tobacco and Vaping Products Act, indeed, the idea is that you would not be making claims that look at relative risk.
Here's my problem, is that literally what the government is saying right now about vaping products in terms of its relationship to tobacco, that comparison can't even be made by government anymore if Bill S5 goes into place.
So what we're doing is making sure that adults who use tobacco products have an alternative available to them, making it legally available to them. And indeed, what we're trying to do is avoid this idea of relative risk being made without having the evidence reviewed by Health Canada.
Who's going to be the arbiter of that evidence? Because if the public doesn't have it, if the industry can't talk about it, what about the UVic study, for instance? I mean, are researchers not going to be able in Canada put out research anymore that might show the comparison between vaping and tobacco products and traditional tobacco products? Or if researchers are allowed to, then are Canadians not allowed to take that research and share it with other Canadians? This is the problem in S5.
So there are no restrictions in S5 in terms of researchers' ability to continue to do their research and to make that research public. Indeed, Health Canada is very committed to reviewing the evidence on a regular basis. We're working with the Canadian Institutes on Health Research to set up an external expert body that would review the evidence on a regular basis, likely every 2 years, provide advice to Health Canada on what that evidence is saying. And right now, really the goal is to protect Canadians, but understanding that we can make these products legally accessible to smokers in the hopes that they will use those products and potentially move away from traditional tobacco products.
What do you think about the Royal College of Physicians report, Nicotine Without Smoke? They made some pretty strong recommendations to regulators worldwide to ease up on e-cigarettes. Not only that, but to make them available to people.
So I don't want to talk about that report specifically, but what I will say is Canada is in fact making the product legal to smokers.
Why couldn't you talk about the RCP report?
I just think that there's lots of evidence that's emerging. That's one report. You spoke of the UVic report earlier. There are many, many different pieces of literature and information available. Taking any one of them out of context of all the others might not be appropriate.
Okay. It was interesting for me about the UVic report because that's the Canadian Institute of Research.
Correct. It was funded through CIHR.
Right, and that's kind of overseen by Health Canada, isn't it not?
It's overseen by the Minister of Health. Yeah.
It's kind of
part of the health portfolio.
So it's kind of research from in the family.
It is.
So did that mean something special? Because it's kind of the RCP report of Canada.
Again, part of the job of Health Canada is to take a look at all of that evidence, including evidence generated by CIHR, and bringing it into our decision-making process. So we've done that to date, and we'll continue to do that through our relationship with CIHR and others. I really think right now it's up to frankly, our parliamentarians to decide whether or not we've gotten that balance right.
Many of our viewers feel that there has been a misinformation campaign against vaping. And one of the things you clearly can point to that is that last year was the first time ever that more people, regular people, thought that vaping was as harmful or even more harmful than smoking. And that doesn't happen unless it's purposefully been done. Is Health Canada aware of that? What can you say to that? And how can that be prevented when S5 is in place?
So Health Canada is certainly aware of the various views because we do have studies that we do, including the Canadian Tobacco and Alcohol and Drugs Survey and the student version of that looks at those various risk perceptions, including potential harms or views of harms. We've taken that into consideration. I think that as more and more evidence emerges, Canadians, just like others, will become more informed about what vaping products are. And I do think that the step to make what is currently an illegal product, if it contains nicotine, a legal product, sends a certain message as well.
You just said that Canadians will become more informed over time. How? If S5 comes in, industry can't pass that information along. How are Canadians going to get more information about vaping if S5 is in place?
So I think information around vaping and other products comes from a whole variety of sources. Industry is one source, but certainly their medical professionals is another source. Certainly research that's done or medical journals. We've recently held some public opinion research testing with youth, and they tell us that they go to research journals all the time to look at information. And finally, Health Canada as a regulator can provide information as well.
So can you make a commitment to Canadians that if there is positive vaping information out there over the course of time, you'll make sure it gets out to Canadians?
Health Canada's job is to make sure that we're protecting the health and safety of Canadians and making sure that we're doing that in terms of providing information to Canadians. That's what we do.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Make sure to stay tuned for part 2 of our discussion with Susie McDonald. And before you head off, don't forget to like us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. We're here in Ottawa, Parliament Hill, for part 2 of our discussion with Susie McDonald from Health Canada. You certainly are on the forefront. You've been representing Canada at the World Health Organization. Describe a little bit about your experience there and how the prospect for vaping worldwide looks similar or different to Canada.
So what I would say is that across the globe, regulators have taken a very different approach to vaping products, and you see everything from no regulation to full bans, depending on the various jurisdictions. Indeed, while Canada was at the Conference of the Parties, which was held this fall in India, we worked to try and achieve a consensus decision that would make sure that countries could regulate vaping products in the way that best fit their own national circumstances, and that is the decision that was come to, and it is available publicly on the WHO website.
Canada is trailblazing a bit, though, in this area, is it not?
We are taking a bit of a different approach than many other countries have taken. We are moving to make an illegal product legal. We are acknowledging that moving smokers from traditional tobacco products to vaping products could be in the interest of public health, and that's why we've taken the approach we're taking.
Does Health Canada see vaping as an endgame for tobacco?
I think Health Canada takes a broader view, and you may have heard that the Federal Tobacco Control Strategy is set to expire, that the Minister asked for a one-year extension to that strategy to consult broadly with Canadians. She's moving forward with that consultation, including a national forum, March 1st and 2nd in Ottawa. And as part of that, I think discussions around endgame or the role of vaping products or other products in terms of getting us to a point where commercial tobacco use decreases is on the table.
A year after Bill S5 receives royal assent. Now, of course, there's a lot of changes that are going to happen in between the time from now and when it becomes law. And then after that, Health Canada is still going to have a process of actually writing regulations. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
So describe that process of what's going to happen when, Health Canada gets its hands on it and starts, putting the real pen to paper.
In terms of the regulatory process specifically, or what our intentions are under the regulation?
Well, if you want to tell me what your intentions are, I'd love to hear them.
Health Canada does plan on taking a staged approach to the regulatory process for vaping products. There are a series of regulation-making authorities in the proposed legislation. We'd like to focus first very likely on labeling, particularly looking at stuff around information to consumers, the idea that nicotine is addictive or that the product contains nicotine. We'd also be looking at some reporting requirements to better understand the market and how that market is evolving to help us better position our policy direction moving forward.
Let me ask you about nicotine. It's always been the elephant in the room. Many doctors have talked to us and said it's not really as addictive as been said, it's been demonized. What's the answer on nicotine?
I'm sure you've heard it on your program before, but it's not the nicotine that kills Canadians. It really is the delivery device, and in the case of combustible tobacco products, smoking, it is a cigarette that is killing Canadians. Nicotine in itself, though, does have some potential harms. There are risks to the developing brain of youth in particular, also risks for pregnant women and others, so we need to balance all of that. But it is part of the reason that we are making these products legal, nicotine-containing products legal, is because moving people out of traditional, and when I say traditional, I mean smoking, out of smoking combustible tobacco products, to a cleaner source of nicotine, very likely, as we already talked about, would expose them to fewer harms.
So it would be incorrect for somebody to believe that Health Canada is saying that adults aren't allowed to use nicotine, or that you're advocating complete abstinence from nicotine.
I think in an ideal world, you wouldn't use nicotine unless you had to.
Same with coffee, though, in an ideal world.
In an ideal world, you wouldn't use nicotine unless you had to. And so really what we're trying to do here is make available a product to people who are already smokers or tobacco users in a cleaner form.
So what if an adult who never was a smoker decided to pick up vaping because they wanted to enjoy recreational nicotine?
Again, ideally we'd be protecting both smokers and others.
People will say that's puritanical.
Well, the reality is that vaping products aren't without risk. There are some risks associated with vaping products, and so ideally people would just be breathing clean air and not using nicotine, and we are the Department of Health, and so we advocate breathing clean air and not using nicotine.
There's some logic to that. Let's move to flavors for the moment. It's a very contentious issue. For many vapers, it's to the heart of the issue. It's so much the enjoyment comes out of the flavors. The variety and mix of flavors goes to the success of vaping, both individually and recognized by researchers as being a critical component to the success of vaping for people who are trying to quit smoking. But it's an issue for legislators and regulators, is it not?
Well, I think I'd come back to that same issue around balance. How do we balance the needs of current smokers that are using vaping products and where flavors might make that product more palatable to them, along with the needs of protecting youth from potential nicotine addiction or from trying something because it has a candy flavor, for example. And so what we've tried to do is create a very balanced approach. We've recognized that there is likely a need to have some flavors, that's part of the vaping experience. But at the same time, with over 7,000 flavors on the market, the legislation is proposing that we prohibit the promotion of flavors that are specifically appealing to youth, including candy, desserts.
The argument's made, though, that once it's banned for people that are under 19, isn't that enough?
Well, I think that what we find is that, in fact, evidence shows that that's not enough in the world of tobacco control, and we're trying to take a proactive approach to make sure that we are protecting kids from, again, becoming addicted to nicotine. We do know that nicotine is more harmful for youth than it is for adults, and so in taking that approach, we're creating a very balanced environment where adults can access flavors. We understand that fruit flavor is the most popular flavor amongst adults. It's still available on the market, but we're trying to really restrict the promotion, particularly, as I said, you see all kinds of things out there around candy flavors or other things, making sure that's not appealing to youth.
Let me ask you the same question I ask everybody. It seems that regulators are throwing adult smokers under the bus for the sake of protecting youth.
So I think that, again, what we're doing here really is allowing adult smokers access to an illegal product, a currently illegal product, making that legal to them. I think that ensures that they're able to use the product effectively, and it really is important to protect our kids. Nobody wants their child to smoke.
Do you believe it's a gateway?
I think the evidence on gateway, like everything else in e-cigarettes, continues to evolve. There's evidence that suggests it is. There's evidence that suggests it's not. What we want to do is make sure that it is that we're putting in place the appropriate regulations so that it is not a gateway.
Theoretically, people could present an argument that the precautionary principle is a bit suspect because you're taking away liberties of adults for the sake of protecting somebody else. General interest, the public, but yet the harm isn't proven yet.
Let me just reiterate, tobacco kills 1 in 2 long-term users. Any child that smokes risks 50% that they will lose their life as a result of smoking. That's a serious health consequence, and that needs to be taken into consideration.
Canadians who smoke and now vape feel like they've gone through this arduous process. Years and years and years of killing themselves with tobacco. You finally quit. And what was it? It was a ground-up, consumer-led, smoker-led solution to a problem that didn't demand abstinence, that allowed them to keep a measure of the pleasure and experience of smoking, as well as dramatically reduce their risk. And for them, they have a common sense understanding of what vaping is. To them, they thought Health Canada and the Canadian government were going to be an ally. Instead, they see Health Canada as in bed with big tobacco, part of lobbying efforts with pharmaceuticals. They don't know who the enemy is. They just know government's not the friend.
Well, I think that tobacco addiction is a terrible thing, and that smokers indeed struggle with quitting and with other things. I think that what we're doing, again, with Bill S5 is that we're taking a product that currently they're accessing illegally, and we're making it legal for them to use that product.
Do you acknowledge they feel let down?
I'm not sure how to acknowledge that other than, again, to say we are moving in a direction that allows them legal access to a product that there's great consumer demand for, and that's a step in the right direction.
What do you see the future for vapers 10 years down the road in Canada?
I don't think anybody can look 10 years down the road. I mean, if you look back 10 years ago, vaping products were just emerging on the market, and look how far they've come. Look how the market has evolved. We've gone from cig-a-likes being the majority of the market to them making up probably less than 2% of the overall market. I expect it will continue to evolve dramatically, and again, that's why we're including this requirement to update the science on a regular basis. It's why we're looking at asking industry to report in so that we can understand what that market looks like, and so that we can be moving forward in a way that makes sense.
Well, that's it for this special edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com in Ottawa, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Big regulatory battles often make strange bedfellows as opposing forces are thrust into alliances not of their choosing. Could this be the case for the vaping industry in Canada, as it jostles with politicians and policymakers over the specifics of Canada's new federal vaping regulations? Big Tobacco is poised to assert its claim to the marketplace with risk-reduced products and a new vision of a smoke-free future. After pouring more than $3 billion into the research, development, testing, and trial marketing of risk-reduced tobacco products, Philip Morris International, through its Canadian subsidiary Rothmans, Benson & Hedges, released the IQOS, its new heat-not-burn technology.
IQOS is a unique tobacco heating system that uses heat sticks along with an innovative IQOS holder.
Now on the market in British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario, the IQOS works by heating a specially designed tobacco stick, just enough to produce an aerosol, but not enough to burn. And it's the burning of tobacco products which produces most of the toxic chemicals that cause disease, a fact on which almost all agree, including public health.
I'm sure you've heard it on your program before, but it's not the nicotine that kills Canadians. It really is the delivery device, and in the case of combustible tobacco products, smoking, it is the cigarette that is killing Canadians.
It's this stark reality that propels the growth of less harmful alternatives to smoking, like the IQOS, and of course vaping, which has skyrocketed to popularity in Canada and around the world. Vaping has taken a big bite out of Big Tobacco's business, and for most vapers, there's no love lost. But dramatic changes are underway, which portend an alliance, if not at least a symbiotic concern over regulations and a shared philosophy on harm reduction. Joining us today by phone to discuss the IQOS and Senate Bill S5, which I should remind our viewers regulates both vaping and tobacco products, is Peter Luongo, Managing Director at Rothmans, Benson & Hedges. RBH is Canada's second largest tobacco company, and its parent PMI just launched a new global website focused entirely on affirming its commitment to switching all smokers to smoke-free products as quickly as possible. Peter, thanks for coming on the show. First off, what is the IQOS?
IQOS is a revolutionary heat-not-burn technology. And so what that means is that it heats tobacco instead of burning it, which produces a vapor which contains nicotine, but which presents much less risk of harm than a cigarette because it has no smoke, no ash, and less smell.
So there's no burn, and that's where the safety comes from then.
The important point to remember is that the majority of the disease that's associated with cigarettes comes from the fact that the product is burned. And in IQOS, because we just heat the tobacco, you don't have the burning, and therefore it presents less risk of harm. One thing that I do want to be clear on is that the product is not risk-free. I think that's important for people to know. It is a tobacco product that contains nicotine, and nicotine is not risk-free, but it is a better choice for adult smokers.
Peter, as you know, RegWatch covers the vaping industry in depth, and vapers, being mostly former smokers or smokers trying to quit, they have a deep suspicion regarding Big Tobacco. One question is often asked about the heat-not-burn technology concerns the ingredients that are turned into an aerosol and then inhaled. What are those ingredients?
So there is propylene glycol in the product, which is the same carrying agent that you have in e-cigarettes. In addition to the fact that you have the natural moisture in the tobacco, and obviously in the vapor as a result, you get flavor from the tobacco as well as the nicotine from the tobacco that comes out in the aerosol.
Peter, some people would respond, sure, it's propylene glycol, but what else is in there? It's Big Tobacco, so there must be secret chemicals added to the mix to make it more addictive.
Absolutely not. I think people need to look at the body of scientific evidence that we've put together on this product. PMI has done a tremendous amount of scientific research on this area. In fact, they recently submitted over 2 million pages of data to the U.S. FDA, substantiating the fact that this product does present less risk of harm versus continuing to smoke.
Peter, in Canada, if Bill S5 were to pass as is with the no comparison clause intact, RBH would be prohibited, just like the vaping industry would be, from sharing any information with Canadians about the less harmful benefits of risk-reduced products. The irony being, RBH would not be able to talk about its new tobacco product being less harmful than its old.
We believe that the draft Tobacco and Vaping Products Act is highly problematic from that perspective, because as you mentioned, it not only prevents people from comparing vaping products to tobacco products, but it also prevents people from comparing one tobacco product to another tobacco product. And we believe that if there is scientific evidence that in fact the products are different, that it's critical that people be aware of that information. I'd go a step further and say that I believe it's actually the fundamental right of Canadian smokers to have that information.
And these regulations then would deny Canadians that information?
Yes, they would, because it would prevent anyone from promoting a product in a way that implies that there is a difference in products. And if it's in fact true that there is a difference, then I think there is a huge problem there. The draft legislation is so broad, even telling consumers that the product does not contain smoke could be in violation of the regulations.
That seems ludicrous.
I think it would be unconscionable.
Peter, listening to you, it's remarkable how much your concerns about the proposed regulations sound an awful lot like those voiced by the vaping industry in regards to harm reduction.
I think we have a lot of common ground here, actually. Our vision as a company is to switch all smokers to smoke-free products as quickly as possible. Now that we have the alternatives, now that they are available, it's imperative that we switch adult smokers as quickly to these alternatives as soon as we can. And so I think in terms of the regulatory approach to doing that, I think we should be able to find a lot of common ground with the vaping community and with the public health community at large as well.
Peter, the goal to switch all smokers to smoke-free products is laudable. However, there is a lot of well-earned mistrust of big tobacco out there.
This is not about trusting us, it's about trusting the science. People need to look at the science and look at the facts and look at all of the studies that have been done on this product, on other alternative products. I think that when they do that, they will understand the role that they can play as part of a harm reduction strategy for smokers.
In terms of strategy, Peter, do you think it's really possible for big tobacco and vaping to work together?
I've certainly never seen myself as being opposed to vaping in principle. I think there is a role for vaping products on the market. I think that it's clear that there are many, many consumers who see vaping as an alternative to smoking. And I think that's a positive thing from a health perspective. And certainly, we believe in a portfolio approach to solving the fact that there are still over 4 million Canadians who are smoking today. And so I don't think that there's any reason that we can't work together on these issues. Clearly, there will be competition in business, but I think healthy competition can benefit everyone if it's done under the appropriate regulatory frameworks.
In regards to the regulations, what is RBH looking for?
We're hopeful that when the Senate takes up the bill, that they will consult with people who are experts in the field, and that they will take a very hard look at these provisions, which are very draconian and do not serve the public's interest at the end of the day. If we have appropriate restrictions, but restrictions that still allow for consumers to get truthful and scientifically substantiated information, and then the various manufacturers can compete within that regulated space, and I think that's absolutely appropriate, and we believe that we can be successful in that environment.
Finally, Peter, is RBH looking for every smoker in Canada to switch to the IQOS?
Obviously, that would be great, but people should remember that quitting is the best alternative if they're really concerned about disease related to nicotine and tobacco use. There will be room for many different types of products. Consumers have different preferences, so our objective is to switch people as quickly as possible to smoke-free alternatives, whichever they may be.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
There's a lot of misinformation out there around where the harm from cigarettes come from. I think there are a lot of people that believe that nicotine is actually the main cause of harm in a cigarette. And the reality is that while nicotine is addictive and it's not risk-free, the real problem with the cigarette is the fact that it's burned. And it's the combustion that produces thousands of harmful and potentially harmful constituents. And so I think that there are people who, because these products still contain nicotine, are focusing on the wrong issue and are therefore putting out misinformation because their primary concern is the nicotine use, which should not be their primary concern. Their primary concern should be the health effects of people smoking.
Tell us about your shop.
Well, I opened the shop a little over 2 years ago. I was working in Toronto in harm reduction in a different area, and I was getting a little burnt out doing social work, so I came to Ottawa and decided to start something new. I quit after 15 years with vaping, so I wanted to give the opportunity to do the same for other people. And over the course of the last 2 years, I expected kind of to be working on my own 6 days a week or 5 days a week. Now we have 4 or 5 staff here regularly.
How important is vaping then to the stop smoking effort?
Well, as somebody that was kind of skeptical of vaping when I started, I went through all the alternatives. I went first to my doctor and tried Zyban. Basically, I was just high for a month. I didn't renew my prescription. I got mood swings. It was awful. I tried nicotine inhalers, the patch, but also I found like a lot of fidgeting, chewing, eating junk food, and that wasn't healthy. And when I exhausted all options, I had a friend who had started a small website, and I thought, oh, I'll buy a kit from him for those nights where I go and smoke more than I would normally. I'll substitute with vaping. And then within 5 days, I didn't even crave a cigarette.
When you're in the shop and you're dealing with first-timers that are coming in, what are you communicating to them in terms of the viability, the options that are here with vaping?
I've instructed staff to speak only from personal experiences and the experiences that other people share with us. None of us are doctors, so we don't make medical claims. I just share my story. If people relate to that, they opt to give it a try. I let them know that this is a harm reduction. I don't foresee or promote it as a harm-free substitute, but certainly it's a better and healthy alternative than smoking traditional tobacco cigarettes. And so we just convey that to the customer. Usually it starts with a consultation, and then once we let them try out a few different styles of vaping and they select a kit, we usually sit down with them, spend about 20 minutes walking through how to set it up, how to take care of it, how to clean it, proper battery use and storage, etc. And then usually we let them know there's an ongoing process, and they just come back whenever they need support.
Here you are, your shop is in the heart of the nation's capital. Right now, politicians and bureaucrats from Health Canada are going through the new federal vaping regulations. What do you think of those regulations, and how are they going to impact your business and smokers in Canada?
As someone that's worked with policymaking in the past, I was pretty excited initially at the thought of having regulations. Regulations, despite what some might say, I think regulations overall are a positive idea. I think it can standardize and regulate an industry. But I do feel that in the case of Bill S5, that they're kind of overstepping. There's a lot of doors that I think are intentionally left wide open. They say they don't want to ban flavors, but the language in the bill makes it very clear that they would have the authority and the power to do that. And I think for me, as a taxpayer, aside from being a business owner, as a taxpayer, it scares me that they're infringing on my rights to a healthy alternative and a harm reduction approach. And we know very well that smoking causes cancer and heart disease. I was asthmatic for the 15 years I smoked. I immediately stopped using asthma medication when I started vaping. I can't say for certain there's a correlation, but I noticed that I definitely felt a lot better. And so when I see governments who support really good initiatives like safe injection sites, which are basically harm reduction, nobody suggests that it means it's a good idea to use drugs, but the people that are addicted to some kind of drug need the safest possible harm reduction alternative. And vaping is that. And so removing people's access to vaping, whether it be through banning supplies and products like some countries have done, or even just restricting access to flavors, you're making it more probable that there will be Canadians that continue to smoke because of the legislation. And I think that's what needs to be made the most clear.
Do you think they're being fair to vaping?
No, not at all. I think there are some responsible and important parts of legislation. I do believe that in the same way that you have to be 19 in Ontario to buy cigarettes, I think you should be 19 to walk into a vape shop and buy vape products. I think packaging should have child-proof components to make sure that you're limiting access to obviously to kids and that sort of thing. And I also think there's a strong role in educating vapers to make sure that they know that pets and children should not be around vaping supplies with nicotine. But there are some very irresponsible parts of regulation. I myself am 37 years old. If I feel like vaping a juice that tastes like gummy bears or cannolis because I don't enjoy the taste of tobacco, that's what got me off cigarettes. I tried tobacco products. I tried tobacco-flavored e-juice. I tried menthol-flavored e-juice. I went through a series of fruits. And for me, gummy bears and cannoli works, and it keeps me off cigarettes. And so limiting my access to certain flavors, or even marketing to me about those flavors so that I can purchase them, that's a scary thought to me. I will likely be someone that vapes forever. It's also, part of what I do as a living. But I think there's no one solution to everybody. In the same way that some people quit using the patch after 3 months, and some people have been using them for a couple of years, right? It's the addiction to nicotine is not the problem. It's the method that we choose to ingest or take in the nicotine that's causing all the harmful effects.
Let me ask you about the no comparisons clause that's currently right now in the draft regulations as they are, and that's you're not going to be able to compare at all in emissions, anything about the vaping product to a combustible cigarette. What do you think about that no comparison section in the regulations?
Again, as somebody that's been around a lot of policymaking in the past, that tells me that big tobacco and big pharma have a heavy hand in lobbying the government. There's no reason why a government shouldn't be seeking really good scientific evidence. It's one thing to have subjective comparisons and someone sort of ad hoc saying, I like this better. But having academics and scientists not be able to say, this particulate is safer to ingest than this particulate, that's scientific fact. And when you're regulating the transmission and creation of knowledge of academic sources, that's the basis of any kind of free society to do what's best for the public. And muzzling scientists are something that I never ever thought could happen in Canada.
And yet it's happening right now in Quebec, just across the bridge.
It is indeed, and it's a real tragedy. There's, and I understand sort of marketing standpoint from putting a very child-friendly image on a billboard outside is one thing, but when you're a shop owner and you can't, for example, if someone comes in and says, "Is vaping safer? Yes or no?" I will generally say, hey, if you go online, there's some very good academic peer-reviewed journal articles. The Royal College of Physicians has some really great scientific research. If I was in Quebec right now, I couldn't even have that document to show you. And if I was in a university, I can give that out freely. So why is it that if I'm a vape shop employee in Quebec, I can't do the same thing? So I think there needs to be some clarification, and if they're going to ban what I would see as scientific fact, that's a very dangerous precedent to set.
I would imagine a lot of Canadians, if they're just tuning into this, would be shocked to hear that information is being banned.
Well, I try to educate a lot of customers as they come in and ask about it, but for the most part, people are either in complete disbelief or they think, it's not going to be as bad as we think. I have nurses, doctors, lawyers, police officers, and frankly, politicians that walk through my shop on a regular basis vaping. And so for legislation that is essentially preventing us from telling people that we have a method that is less harmful than cigarettes and could save your life. Frankly, I think it's not only illegal, but I think it's against my rights as a Canadian. I have a legal right, as set forth by the Supreme Court, to access to harm reduction approaches to face addiction.
Lastly, if you had an opportunity to talk to the policymakers at Health Canada, what's your message for them?
My biggest message is to really think critically in Canada. We've had some really great politicians in the past, particularly around healthcare and health initiatives that have dealt with a lot of serious issues, and they've generally came out on a more sensible approach comparatively to other countries. And what I want politicians to do is to really think critically about your friends and family who are currently addicted to cigarettes, the likelihood of them contracting cancer as a result of smoking. And instead of thinking about what seems to be a trend within party circles or around Senate tables, think about your asthmatic grandmother. Think about your daughter who is 16 starting to smoke cigarettes. And what would you like them to have access to in order to quit? And just do what you're supposed to do, and just put the people of Canada first.
So is there a common sense factor here that's missing?
A common sense factor?
For
Probably.
those...
Well, any addiction is beyond common sense, right? This is an addiction that I'm dealing with. And so reasonings behind what method I choose to quit may not be common sense for some, but they are for me. They make sense.
Should you have the right to make the decision on what's the right solution?
For myself, I do believe I am the person that makes the right decision for myself. I do believe in objective truths, though, but for my situation, in terms of what I do know about myself and the environment around me, that is the best solution for me, yes. But I can't make this decision for anyone else.
So you're here in Ottawa, and they make decisions for everyone all the time.
Yes, they do.
And one of those...
That's the reason why I feel we need to protect our individual choice.
One of the key things about the new vaping regulations, if they go into effect as they stand now, is that people will not be able to make comparisons of vaping to smoking. So you aren't able to say that anything at all, make a comparison of vaping to smoking.
I'm not sure I understand that. They're going to say that vaping and smoking cannot be compared?
That's correct.
Who's saying? Health Canada?
Yes. Well, that would be the law.
And what are their reasons?
You can't make a comparison. You're not allowed to compare the two. You're not allowed to say one has more benefit than the other.
Are you allowed to include the ingredients that are used in the manufacturing methods?
Not if it you're not allowed to compare the emissions of one product to the next, so you wouldn't be able to compare them.
Well, that sounds pretty irrational. Hardly fair for an intelligent society. Is this what we've come to believe?
It's 30
So
points.
you should be entitled to provide studies, like a longitudinal or clinical trial, and this research results will speak for themselves. That should be a basic right of any company that produces.
This vape shop right here would not be allowed to, say, hand you a scientific study that was comparing vaping to combustible cigarette.
I'm not usually rendered speechless.
Shocking, is it?
Very.
It's actually what's happening in Quebec right now across the bridge. Nobody in Quebec that works in the vaping industry.
So we're not allowed to make an informed decision on what we ingest in our bodies. Interesting. Scary. I had no idea.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Repeal and replace. It's a legislative strategy best known in the context of the U.S. healthcare debate, but it also applies to vaping. With President Donald Trump now firmly in office, moves are underway to repeal the notorious FDA deeming regulations, which could wipe out up to 97% of the multi-billion-dollar vaping industry. Once repealed, the regulations would then be replaced with new legislation designed to safeguard consumers while at the same time allowing the industry to thrive. Behind the efforts are high-profile members of Congress and a group of political heavyweights with a direct line to the White House. The 2016 U.S. presidential election could prove a watershed moment for the vaping industry. The looming threat posed by the FDA deeming regulations galvanized vapers across the country. No more so than in the state of Wisconsin, where vapers delivered 125,000 votes for the incumbent, Republican Senator Ron Johnson, which proved decisive in his 97,000 vote victory over his Democratic rival. Senator Johnson, who is chairman of the powerful Senate Homeland Security Committee, explicitly thanked the vaping community for its support in the election and promised to be an advocate in Washington.
Thank you, vapers. You made tonight possible. I truly appreciate it. I will be on your side.
Senator Johnson is not the only Republican ally in the nation's capital. Congressman Duncan Hunter is as well. Both have sent letters to the Trump administration requesting repeal of the FDA deeming regulations, and each is sponsoring replacement legislation to be introduced concurrently in the Senate and in the House in the coming weeks. Better rules to govern the industry would secure tens of thousands of jobs and ensure a less harmful alternative to smoking is accessible to millions of Americans. Joining us today to discuss the backroom developments behind the repeal and replace movement is Mark Block, founder of the Electronic Vaping Coalition of America. The EVCA is a relative newcomer, but has already made a big impact. It organized Wisconsin's Vapor Vote campaign, securing Senator Johnson's re-election, and is now spearheading the Johnson-Hunter legislation. The EVCA is less advocacy group and more political operation, honed by the founder's extensive experience in national politics.
I came here to declare my candidacy for the Republican nomination for President of the United States of America.
Viewers may recognize Mark Block. He was Herman Cain's chief of staff in the 2012 presidential election and gained infamy as the smoking man in one of the most memorable political ads of all time.
You got the campaign manager smoking. Have you seen that? Yes, it's bizarre. Take a look at this, the Herman Cain for President campaign ad.
We need you to get involved because together we can do this. We can take this country back.
Wow, I don't know what it is, but something about that guy just seems cool.
Mark, thanks again for joining us on the show. The 2012 ad, it's certainly memorable. Was there a message behind the smoking?
There was no subliminal messages in doing it. One of the reasons that Cain was caught on is we were just average Americans, and average Americans smoke. And hopefully, in the future, they will vape, not smoke.
Let's dive right into the vaping issue, Mark. You seem to be at the epicenter, or better put, maybe Wisconsin is at the epicenter of what looks like to be a promising effort to do away with the FDA deeming regs.
Yes, U.S. Senator Ron Johnson is from Wisconsin and chairs the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee. My congressman is Speaker Paul Ryan. President Trump's chief of staff is Reince Priebus, also a Wisconsinite. And we kind of all grew up together in politics. It does lead right from Wisconsin into Washington, D.C.
You mentioned Senator Johnson. How solid is his support for the vaping industry?
When the senator would drive through the city of Madison and see vapors voting for Ron Johnson signs in the windows of the vape shops, he knew that he had struck a chord. He is extremely supportive of the vaping community and is working diligently to get the FDA deeming regulations repealed.
So Mark, where does that effort stand right now? Is there new legislation ready to replace the deeming regs?
As we speak right now, the draft legislation is being done by Legislative Counsel on the House side. Congressman Hunter's staff is working with Senator Johnson's staff to make sure the groups like EVCA, Electronic Vaping Coalition of America, AIMSA, CASA, Savada. Everybody had a chance to take a look at it to make sure that it does indeed replace the deeming regulations with the type of things that not only the industry can live with, but that, quite frankly, the regulations are needed, but not the onerous ones that the FDA put out.
When can we expect the legislation to drop?
I've been expecting in the next 2 weeks for that legislation to be introduced.
And Mark, what about the Cole-Bishop Amendment? How will it be affected?
While our group is supportive of the Cole-Bishop Amendment, which almost everybody knows about, we think that's a Band-Aid and it's not to fix the problem, because Cole-Bishop doesn't take vaping out of tobacco, and there's a lot of other unintended consequences. So we want a complete repeal of the deeming regulations.
Mark, President Trump made a campaign promise to repeal onerous regulations, but I believe the fear for some is that vaping might be a low priority on his list.
No, I don't think it's low on the list, Brent. I think it's just the process that they're going through right now. Obviously, we have been able to brief some folks at the White House on this deeming regulations and why it needs to be repealed. And we're hoping that as soon as the individuals appointed at the Office of Information and Regulatory Reform within the White House as part of the Office of Management and Budget, that individual has told me personally to my face that their number one priority is the repeal of the deeming regulation.
Mark, you could honestly tell our viewers that the White House is fully aware of this issue.
Absolutely.
And the turfing of the deeming regs fits with the president's priorities?
It goes right along with the dialogue that President Trump has had with the American people. Especially, I mean, if you think about all the regulations that are out there, there is none that is almost criminal, the FDA deeming regulations. They get it. They know the number of jobs it has already cost. I mean, it isn't waiting for the 2 years, Brent. There are individuals that are making business decisions now. They don't know where this is going. So they're closing their doors. I get very passionate about this because I've talked, just like you have, to dozens and dozens of people that put their life savings into this, and now they don't know if they're going to lose it all.
Finally, Mark, realistically, how soon could this all happen, the repeal and the replace?
I'm telling you, I think we can get this done in the next 60 days. I mean, I've been doing this for 42 years. I've won more than I've lost, and I'm hoping that the people watching this will understand that and will be supportive when we ask them to do something. It might be as simple as, would you pick up the phone and call your congressman and senator and tell them that you want them to support Johnson Hunter? I'm telling you, that stuff works. When you can burn up the phone lines and the emails, they listen.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
Probably remember it the rest of my life, because I was in the process of relaunching and rebranding an e-cigarette company that I had acquired out of Texas, moved it to Wisconsin, and was actually driving to an event with Senator Johnson and Speaker Ryan, listening to the FDA announcement of the deeming regulations. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing, which I trust 99.9% of the people in the industry never thought the FDA would go as far as they did to crush an industry. I got to the event, and I pulled Senator Johnson aside after the event, and he said, "Mark, I got to get to my next event. I'll call you Saturday." I'm telling you, this shows how committed this senator was. Within 20 minutes of meeting him, he was on the phone back to Washington, D.C., to the council on the committee that he chairs, drafting the first of the letters to the FDA, right? That was within 20 minutes, okay? The following Tuesday, we met with his chief of staff, and by Friday, the first letters to the FDA. Senator Johnson is busting his butt to help us.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. It's time to consider switching to e-cigarettes. That's the message to die-hard smokers, courtesy of a select government-run stop smoking services in England. The extent to which healthcare professionals there are vaping friendly would shock many Canadians, considering that if Bill S5, Canada's new federal vaping regulations, were to go into effect as is, the activities in England would be illegal in Canada. Smoking has been an acute health issue in Britain for well over a half a century. At one point in the decades following World War II, 81% of men and 39% of British women were smokers. To combat the deeply entrenched habit, the English Department of Health set up the National Centre for Smoking Cessation and Training to equip an army of healthcare workers with the skills needed to help smokers try to quit. It's a national effort executed through 150 locally controlled stop smoking service locations, with staff dedicated to providing personalized counseling and behavioral support. In response to the sharp increase of e-cigarette use across England, the verifiable reports of successful quit attempts thanks to vaping, and the Public Health England report concluding that e-cigarettes are 95% less harmful than smoking, the National Centre issued a 45-page guide recommending the use of e-cigarettes in stop smoking treatment programs. While acknowledging there are still unknown long-term risks associated with vaping, the guide provides enthusiastic support for the use of e-cigarettes and stakes out a clear message concerning relative risk. The guide states, e-cigarettes are considerably safer than smoking, are a great deal safer than smoking, and are substantially less harmful than smoking. The guide also promotes the efficacy of vaping products, stating clients who combined e-cigarettes with behavioral support had the highest quit rates. These statements regarding relative risk of vaping versus smoking underpin public health policy in England and inform stop smoking practitioners in their work. Yet these facts are not welcome in Canada if the current draft of Bill S5 were to go into effect. In the sections dealing with false and misleading claims, Canada's draft vaping regulations mandate no person shall cause someone to believe there are health benefits from vaping, i.e. could help smokers to quit. And no person would be allowed to compare health effects between vaping and smoking. These prohibitions run contrary to public health practice in England and seem to defy logic and good common sense. All the more so considering that Health Canada, in press releases and on its website, predicates its argument for vaping regulation on providing adult smokers legal access to vaping products for smoking cessation or as a potentially less harmful alternative to tobacco.
I think what Bill S5 aims to do is really to balance the issue of allowing adults, particularly adult smokers, legal access to vaping products as a likely less harmful alternative to tobacco products.
Could you clarify a little bit that likely less addictive or less harmful? What's the wording in the position there exactly?
The position is likely less harmful, and the idea here is that we know that tobacco products kill 1 in 2 long-term users. The evidence right now is indicating that that same level of harm is not evident in vaping products.
Joining us today to discuss the British approach to vaping is Louise Ross, the Stop Smoking Service Manager for Leicester City Council in England. The Stop Smoking Service where she works is proud to be e-cig friendly, and its website leaves no doubt about the relative risk and efficacy of e-cigarettes. The service also readily promotes vaping to the general public, as it did in this recent outdoor advertising campaign, where the ads unequivocally state that using an e-cigarette is 95% safer than smoking. Louise, thanks for joining us today. We just explained to our viewers how the new vaping regulations in Canada would prevent Canadians from comparing vaping to smoking. What do you think of that?
It makes me want to cry. It really does. Because the truth is that smoking kills people. Vaping is so much safer. The law should show compassion and understanding and foresight. This is an opportunity to save the lives of Canadians who will otherwise carry on smoking.
Louise, we'll come back to that point in a moment. First, let me ask you, how does the Stop Smoking service in the UK work?
A Stop Smoking service in the UK will see any smoker who lives or works in that particular patch. We would see people up to 12 weeks, and the weekly sessions would be a combination of behavioural support to get people away from that habitual smoking and supporting all their needs with smoking, and a stop smoking product as well. So a combination of the two.
Louise, I understand you were a bit skeptical about vaping at first. When was your aha moment?
I suppose it would have been about 3 years ago when we realised that people who would have come to us to get help for stopping smoking were doing it themselves. They were buying their own e-cigarettes in a very sort of self-efficacy way, sorting themselves out and moving from smoking over to vaping. We've never, as part of the Stop Smoking service, heard people talk so passionately before about their journey. You know, they talked before about it being hard, you know, the hardest thing they've ever done. And these people were talking about how easy it was and how they had promised themselves they'd never touch a cigarette again. That was amazing to me.
Louise, is it fair to characterize your reaction as a revelation?
Yes. It was a real revelation. And that word revelation is what we've heard over and over again with service users that we've had since, where the concept of switching to an e-cigarette has been introduced. And they don't always just use an e-cigarette. Sometimes they'll combine it with nicotine replacement therapy, which is what the Stop Smoking service offer, or other stop smoking products, if you like, medication. When they combine the two, they seem to do really, really well. And that's why we got so excited about the idea of adding e-cigarettes to our usual care.
How successful are e-cigarettes in helping smokers to quit?
The people who use traditional products, we see about 45% being successful at 4 weeks. The UK standard is what happens at 4 weeks. When you add e-cigarettes to that, the success rate goes up to 65% roughly. So, you know, we're talking about 20% more people managing to quit smoking once you introduce an e-cigarette into their treatment. I'm shocked and horrified that the wrong message is given to people who could be saving their lives with a less harmful product. Now, 20% extra success. If some magic pill came along, wouldn't we all be wanting to use it?
I would think so. Certainly you'd want to tell people about it.
This is what we have up on some of our billboards. We give it out as a flyer to our service users and other people that we see who haven't even come to the service yet. You know, time to switch. If you're not thinking about actually stopping smoking, think about switching to a less harmful product. I would like this to go out all over the world because this will save lives. And the legislation that you've been talking about will end up killing people.
Louise, final question. Do you have any advice for our politicians and regulators in Canada with regard to the draft vaping regulations?
Take that opportunity now. Change the law. Make it more liberal. Without some proactive work to educate smokers about the relative risk, people will continue to smoke. They will continue to die earlier than they should have done. And this is an opportunity to prevent those deaths.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
Every time we have a bad article, I suppose, in the press, you know, something that exaggerates the possible harms or conflates some sort of, you know, threat from a research study that wasn't even very good science, you know, and then the papers blow it up as a big story. Then we get people phoning us or saying to their advisor, oh, you know, I read about popcorn lung or formaldehyde. What do you think of that? Should I stop using it? Should I go back to smoking? And that's the key. Should I go back to smoking? Because they think that either, you know, the two are just the same, one is no safer than the other. Or in fact, they start to think that vaping is more dangerous than smoking. So my advisors, and I've got a team of about 10 advisors, they have to make sure that they've got the right information to give to people and explain why it was bad science in the first place, why formaldehyde isn't going to kill them, why they're not going to get popcorn lung, all those other things that I'm sure you're very familiar with.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Joining us today for part one of a two-part special to preview some of the issues the vaping industry plans to address during this week's Senate committee meetings on Bill S5 is Sean Krieger, Vice President and PR Co-Chair for the Canadian Vaping Association. The CVA is one of three vaping advocacy groups scheduled to present to the Senate Standing Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technology. It's a packed schedule, with the Tobacco Harm Reduction Association presenting on Wednesday, April 5th in the afternoon at 4:15 Eastern, along with the Non-Smokers' Rights Association, the Canadian Convenience Stores Association, and the National Coalition Against Contraband Tobacco. The Electronic Cigarette Trade Association of Canada and the Canadian Vaping Association present on Thursday, April 6th in the morning at 10:30 Eastern, along with Imperial Tobacco Canada and Rothmans, Benson & Hedges. The committee presentations are the first opportunity for stakeholders in the legislative process to officially issue support and voice concerns on specific sections of Bill S5. And here now to talk about the presentations again is Sean Krieger. Thanks for coming on the show, Sean. First off, please share with our viewers a little about yourself and your responsibilities at the CVA.
I currently and have been running River City Vapes in Edmonton since 2013. I was part of the original group of people that supported the Canadian Vaping Association. I've been active in the community at different levels throughout the 3 years here. My role at the Canadian Vaping Association this term has been to provide updates and information and a sober second thought to all the ideas that get bantered around and make sure that we make decisions that are good for everyone in the vaping industry.
Sean, with regard to the presentation, who will be delivering it on behalf of the CVA?
Michela Sinis is going to be giving our committee presentation on April 6th to the Senate committee, the SOKI committee. She's a great advocate for us.
And what about the CVA's direct negotiations with the government, Sean? Who is handling that?
Negotiations have been through Keeley & Associates, who are our government relations firm. We rely on their expertise and opinions on how to proceed, and it's been, as far as I'm concerned, pretty fruitful so far.
You say fruitful, Sean, but there are a good number of vapers in Canada who might not agree. They are in fact quite worried about the way things are going.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and justifiable. When that legislative summary came out and it contradicted the S5 bill, we were all concerned. Since that time, we have been in communication with the federal government and Health Canada, and we're very confident that once committee comes and goes, that piece of legislation is going to come back in a much better way than it went in.
For our viewers, a legislative summary is a document that provides politicians with an easy-to-understand overview of a specific bill. And the legislative summary for Bill S5 caused quite a bit of consternation in the vaping community. Sean, why was that?
Well, the biggest concern of the legislative summary was the way that they worded the flavoring aspect. The original S5 bill stated that flavorings, as far as marketing and naming and descriptions, are going to be targeted, which we have no problem with. The legislative summary led us to believe that the flavor profiles themselves are up for prohibition, which of course to anyone in the vaping industry will agree that that is not acceptable by any standards.
It is curious that the legislative summary read the way it did. It certainly implied that popular flavor categories would be banned. However, as RegWatch has reported, since the release of Bill S5, flavors falling in one of the restricted categories would still be available. They are not banned. And Health Canada has confirmed this point with us. The restrictions are on the way flavors are promoted, and the intent is to limit the appeal to children and youth. Sean, do you read the bill the same way?
The way that the bill itself, not the summary, but the way the bill is written, would lead us to believe that flavorings themselves are okay, but the way we name our flavors, the packaging we use in the flavors, that sort of thing needs to be regulated so that it doesn't entice children, which as a father, I completely agree. I don't want my child picking up a piece of or a bottle of e-liquid and thinking, oh, look at that, it has Pokemon, this is for me, and then, we all know what happens from there.
Sean, how important is the flavor issue in regard to the CVA's Senate presentation?
Oh, I think flavorings are probably the single most important issue in the bill. We need flavors. Everyone agrees that flavors are a big part of why vaping is so successful for people transitioning from smoking to vaping as a harm reduction method. So where we are in negotiations and talking with Health Canada and senators, and everyone's well aware of what we plan to present at the Senate in regards to flavoring.
Sean, Bill S5 puts a lot of emphasis on protecting youth. Do you think it strikes a good balance?
We don't want children vaping. It's not, we don't want to normalize smoking behaviors. We don't want all the things that government doesn't want as well. We just want to be able to still offer our products to age of majority smokers that are looking for a less harmful way to do what they've been doing for years after failing with the pharmaceutical route.
Sean, as the bill stands now, could you point out an area where the industry feels like they got a win?
As an organization, we firmly believe in regulation. We've said that since day one, that this industry requires legislation. We've had some wins, if you will, in the legislation that's come forward so far, in that vaping products are indeed its own category. Yes, it's under the Tobacco Act, and we would love it if it wasn't, but it is. But it's its own column in the Tobacco Act, which gives us the ability to negotiate regulations that are just for us, that aren't a derivative of the tobacco legislations that are currently in place.
Sean, in part two of our discussion, we'll dive into the no comparisons issue and criminal penalties. Let me ask you now, though, about the presentation on Thursday. Is the CVA going to be given enough time to handle all of the issues you want to address?
We only have the 7 minutes to speak, so it's nice that we have us as well as ACT at the table at the same time, so we actually get that 14 minutes to get all of our points across, including the manufacturing process, which we believe ECTA is the champion of that kind of realm in the industry now and moving forward.
I'm glad you brought up manufacturing, Sean, since Canada has such a robust e-liquid industry. How do you think producers should prepare for the new regs?
Let's get rid of the beautiful color, the bright colors, and that could be anything that could be contrived as targeting youth, which of course, as I mentioned earlier, it's not what we're doing at all. Let's go with not necessarily plain packaging, but let's go with simpler packaging. No balloons on it. Let's not call cotton candy. We can be clever with our packaging so that it does, stand out in the wall of all the e-liquid, but doesn't stand out to regulators that are looking through nanny glasses, if you will.
Sean, do you think regulators are being overprotective then with Bill S5?
When you read that bill, there's a lot of head-scratching moments, no matter what side of the fence you're sitting on. They're going, why would they put that in there? I look at Bill S5 as written right now as the starting point of this bill. And as most bills that go through this process, they're always swinging for the fences, but they're well aware that they're going to have to make some concessions to get this into a livable piece of legislation. And that's kind of where we're at right now, is we've been given this bill that many have, and including myself, have huge problems with. So we're gonna do our due diligence and make sure that this gets molded into a legislation that everyone can live with.
Well, that's it for this special edition of RegWatch. Stay tuned for part 2 coming out tomorrow. In the meantime, before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Joining us today for part 2 in our special preview of some of the issues the vaping industry plans to address during this week's Senate committee meetings on Bill S5 is Sean Krieger, Vice President and PR Co-Chair for the Canadian Vaping Association. The CVA is one of 3 vaping advocacy groups scheduled to present to the Senate Standing Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technology. The first is the Tobacco Harm Reduction Association, presenting on Wednesday, April 5th in the afternoon at 4:15 Eastern. And the following day, on Thursday, April 6th, the Electronic Cigarette Trade Association of Canada and the Canadian Vaping Association present in the morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. Sean, let's dive right back into our conversation. You were saying that many people, including yourself, have huge problems with Bill S5, yet you're still hopeful the legislation could be molded into something everyone could live with.
I'm very optimistically hopeful that we're going to see a much different bill by the time committee's done with it.
Optimistically hopeful. If not, then what happens?
And if not, yeah, I don't want to go down the if not road because it's a bumpy, turbulent road. But we'll go down that road if we have to. I mean, we're fighting for the industry.
But Sean, there is the possibility, though, that after all of the presentations and hand-holding, the bill could come back to the Senate for a vote with none of the changes desired by the vaping industry.
If Bill S5 goes through and comes back as is through this whole thing, there's going to be a lot of questions that need to be answered by a lot of people as to why it went down this way. Like the CVA will have to answer for why this bill is the way it is, based on all the information that we've received. And before I became vice president, I was a member like everyone else, and I always held on the faith that if you go through the process and you make your common sense arguments and logic, towards the government in an eloquent way where they can accept it, that you're gonna get to a happy place for both parties. If this goes through like this, you're gonna see, I don't even know what you're going to see. It's going to be terrible. If this passes the way it is, there's and this is not a threat. This is just fact. There is room for a potential class action, lawsuit on a constitutional challenge. I mean that possibility is there. I'm in no way waving that flag. The government knows it's there. They have a whole room full of lawyers that I'm sure are saying, you might not want to go that far down this road.
Sean, we discussed in part one the issues around flavors and how a flavor ban, which is not currently in Bill S5, would be a showstopper for the industry. Let's focus now on what's currently in the bill. What's the biggest concern?
The biggest rule that the bill as presented right now that we can't live with is the ability to compare our product to a traditional tobacco product.
And why is that so important?
Well, because that's what we do, as we've been doing for 3 years. I mean, we're always saying, is vaping harmless? No, we can't say with certainty. We can say with certainty that it's far less harmful than a traditional cigarette. We know what ingredients are in our e-liquid. We know what's in a cigarette, and we know there's far less in a vaping product than there is in a tobacco product. So if we make any of those claims under the current legislation, if it were to pass as is, vape shops could get hit with some literally some business killing fines. I don't know any vape shop that could sustain the penalties that are laid out in the bill, hundreds of thousands of dollars and years in jail for being honest and telling people about the science and how this is, magnitude safer than smoking. Is it 100% safe? No. But is it safer? Absolutely.
Sean, the fines and the criminal aspect of the legislation, is the CVA going to push back in these areas?
The Canadian Vaping Association, we cannot accept criminal charges for the work that we're doing in the small little shops, the mom and pop shops, of which there's hundreds across the country that are constantly converting smokers into vapors and helping vapors down the vaping path.
As our viewers are aware, Sean, RegWatch has zeroed in on the no comparison section in Bill S5 as a troubling example of regulatory overreach. Not being able to compare the obvious differences between cancer-causing cigarettes and vaping seems to defy logic and good common sense.
Exactly, and then that's why we have such a problem with the way that bill was written, specifically that clause. There's no way for us to not be able to say and make that comparison to a tobacco product, because that's the whole purpose of this product, is that it is a replacement for the cigarette, plain and simple.
Well, the irony, Sean, is that Health Canada seems unable to refrain from making the same comparison as well. In press releases and in an interview with RegWatch, Health Canada predicates its argument for regulation on providing smokers with a likely less harmful alternative to tobacco. That's a comparison, which even Health Canada presumably could not make lawfully if Bill S5 were to pass as is. Sean, what is the CVA specifically going to ask for with regard to no comparisons?
Well, specifically, we are asking to be able to make that comparison, to be able to use the studies that are readily available to the public at large, to use that information to help inform fellow vapors, possible smokers that are looking to make the switch, that gives them that that evidence or that data, that hard data that says this is the right choice for me to switch from smoking to vaping, and here's the reasons why. We're asking that we be able to use science as data, not from a sales perspective, although I'm sure that comes from it, but it's more from a let's get the world rid of smokers.
Sean, is the CVA proposing specific new language, or is it a matter of waiting to see what Health Canada's next move will be?
I think, well, it's a combination of both. It's a here's what we want to be able to say, here's what you've said, so it'd be silly for us not to be able to say what you've said, in addition to additional language that we're currently working on right now as we get closer to committee. And I suspect that Health Canada is doing the same thing, as they know that this is a contentious issue around the comparison. They have to allow the industry to be able to speak about what it is.
Sean, let's switch gears here. The vaping industry is not alone in presenting this week. There are other groups. Who are they, and do you regard them as enemies of vaping?
The true, don't inhale anything but oxygen. The ones that are not close-minded people are our enemy, no matter where they fall, whether they're government or media, that aren't open to listening to and hearing the data that does exist. If we can curb the millions of deaths around the globe through this amazing technology, we should be applauded for our efforts. They should have National Vaping Day in every country. So the enemy are those that are trying to keep us from getting that message across, whoever they may be. I'm not going to say one specific group or one specific person is an enemy, because we can find them anyway. Our own worst enemy is even within our industry. There's people in our industry that do us no favors, in the public light.
Finally, Sean, with regard to government and Health Canada, are they a friend to vaping or are they a foe?
The way that I see it right now, and I would hate to pigeonhole the government in saying that they're an ally, I would like to say that they're currently not an enemy, because they are opening doors, they are listening, they're not shutting us out. We're not sitting there on April 6th on the outside looking in. We're in there with our voices being heard by the government. So they have to be considered an ally right now, until they prove differently. Are we ready to combat them as an enemy? I don't think we're ready. We don't want to, but we will. I mean, it's the industry we're fighting for. It's our livelihood. It's the health of Canadians.
Well, that's it for this special series on RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brett Stafford. Hi, I'm Brett Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Fully baked and ready to serve. That's how Washington insiders describe the legislative effort to replace the notorious FDA deeming regulations, an effort being led by Republican Congressman Duncan Hunter. As RegWatch reported last month, a major push is underway to repeal the deeming regs. However, fallout from the healthcare debacle appeared to have stalled the effort. But instead, the failure to replace Obamacare delivered an important lesson. Repealing the FDA deeming regulations will not work unless there's comprehensive vaping legislation ready to take its place. And that's exactly what Congressman Hunter says his bill is ready to do. And the plan is to introduce it in Congress next week. The Hunter legislation just cleared the House Office of the Legislative Counsel and is ready for release. Titled the Cigarette Smoking Reduction and Electronic Vapor Alternatives Act, the bill removes vaping products from the definition of tobacco that's in the Tobacco Control Act, and it establishes an independent regulatory framework that enshrines vaping as a tool for harm reduction. The bill also changes the name of the Center for Tobacco Products at the FDA to the Center for Tobacco Products and Harm Reduction, and it authorizes the Secretary of HHS to undertake a detailed assessment to compare the risks of smoking cigarettes to vaping and other nicotine alternatives. Finally, the bill sets industry standards for e-liquid and device manufacturing, with special attention paid to battery safety, including short-circuit protection, discharge monitoring, and serial or lot number tracking for all devices. Earlier this week, on a conference call with industry reps discussing the Electronic Vaping Coalition's repeal strategy, Congressman Hunter shared the timeline for the introduction of his replacement bill.
We separate vaping from the Tobacco Control Act. It's that simple. We take away the liquid, we take away the devices, and we create our own set of standards. But I think we've got everybody on board. For the most part, there's always going to be outliers, but we have enough people to get on board now to where we have momentum, so that we're not just doing the Cole Bishop bill, the Cole Bishop amendment. If we have an appropriations omnibus, we're actually going to have repeal and replace language that everybody can look at that separates vaping from cigarettes. This regulatory framework that we're going to introduce, that could be the basis for vaping for the next 50 years, and creates a strong base point so that we can innovate and we can change it and allow it to adapt to where the market wants to go. So from what I understand, we're going to introduce this next week. We're back in session next week, and then it's going to be out there, and we'll be able to start getting people support for it, going to the entire vaping community and saying, this is what we're fighting for. And as that is laid out as the future of vaping and the regulatory framework going forward that allows it to grow and thrive as an industry, I think we start getting people piling on.
With the Hunter Replace legislation ready to drop next week, the focus now turns to repealing or suspending either all of or portions of the deeming regulations before the onerous and costly product listing deadline kicks in at the end of June. So it's basically all hands on deck for the entire vaping community, as industry and advocacy groups like the VTA, CASA, SAFADA, EVCA, and CEVIA USA all rally support across multiple tracks, whether that be for the Hunter legislation, the Cole Bishop Amendment, or by organizing call-in campaigns to pressure key political leaders and Trump cabinet members for regulatory relief. The EVCA is one group treading some unique ground. It's launched a legal effort to force repeal by demonstrating that the FDA failed to follow the legal process of what's called coordination, which requires federal agencies to coordinate with local levels of government before implementing new rules and regs. Hearings begin next week in Wisconsin on behalf of the Village of Heartland and the Johnson Creek Vapor Company. Also breaking news this week is the announcement by the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee that it would vote next week on President Trump's pick, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, to lead the Food and Drug Administration. Dr. Gottlieb's confirmation by the full Senate for FDA Commissioner is expected to sail through, which could be very good news for the vaping industry, as Dr. Gottlieb, in his confirmation hearing earlier this month, articulated strong support for tobacco harm reduction.
In areas where there's an inherent, obvious, and seemingly unavoidable risk related to certain consumer products, whether it's combustible tobacco or dangerously addictive opioid drugs, we have the opportunity to help consumers move to less risky alternatives. This owes to the foresight of Congress in envisioning pathways to reduced harm as an animating principle in FDA regulation. I know what's at stake here. People's lives are literally on the line when it comes to the decisions that FDA makes in its oversight and its enforcement of Congress's laws. And the American people deserve to trust that the agency is led in an impartial manner, guided only by the science that informs its work and an abiding faith to the public health. That's the mandate by which I would lead this agency.
Joining us today to discuss the details behind the Hunter Replace legislation and Dr. Gottlieb's nomination for FDA Commissioner is Larry Flick, a government affairs consultant in Washington, D.C. and lobbyist for the American E-Liquid Manufacturers Association. Larry, thanks for coming on the show. You've been with AIMSA now for over a year developing strategies to overturn the deeming regulations. Do you think President Trump's election is having a positive impact on that effort?
It is. Had Secretary Clinton won, her policies at the FDA would have been a continuation of what the Obama FDA was doing. And the chances of getting any real reform would be minimal.
Larry, many vapers had high hopes following the president's election, but with all of the turmoil surrounding his presidency and with the defeat of his attempt to repeal Obamacare, those hopes seem to be waning.
Everybody likes to put their own spin on it. What I think, with regard to vaping at least, repealing or suspending the deeming regulation, it won't happen until the FDA commissioner gets confirmed. Then the effort to get executive action on the deeming regulation by suspending the deadlines or postponing implementation, that will begin in earnest at that point.
Larry, do you believe the president's pick for FDA commissioner understands the value of vaping as a tool for tobacco harm reduction?
We're confident that Dr. Gottlieb understands this, that he's a physician, he's a trained medical scientist, he's worked at FDA as deputy commissioner. Based on what he said at his hearing and things he's written, he's doing this for the right reasons. This isn't just pure politics.
Larry, Dr. Gottlieb also has direct experience working with the vaping industry. Is that not correct?
He does. In fact, it was not widely known, but he had a position with a company named Cure, a vaping company, which he had a board position and an investment in.
It's important to note that Dr. Gottlieb has properly disclosed his investments and has promised to divest himself of those interests within 90 days of his confirmation. Let's quickly turn to the replace effort, and for our viewers, you can expect a RegWatch interview with Congressman Hunter to be released shortly. Finally, Larry, you played a role in crafting the Hunter legislation. What do you think is the most important aspect of the bill?
Well, the most important thing is that it takes vapor products out of the tobacco products category. And that's where the debate has to start. We're trying to reform the culture of the Center for Tobacco Products. We're not going to increase the number of people that work there under this legislation or give them more money. The idea there is that the mission isn't just to get people off of tobacco products, which is how the center views its mission now. The mission will be, moving forward, how do we get people to get off of cigarettes and step down the ladder toward less harmful products? This is philosophical, this is scientific, this is common sense.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com, here in San Diego for a special episode with Congressman Duncan Hunter. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. Welcome to San Diego.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The weather kind of reminds me of Canada.
That's sad. That really upsets me. That's the meanest thing you've said so far.
Well,
we've said much, so we're okay.
We've got more to do. Tell us about the bill, the vaping bill that you introduced to Congress. Why the bill?
Because vaping is going to be illegal. If current regulation stands, vaping is going to be illegal. There's another amendment, another legislative try called Cole-Bishop. It's an amendment that says all the products up to a certain date will be okay. But then after that, there is no stability for the market, and retailers are going to go out of business. Manufacturers are going to go out of business, and you probably have millions of people keep on smoking cigarettes and dying.
It's not a competition, is it, between different legislation?
Not at all. No, this is not a competition. Cole-Bishop stops the FDA rule from being implemented up until the time of its passage. And that's it. So if you make a new product in 2019 or 2018, it'll be illegal, right? Or it'll cost you a few $100,000 to get it through the FDA process, right? My legislation sets the framework for decades to come. That's what so they do two different things. I'd be happy if theirs passes, but I would keep pushing mine because theirs stops at a certain date, right?
Yours is comprehensive legislation.
Yeah, sure. Mine's going to be the framework, the regulatory framework for vaping going forward forever.
So your legislation is really the replace part of the repeal and replace strategy. Is that not correct?
It does both, because you don't have to replace anything yet because there is nothing yet. There's simply the FDA deeming rule. There's no law, there's nothing set in stone, and the FDA hasn't put anything into regulation. What we're saying is, FDA, you can't make this illegal without doing any studies whatsoever. And by the way, we're going to help you. I'm going to help you. So what I've done is I'm going to put down into actual law, not just FDA regulation, but law. Number one, we introduce harm reduction into the Tobacco Control Act, so that the FDA now has to look at, it's not black and white. it's not just you're smoking or not smoking. There's things in the middle, like vaping, not even in the middle, but much better for you, right? So they have to look at that. Number two, we make it safe. We regulate the batteries, how they charge, discharge. We make it so you can't buy something off of eBay and have it explode in your pocket or your face, right?
Right.
So we make that happen. We also make the liquid standard, so you can't put bad chemicals into the liquids. You have to have clean rooms. You can't be doing it in your garage anymore, even though that's how it started out, right? So we're just trying to make it safer, make it better, and make it so that going forward for the next 50 years, you'll be vaping Motrin, you'll be vaping caffeine, you'll be vaping nicotine, and we want to keep that entrepreneurship and that kind of American dream for people that have these stores especially alive.
And I think that's an important part of the story that maybe some people at the FDA miss, is that how big of an industry it is and how many people are employed in the United States with vaping.
Yeah, and not just employed. I mean, all the shops that I go to, you're not talking with guys that have their master's degrees that want to go to Wall Street. A lot of folks that have these vape shops, they've been hard up on their luck. They tried to find something to do. They don't fit in that, especially the smaller retail shops, right? And they found something in this. They found a community where they can fit in, and they can sell vape stuff to me.
How did you get involved with this legislation?
I vape. Yeah, that's pretty easy. I mean,
there you go.
Yeah,
that's right. So you are the vaping congressman, aren't you?
I am one of the vaping congressmen. One of the only ones that do it on television, probably.
Did you use vaping to quit smoking?
Yeah. It kind of helped me, and then it didn't, and I've been off and on it again. I mean, smoking's hard to quit, but yeah.
So when you tell people that vaping has been effective for you, do they believe you?
Yes. Yeah, because they see me doing it and not smoking. So they see me staying inside and not going outside with the other smokers, right? And that's a pretty telling sign when you're inside vaping and the vape just goes away.
So when you're on the Hill, are you not vaping inside there?
Yeah, I'm vaping inside all the time. Yeah, in the Capitol, in my office, everywhere, because it's vaping. It's not toxic. It's not even close to as bad for you as smoking is, but it's not toxic like cigarette smoke is. It doesn't leave a smell, doesn't stain your fingers, doesn't make your breath smell bad. It might even make it smell good if you have the right flavors.
Now, I'm shocked that OSHA hasn't come down on that.
Well, Congress is different because I represent the people and the people own Congress, right? So I'm, as their representative, I can vape inside if I want to. Let's just say it that way.
Are Democrats the enemy?
No, Democrats aren't the enemy. And on this issue, it's very strange because I would have thought that most of my Democrat friends would have been with me in a heartbeat on this, just because of civil liberties and being able to do what you want to with your own body. That sounds familiar, right? But they are not in this case. And I think it comes down to a few things. And I'm a conspiracy theorist, but only kind of, every now and then. It comes down to money. I really think it comes down to when you buy cigarettes in a state, all that money, because of the big lawsuits, especially in California, all that money goes to the state. So they want people to quit smoking because it's expensive healthcare wise too. But if you can mitigate that somehow, but still get the money from buying cigarettes, that's what the state wants. And I think Democrats, because they enjoy having more money in the state to spend on people they want to spend money on, they enjoy that. I also think it has to do with pharmaceutical companies. I think that they want to sell Chantix and some other things, when in reality, you can kind of keep on smoking, minus all the harmful effects, still enjoy yourself, still blow out vape, and not have to go with Chantix and go crazy.
Absolutely.
Not that everybody that's done Chantix has gone crazy, but no. I've known a few.
Sure, and there's been some evidence of that, no doubt. Let me ask you this. What about the bootlegger and the Baptist kind of relationship? So it's not just about the money, there's the puritanical aspect of it, the old prohibition kind of.
But once again, you asked me if Democrats are the enemy here, and I would have thought that the puritanical Baptist guys would have been the Republicans, right? My party, but they aren't. My guys are like, hey, go ahead and vape if you want to vape. They want to be able to smoke cigars inside too in their offices and that kind of stuff. So this is easy for them. For some reason it doesn't make sense, but Democrats don't like vaping.
This is a release by Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. It says Rep. Hunter's bill guts FDA oversight of e-cigarettes, shows manufacturers don't want any real regulation to protect kids' public health. From the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. What's your response to that?
Number one, they're just lying, right? That's all that they're doing. My bill doesn't gut anything because there is nothing to gut.
So what do you think? Is this fear-mongering?
The FDA had a future rule that would put all of vaping out out of business. Right. Yeah, this is fear mongering, and they're probably trying to raise money, right? That's probably what they're trying to do. That's politics, right? And what I found in politics is if you just keep trying, banging your head on the wall over and over and over, that's how I get things done. I was in the Marine Corps, and I just go right up the middle at it. Things like this fall off. The truth will come out, I think, and people are going to realize that this is much safer than smoking.
So there's already some actions been taken to suspend or delay some of the implementation deadlines for the deeming regs. The repeal part of it, that aspect, what's going on there? We know the Village of Heartland and the coordination effort, that process has been going on, and it looks pretty promising. And then, of course, you've got Dr. Gottlieb, who just got confirmed as FDA chief, right? And then you've got Tom Price at HHS, who obviously seems...
Hey, who I just saw, let me see, a couple of days ago, I was sitting outside of, in fact, it was during the healthcare vote.
Do tell.
And I was vaping, and he came up and he said, "You're not smoking anymore?" I said, "Nope, I'm not smoking, Tom." And he said, "Great." He said, "So that thing's working for you?" I said, "Yeah, it's working for me."
So there's a common sense factor here that, do you think, is starting to kind of cut through the fog in Washington?
Yeah, I mean, there's a conservative factor, right? I mean, it's about freedom. It's about being able to do what you want to do, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody. That's basically what it is. And once again, getting these regulatory agencies off of people's backs, because it's not Congress. If Congress passes a law, you can call us, you can scream at us. When the FDA passes a rule, no one can do anything really.
How realistic is it to pass?
I think super realistic, actually.
How? How do you make that happen?
I would tell people not to be disheartened. I mean, things like doing the healthcare bill, that's hard. Passing big appropriations bills, those things are hard. This is one issue. And I think that once politicians see real people coming to them saying, number one, I'm a vapor, you're gonna make me start smoking again. Or number two, I've got a shop that employs 4 people and I make $1 million a year. I probably net about $200,000. I'm just a regular constituent of yours, and I'm not gonna vote for you unless you support this. I think once those things start happening, this will start rolling. I think this is going to pass, and I think it takes time, and I think the more ways that we hit this with the lawsuit, with challenging the FDA, right, and their rulemaking, with those hearings, my legislation, all the retailers, all the vapors, all the manufacturers coming together and supporting candidates who are on the side of vaping, right, and on the side of freedom.
I have what's called a leading question. Would you characterize the FDA's actions as an injustice?
No, I think their action was one of ignorance, not injustice. There's not enough known about vaping yet, and I just think that they were ignorant of it, and they made a decision based off of ignorance. They didn't even try to research it. They didn't call you, they didn't call me, they didn't wait for something like my bill, they didn't ask Congress for it, they didn't do it themselves. They haven't put in any safety regulations whatsoever for any vaping products, batteries, coils, anything. So no, one of ignorance. But if this administration, this bill in their hands, when they look at this, looking at my bill and my language, with Senator Ron Johnson educating his Senate colleagues. I've been in Congress for 9 years now. All of my colleagues have seen me smoke, especially the ones on the Energy and Commerce Committee, which would be the ones passing this, through the House. Knowing all that they know now, if they don't on their own stop, then it's an injustice.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Is there a link between the science of vaping and that of climate change? I know, the question sounds preposterous, but wait, if you're a vapor, you know all too well that back in 2015, if the science was settled on vaping as it's claimed to be on climate change, then it's likely vaping would already be banned almost everywhere. Vaping became demonized in the public mind thanks to a barrage of misleading science published in peer-reviewed journals, then promulgated by the mainstream media. The research fueled an onslaught of negative news headlines, such as vaping is as bad as smoking, could lead to cocaine use, or even kill in one puff. With millions dying each year from smoking-related diseases, you would expect the science on vaping to be evidence-based. Instead, much of it is proven to be junk. If scientific claims could prove untrustworthy in an area so important to public health, why shouldn't the public be skeptical about other scientific claims, such as those regarding global warming and the theory of man-made catastrophic climate change? Hysteria over vaping rings from the same bell as global warming, for which climate activists first mastered the battle tactics now familiar to so many vapers. Those tactics include a deluge of one-sided scientific research exclaiming disastrous impacts predicted for long into the future, a stranglehold on research funding to the tune of tens of millions of dollars for anti-vaping research and billions of dollars for research to support climate change. For those scientists that do find funding and bravely counter the party line, well, they face withering attack on the legitimacy of their research and professional integrity. Most are called skeptics or deniers, despite the fact that doubt is the starting point of all genuine scientific inquiry. There are two operating principles at work here which are hostile to sound science, yet power the anti-vaping and pro-climate change movements. The first is a Machiavellian precept: the end justifies the means. That is, a virtuous outcome excuses any wrongs committed to attain it. For climate change, almost every policy and action is justified by this precept, including the deliberate manipulation of climate science and the unrelenting propaganda spewed from the mainstream media. Skewed science and biased media is of no surprise to vapers, which have the climate change movement to thank for breaking down the firewalls protecting journalism and scientific integrity. Specifically to vaping, the end justifies the means provides the support to ban flavors. While the goal to protect the kids is righteous, it's also indifferent to the outcome, which puts the immediate health of adult vapers at risk. The second operating principle at work is called the precautionary principle. It was born from the environmental movement and codified in direct partnership with public health at the Wing Spread Conference in 1998, held in the state of Wisconsin. It's now law in the European Union and lies at the heart of every international agreement on climate change. The precautionary principle states, when an activity raises threats of harm to human health or the environment, precautionary measures should be taken, even if some cause and effect relationships are not fully established scientifically. This means a policy may be enacted to prohibit or restrict an activity, even if there is no scientific proof it causes harm. The only prerequisite is scientific uncertainty and a suspicion of risk. Precautionary principle is really the smoking gun that links the tactics of the climate change movement with those of the anti-vaping movement. How often have vapers heard, "We just don't know enough about the risks of vaping, therefore to be safe than sorry, let's enact regulations to hinder or even ban vaping altogether"? You've got to give credit where credit is due. Activists insist on the one hand that the science is settled on climate change, yet on the other, they insist scientific proof of cause and effect isn't necessary, thanks to the precautionary principle. They've really boxed civilization in from both ends, and if this sounds a little political, well, that's because it is.
When I read the American Lung Association official call an electronic cigarette tobacco, that is a smoking gun of where the left, in the guise of science, American Lung Association, what could be more prestigious? He simply lies. There is nothing about an electronic cigarette that has anything to do with tobacco, but he calls it a tobacco product in this letter to the New York Times. So my assumption is, since they lie on behalf of their causes under the facade of science, why would the whole hysteria over global warming be any different? They're all of a sudden being honest?
Joining us today to unpack some of the science around climate change is Dr. Roy Spencer. Dr. Spencer is an award-winning meteorologist, principal research scientist, author, and expert witness to Congress on climate change science.
When we take into account how much the deep oceans have warmed since the 1950s, and take into account the effect of El Niños and La Niñas and increasing carbon dioxide and all of the other forcing mechanisms that the IPCC uses in their climate model runs, we find that the climate system is relatively insensitive.
Dr. Spencer served 15 years at NASA. While there, as senior scientist for climate studies, he co-developed the original method for precise monitoring of global temperatures from Earth-orbiting satellites. Currently, he also serves as the U.S. science team leader for the Advanced Microwave Scanning Radiometer, a critical part in NASA's Earth observing system, which is flying right now on NASA's Aqua satellite, where it monitors global sea surface temperatures.
Some of the statistics that have been given today, I think, are only giving half the story. For instance, Jennifer Francis has talked about the decrease in the Arctic sea ice. And I know something about that because I'm the lead scientist on NASA's best instrument for monitoring that decrease in Arctic sea ice. But what she didn't mention is that Antarctic sea ice, over that same 30-year period that we've been monitoring, has been increasing. So there's a lot of half-truths in this business. You can point to some areas that are changing, some areas that are changing in one direction, some are changing in another direction. At some point, we have to ask ourselves, is all of this just mostly part of what the climate system does naturally?
Dr. Spencer, thanks for joining us today on RegWatch. Let me ask you first, for those of our viewers who adamantly believe climate change is real and poses a threat, what's the most important thing they need to know about you and the science on global warming?
Well, I think the biggest misconception about the whole global warming issue is that there's only two sides, that either it's a big hoax or it's real and it's going to be catastrophic. I'm considered a lukewarmer in that I believe, based on the science, that there is some warming that should be happening, and we're probably seeing some of that, but I believe that it's fairly benign and that the extra CO2 is actually probably good for life on Earth. You know, I've been studying this for decades, and I'm pretty convinced that that it's sort of a non-problem.
Not a problem. Dr. Spencer, that must be a challenging point to communicate to some people.
Well, yeah. And, you know, I try to remind people that the theory of global warming by itself isn't ridiculous. That there is some theoretical expectation that if you add CO2 to the atmosphere, it's going to cause some amount of warming. I can argue that from a theoretical standpoint, but I can't prove it observationally. There's no way to do it. There is no fingerprint of human-caused climate change in the long-term warming trend.
Dr. Spencer, that statement contradicts so much of what we hear in the media all the time, that the science supporting global warming is settled.
Well, there's a fundamental problem with collecting global temperature data and interpreting it in terms of climate change. The signal that we're looking for climate change is very small. The consensus of opinion, you know, the people that believe that we're in trouble on climate change, they're looking at only maybe 2, at most 0.03 of a degree C per year warming, which is, you know, 0.2 to 0.25 of a degree C per decade. Okay, that's a really small signal, because from one year to the next, we can see 1 degree, you know, from one year to the next, whether there's an El Nino or a La Nina going on. So we have all of this natural noise in the system caused by the climate system doing what it does naturally. And we're trying to pick out this long-term weak warming trend. None of our temperature measurement systems were meant to reliably pick that up. The important thing is, no matter how you analyze the data, the warming trends that we're getting from any of the observations is only about half of what the climate models are predicting, okay? In fact, it's not even what the climate models are predicting. It's hindcasts. It's what the climate models have claimed should have happened in the last, let's say, 30, 40, 50 years. They can't even get the answer right when they know what the answer is.
Dr. Spencer, did I hear that correctly? The climate models being used to predict future global warming can't even predict what's already happened in the past?
Right, yeah, which is amazing. I mean, how does that happen? You would say, well, why don't they just adjust the models to reproduce what's happened in the past? And I think the answer is because it makes the global warming problem look less. and they can't have that because, I mean, as someone who used to work in government, like I did, and I used to go to Washington, D.C. routinely to help NASA sell its programs to Congress, if there isn't a problem to study, you don't get money, So it's not just all of the money tied up in the politics of the policies, the energy policies, it's also the scientists. I mean, the scientists are basically, we've got a bunch of people like myself whose careers have been built on the fear of global warming. And that fear is what you need in order to get funding. And no matter what people claim, scientists are just as biased as everybody else, especially in this field where causation is so hard to pin down. By causation, I mean, is it nature? Is it mankind? Is it some combination of the two? When causation is uncertain, you can pay a scientist to say, oh, well, okay, I'll side with that explanation because I get more funding that way.
Dr. Spencer, do you think climate politics have poisoned science?
Yes, it has. It has.
How do you think that happened?
Scientists are partly to blame for allowing this whole thing to get that far. 20 years ago, when Al Gore started making this his signature issue in the late 1980s, scientists basically allowed him to exaggerate what science knew. Because scientists knew, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that we would get more funding as a result anyway. And now we've reached the point where everyone is convinced that, global warming is a disaster, just waiting to happen, and that it's a foregone conclusion. And that's just not the case. It never was the case. But, our side of the argument, the lukewarmer side, the skeptic side, if you want to call it skeptics, doesn't make good news. I mean, we don't bleed, so we don't lead.
You mentioned the news media, Dr. Spencer. Considering that the mainstream media is openly hostile to sound science, how do you reach people who vehemently believe that climate change poses a real threat to the human species?
If they vehemently believe it, you cannot reach them.
Really?
Yeah, well, this is a matter of faith. Okay, it has to do with people's beliefs about the role of government in their lives, their worldview, even their religious views. I've had people tell me that they would feel uncomfortable to think that we were at the mercy of Mother Nature and that we weren't the ones in control of the climate system. So, how do you argue with people who basically have such strong religious beliefs or a need to believe that humans are in control of the climate system?
Dr. Spencer, final question, actually more of an observation. Climate science appears to be the only science that I know of to require a sacrifice in order to abide by its tenets. It demands humanity to sacrifice the key energy source powering its civilization, even though no viable alternative exists yet. It doesn't seem rational.
There is no way to substantially reduce carbon dioxide emissions without killing millions of people. Humanity requires abundant, affordable energy. No matter what you believe about increasing solar and wind power in the coming, let's say, 20 years, we are never going to get to more than about 20% of global energy demand being met by renewable energy. It's still mostly going to come from fossil fuels. There is no practical solution other than to kill off humanity, because if there's one thing we know is a threat to human health and prosperity, it's poverty. Poverty kills. Worldwide, century after century, poverty kills. And if you take away abundant, affordable energy from poor people around the world, like the billion people who still don't have electricity. So this is why I speak out, is because for me, it's a moral issue.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. It was a startling submission to the Senate Standing Committee, hearing evidence on Canada's new federal vaping regulations, Bill S5. The submission, delivered on the first day of testimony by the vanguard of the anti-tobacco movement, the Non-Smokers' Rights Association, set the tone for the entire 5 days of hearings. To the surprise of many, the NSRA provided a thorough endorsement of vaping as a tool for harm reduction and made several key recommendations to improve the legislation, recommendations which substantiate many of the concerns held by the vaping industry. For over 40 years, the Non-Smokers' Rights Association and its sister organization, the Smoking and Health Action Foundation, have been at the forefront of tobacco control efforts in Canada and around the world. The NSRA pioneered the forceful campaigning that led to the first public smoking bylaws in cities from St. John's to Calgary as early as 1977. It played a critical role in the passage of the Federal Tobacco Products Control Act in 1988, which included a ban on tobacco advertising. And the NSRA also led the precedent-setting effort to institute graphic health warnings on cigarette packages, which became the standard around the world. The Non-Smokers' Rights Association also leads the effort on tobacco taxation and the push for plain packaging. Quite simply, the NSRA is the mortal enemy of the tobacco industry and is responsible for big victories in the war to eradicate its deadly products. With such a track record, one might think that the Non-Smokers' Rights Association would also oppose vaping, as other non-profit health organizations in Canada do. The Canadian Lung Association, Canadian Cancer Society, and the Heart and Stroke Foundation have each discouraged vaping as a tool for harm reduction and frustrated industry efforts to communicate a positive message about vaping to the public. Over the past months, representatives from these three organizations have turned down repeated requests by RegWatch to appear on this show. Joining us today for a deep dive into the regulatory issues around vaping in Canada is Pippa Beck, Senior Policy Analyst at the Non-Smokers' Rights Association. Ms. Beck and colleague Melody Tilson delivered the NSRA's submission to the Senate Standing Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technology, the SOCI hearings, on April 5th of this year.
Health Canada has stated that vaping products are likely less harmful alternatives to tobacco use. And this is incorrect. Although the extent to which vaping is less harmful than smoking remains a topic of spirited debate amongst scientists, the evidence to date shows that e-cigarettes are less harmful than cigarettes. Research also indicates that beliefs that vaping is as risky as smoking keep smokers from trying and regularly using e-cigarettes, choosing to continue smoking instead. While it is important for people to know that vaping products are not inherently safe to use, it is equally important for smokers to know that less harmful choices exist.
The evidence is quite clear that e-cigarettes are less harmful, but as Melody said, the spirited debate is around the degree of less harm. Is it really 95%, as we often hear? I think I was just at a meeting with Health Canada and international experts were agreeing it's probably, well, the consensus is more in the 60 to 80% realm, which gives us unparalleled opportunity to really make a difference in this epidemic that we're facing. Nicotine replacement therapy is effective in certain cases when it's used with counseling, etc. There are barriers, but you don't see groups forming organizations cheering around nicotine replacement therapy. This is a totally different ballgame, and I think you're right. We still don't know all of the details around what's in the vape. We've got enough information that we need to move on this. Lives are at stake.
Pippa, thanks again for coming on the show. Please tell our viewers a little bit about the history behind the NSRA.
We started because secondhand smoke was in people's faces everywhere. People could smoke anywhere and everywhere. The smoking rate was high. It was up near the 50% level, at least for men. And people were sick of it. And so our organization started in 1974 to get secondhand smoke out of people's faces. And today, we've been really successful. There's hardly any secondhand smoke in indoor environments, and we even now have outdoor environments where secondhand smoke is not permitted. We've broadened our work. We very much focus on the source of the tobacco epidemic here in Canada, which is the tobacco industry. And so a lot of our work is focused on controlling the industry to control the
Pippa, it sounds like the NSRA has expanded its scope from just non-smokers to also include smokers as well.
Exactly. And our name doesn't accurately reflect what we do today, and that is a project in progress.
So your organization is also concerned with helping smokers trying to quit?
Most smokers want to quit. They're desperate to quit. They've tried many, many times. And so a lot of the things that we do around graphic health warnings, taxation, smoke prices, tobacco retail reform, there's all sorts of things that help smokers gain control over their addictions and can help them cut down or quit smoking.
And speaking of quitting, Pippa, let's turn now to vaping. Based on your testimony at the SOCI hearings, is it fair to say that the Non-Smokers' Rights Association supports vaping?
We absolutely support the legalization and the regulation of vaping products. So it's been a decade essentially since the products have been available in Canada. And Canadians deserve regulation for safety and for their health. So when you buy a product that claims it has 18 milligrams per milliliter of nicotine, we want to feel confident that that's what we're getting. When we buy a product, we want to be confident that it's in a child-proof container so that children won't be able to access it. We want to be sure that an e-cigarette isn't going to explode. And if it does explode, we want to be sure that there are measures in place for the government to be able to recall the product and to be able to take steps to make sure it doesn't happen again. And those are all things that are addressed in Bill S5. So we absolutely support the measures that are going to improve the health for Canadians through the safety and manufacturing standards of vaping products.
Pippa, I want to play now for our viewers a soundbite from your colleague Melody Tilson at the SOCI hearings, which I found quite revealing.
We believe that despite Health Canada's stated intention to balance risk with access, Bill S5 focuses disproportionately on the risks of vaping products without adequate consideration of the potential benefits, health benefits and economic benefits of shifting large numbers of Canadians away from smoking. Smokers desperately need and have a right to reliable information about vaping products on which to make informed decisions. As drafted, Bill S5 provides no assurance that regulations would require the provision of relative risk information, which clearly runs counter to the goal of the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act, and I quote, to protect the health of Canadians in light of conclusive evidence implicating use in the incidence of numerous debilitating and fatal diseases. To this end, we have proposed a number of amendments that would permit and indeed require both companies and the government to provide accurate relative information.
Pippa, it was this portion of the testimony that was the most astonishing, to hear such a strong criticism of Bill S5 coming from such a prominent advocacy group.
Yes. So we were dismayed to see that the bill does appear to focus disproportionately on the risks without adequately considering and appreciating the huge benefits that there are potentially for smokers in Canada. We still have 5 million smokers, many of whom want to quit and are looking for ways to do that. When one looks in the bill, there does seem to be a lot of focus on protection of youth. And when it comes to access for adult smokers, got to be more than just having access. There has to be access to information, and specifically relative risk information. And that was one of our main concerns around Bill S5, was the lack of ability of manufacturers and vape shops and so forth to be able to make relative risk comments for consumers.
Pippa, this prohibition on information regarding the relative risk of vaping versus smoking is one of the most concerning aspects of the bill. Now, the NSRA proposed amendments to Bill S5 that would allow for relative risk messaging, and those amendments passed committee. Is this a win?
Yeah, it's significant. It's a big win. Hopefully those amendments will stick, because Canadians need information to be able to make informed choices that affect their health. And as we've said to Health Canada, we shouldn't have to wait until the science is absolutely clear. That'll be decades from now, and that'll be too late. So we can move now with the information that we have and can make statements. And as more evidence emerges, we can fine-tune our messages. Canadians also shouldn't have to wait until e-cigarettes are proven to be an effective cessation device. This isn't about cessation. It's about choosing a less harmful alternative that many Canadians may decide they want to try and quit smoking with. But for now, it's good enough that it's less harmful, and Canadians should be able to know that through messaging from Health Canada and through limited statements that companies can make about their products.
Pippa, as you know, Health Canada is putting together an expert panel to periodically review the evidence on vaping. What kinds of relative risk statements do you think might get approved?
Statements that are objective, but also implicitly have a health aspect to them. We might see statements such as no secondhand smoke, no tar, no tobacco, no combustion. And those are helpful. They're not amazing, but they're a start. And then as Health Canada's expert panel gets underway and starts to consider more fulsome statements, maybe we'll start to see statements permitted that say things like vaping is not risk-free, but vaping is less harmful than smoking tobacco. That would be a really important, really helpful statement that could help people make choices that could potentially save their lives. I mean, tobacco is unparalleled in its danger for Canadians and for people around the world. And so these are life-saving statements.
Pippa, the Non-Smokers' Rights Association was the first health organization in Canada to put out a position statement on e-cigarettes. Now, that was back in 2013, and it was quite fair. In what way has your position evolved over the past 4 years?
We have adjusted our position slightly. So, for example, flavors would be one aspect. We initially called for a ban on flavors, given our experience with tobacco. But as the evidence came forth and we understood better the role of flavorings, particularly fruit and so forth, we have nuanced our position. And so we're not supportive of a full ban on flavors, but we do call for restrictions on flavorings that overtly target youth, such as candy and some of these other weird flavors that involve unicorns and things.
Pippa, you just said the NSRA does not support a full ban on flavors, but there's a lot of confusion on this issue. In an interview with RegWatch, Susie McDonald, Director General at Health Canada, said there is no flavor ban, only name and marketing restrictions for certain categories. Yet at the SOCI hearing, you made a contrary comment. Let's have a listen.
It's our understanding that it's not the names that would be changed, it's the inherent flavors. So we're not against flavorings for nicotine products. It's just ones that are overtly targeting children, such as candy and dessert, wouldn't be acceptable.
Okay, Pippa, you're on the RegWatch hot seat now. Could you clarify for our viewers, is there a ban on inherent flavors in Bill S5?
Yes, this was quite confusing, and it's taken us a little while to clarify, but we've come to understand that what we initially understood was incorrect. And so, yes, as you pointed out through Susie McDonald's input and Health Canada's clarification, is that the flavors are not being banned. It's the promotion of the flavors.
Pippa, there's thousands of vapors across Canada sitting on the edge of their seat right now. Could you please repeat that point?
As we understand it, as has been confirmed by Health Canada, flavors are not banned by Bill S5. Bill S5 puts restrictions on promotion and advertising of certain flavors. And there's a schedule at the back of the bill that covers those.
And Pippa, from your understanding, why are flavors important?
Well, as I've understood from reading the evidence, flavors really help cut the ties between tobacco smoking and vaping. And so I've understood, and in fact, the gentleman who testified on the same day that our organization did said that many vapors start off with tobacco flavors and then quickly, I guess, as their sense of smell and taste start to return, can't tolerate the flavor of tobacco and switch to fruit or other flavors. So we recognize that flavoring definitely has a role to play, and so it's good that they're not being banned by Health Canada.
Well, thanks, Pippa. Inquisition's over. For our final question, let's switch gears. I have to say that contrary to what we hear from most health groups, talking with you today, I get the sense that nicotine is not the enemy.
No, nicotine isn't the enemy. Combustion's the enemy. The industry that promotes cigarettes is the enemy. Not since the invention of the Bonsack cigarette making machine in 1880 has the tobacco industry been so upturned. E-cigarettes are a disruptive technology. So like the Bonsack cigarette making machine spelled the beginning of the end for the chewing tobacco industry, e-cigarettes, I believe, are the beginning of the end for the cigarette industry. It is a game changer.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
We recommended and the committee accepted amendments to provide for regulatory authority on advertising and promotions. So, for example, now if these regulatory measures stick, we can fine-tune how advertising is delivered on TV, on the internet, on the radio, billboards, print advertising, all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, advertising is absolutely permitted. So unlike tobacco, where it's essentially banned except for very few limited opportunities, it's the flip side for vaping products. So advertising is permitted except for some limited in some limited ways. So, for example, lifestyle advertising is not permitted except for in print material sent to a named adult and in adult-only venues like casinos and bars.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Alarm bells are ringing across California as the city of San Francisco just approved a ban on e-liquid flavors, allowing only tobacco flavoring to be sold within the city. According to vaping advocates, the San Francisco flavor ban is part of a coordinated attack targeting e-liquid flavors in multiple California jurisdictions, with more likely on the way. The state of California is waging all-out war against vaping. Home to progressive politics and experimental culture, California can also boast some of the harshest vaping restrictions in the country. In just the past couple of years, the Golden State has classified vaping as a tobacco product, rejecting all evidence pointing to its efficacy as a tool for harm reduction. It has also instituted vaping bans for public spaces and the workplace, and even in one's own vehicle if a minor is present. Perhaps most appalling, California continues to wage a multi-million-dollar misinformation campaign intended to stoke fear and galvanize public support against vaping.
There's no worry that our parents are going to find us vaping on social media. We've gotten really good at hiding it from our parents.
I know I'm underage, but it's just something that I do. I won't let it affect my future.
It's messaging such as this that paved the way in last November's election for California ballot Proposition 56 to pass with 65% public support. Prop 56 instituted the state's first direct tax on e-liquid containing nicotine. As of April 1st, 2017, these products became subject to a 27% tax on the wholesale cost. And on July 1st, the tax soars to a whopping 65%, which could increase a $20 bottle of e-juice to as much as $50 a bottle. One might think California has done all it could to destroy vaping, but that would be wishful thinking as the all-out assault continues. This spring, a coordinated effort by activist legislators at city and county levels saw flavor ban legislation introduced, and in the case of San Francisco, quickly passed unanimously into law. Introduced by Board Supervisor Malia Cohen, the flavor ban is intended to protect African Americans and the LGBT community from getting hooked on tobacco through enticing candy and fruit-flavored products. At the public hearing on June 14th, San Francisco Board Supervisors demonstrated a willful disregard for the evidence that supports vaping as a tool for harm reduction, and they pandered to the notorious anti-tobacco zealot, Dr. Stanton Lance.
We've been getting a lot of email, and personally I think this is a myth, but you're probably the leading tobacco researcher in the world. That's been put forward is that this will disproportionately hurt e-cigarettes, and e-cigarettes are a harm reduction strategy that helps people get off of tobacco. Now, I think, from my perspective, I think it does the opposite thing, but I don't have the data or the expertise to affirmatively say that.
Well, that's an area where there's a lot of research accumulating. We published a paper about 1.5 years ago that showed that smokers who use e-cigarettes are 30% less likely to quit smoking than smokers who don't use e-cigarettes. And so while it's true that some people have successfully quit with e-cigarettes, for most people they actually make it harder to quit. Moreover, while e-cigarettes deliver fewer cancer-causing chemicals than conventional cigarettes do, they deliver as much ultrafine particles and certain other toxins, and those ultrafine particles trigger inflammatory processes that lead to heart attacks, that lead to strokes, that lead to non-cancer lung disease.
Joining us today to discuss California's war on vaping and the impact of San Francisco's flavor ban is Alex Clark and Jennifer Berger Coleman from the consumer advocacy group CASA. The Consumer Advocates for Smoke-Free Alternatives Association is a 501c nonprofit with over 200,000 members drawn from across the country. CASA is dedicated to ensuring people have access to low-risk alternatives to smoking and the accurate information needed to make informed decisions. Thanks to both of you for joining us today on RegWatch. Jennifer, let's start with you as you're on the ground in California. Please describe to our viewers what happened with the bans.
There were six cities and a whole county that introduced flavor bans all at once. What do they call it? Shock and awe. I mean, it was just like boom, boom, boom. One day after the next, it was like this flavor ban's introduced. This flavor ban's introduced. Who's going to go here? What are we going to do? You know, it was a very coordinated effort to introduce them all at once to make sure that we don't have the manpower or the wherewithal to get to all of them at once to coordinate. So,
Alex, it appears the San Francisco Board of Supervisors rammed this flavor ban through, considering it was only up for just 60 days, and then they passed it on first read.
It's not completely out of the ordinary that they would do something like this, but it was a surprise. It was a surprise to a lot of us. Even people who are close to this issue, people who've been working on this issue for years, were caught off guard by this decision. And what this ordinance will do is it prohibits the sale of flavored vapor and tobacco products in the city of San Francisco. I believe there's around 8, 9, maybe 10 vapor shops in the city of San Francisco. Those shops would not be able to sell flavored e-liquid in flavors other than tobacco. The practical effect that we believe will happen is that vapor shops in San Francisco will just have to shut down.
Jennifer, you were at the public hearing on June 14th in San Francisco. Could you give us a read of the room?
I think there were people there who didn't know any better, honestly. I think they got teachers and I think they got kids to come in and hold the signs about, not wanting to smoke and ban flavors, save our children. I think there were people who genuinely don't know any better. And then I think there are people who make sure that they genuinely don't know any better.
Jennifer, what were you thinking while watching the hearing? How did it make you feel?
Oh, it makes me feel infuriated. I mean, obviously they're playing with public health. People are going to die, and it seems like they don't care. All they have to do is merely suggest that a child might get their hands on it, and they're killing all these hundreds of thousands of people based on what might happen with a child, which is really just a matter of simple enforcement. I mean, in California, they raised the tobacco. That's another thing that happened last summer. They raised the age to 21 for vapor products and tobacco products. They're taxing the hell out of it. California has done everything it's going to do. Now they just need to enforce it, you know? So saying that children might get their hands on it and might become addicted to it is ignoring this whole populations of millions of smokers that need help now.
Alex, should vapers be worried about the future of flavors in California?
Absolutely. Alarm bells should be sounding everywhere. This is not going to be isolated to San Francisco. We've seen flavor ban proposals in New Jersey. New York City had one a couple years ago that never saw the light of day, but that doesn't mean it won't come back. And flavors have been a topic of discussion at the federal level as well. So, this is just the kind of first really big flare-up that we've seen.
Jennifer, the last question is for you. Do you think anti-vaping zealots like Dr. Stanton Glantz and organizations like the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids are really just helping to keep people smoking?
Absolutely, they're helping to keep people smoking. I don't know. Maybe this is something that only smokers understand. I don't really know. If there were not such a thing as vaping right now, I would 100% still be smoking. 100%. I would still be smoking right now, regardless of the cost, regardless of making it legal, illegal. It wouldn't matter. Absolutely, without a doubt, if not for vaping, I would still be smoking a pack a day.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
Vapers in California need to be paying attention to their local city councils. This has certainly been, this is the first rash of these ordinance proposals that we've seen. And oddly, San Francisco chose the most extreme version of this. We've seen some reasonable bending in, I believe, Contra Costa County and San Leandro, where they have allowed for vapor shops to continue selling these products. Shops where the traffic is all adults, 21 and over. That is a reasonable amendment to what San Francisco has done. And certainly, San Franciscans have, I think, an opportunity here to get more engaged. This ordinance doesn't take effect until April of 2018. So there is time to work with Board of Supervisor members and urge them to amend this ordinance before it takes effect. And that's, people shouldn't just shy away from this fight. They need to get involved. They need to get in touch with their lawmakers and show them the science, show them the data that we have that's emerging that shows that flavors are important for people to make the transition to a smoke-free product.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Abstinence versus harm reduction. It's the principal argument at the heart of every controversy over substance use. For decades, public health officials and progressive politicians fought tooth and nail against those who preached abstinence as the only solution. Progressives won the battle and advanced the more humane policy of harm reduction, which nobody fought harder for than the people of San Francisco.
Cell by cell, the virus destroys its carrier's immune system. Untreated, the person becomes ill from a series of infections that are progressively serious and rare, and finally fatal. This is AIDS.
In the early 1980s, HIV, the virus that causes AIDS, began infecting disproportionately gay men and injection drug users concentrated in New York and San Francisco.
The fear was everywhere in the city. At San Francisco General, more and more gay men like Bobby Reynolds were confronting the hard fact of being diagnosed with the deadly new disease. It was an opportunistic infection, like others the physicians would see, taking advantage of a weakened immune system.
Often by the time they came into the hospital, they could only say 2 or 3 words in succession without needing to take a breath.
Combined with the stigma and isolation that a lot of patients had to endure, made it not just a terrible death physically, but a terrible death in every other way as well.
There were 3 men who were dying with pneumocystis carotis pneumonia, and they were not gay men. They were injecting drug users. And the shooting gallery is a place where people would come in and rent a needle and syringe, finish using the drugs, return the needle and syringe, and it would be rented to the next person and the next person. And you could not construct a social system that was better designed to transmit a bloodborne disease.
AIDS presented a mortal threat, and for cities like San Francisco, abstinence was neither a practical nor socially acceptable solution. Pressuring people to stop having sex or eradicating injection drug use were simply unrealistic strategies that would ultimately hurt, not help, in the war against AIDS. Harm reduction proved to be the best hope. At the core of the harm reduction strategy is the belief that when fighting a public health crisis, a premium should be placed on minimizing harmful effects rather than simply ignoring or condemning them. But at the time, this approach met with great resistance. Progressives from San Francisco and around the country fought in the courts, Congress, and with public opinion to secure harm reduction as a tool to fight AIDS. They won the right to widely distribute condoms, safe sex education, and to protect the identities of those testing for HIV. For injection drug users, the fight was over free needle exchange, a battle that was won in San Francisco, yet still rages in many cities across America today. Joining us today to talk more about San Francisco's storied history with harm reduction and how that legacy may now be in jeopardy is Damon Jacobs, practicing psychotherapist and associate fellow at the R Street Institute, where he specializes in tobacco harm reduction and harm reduction approaches to sexual behavior. Jacobs was also a strong voice in support of vaping at the June 14th public hearing in San Francisco, where the Board of Supervisors, led by Malia Cohen, heard testimony on the proposed ordinance to ban flavors in e-juice.
When I moved here in 1990, that was really the time when HIV and AIDS was hitting my community the hardest. And the Board of Supervisors responded to the epidemic in many ways, one of which was helping with needle exchange, providing safe syringes for people who were using IV drugs to reduce new HIV infections. It wasn't saying that drug use was good or cool or healthy. It was saying if somebody is already using drugs and they can't quit and they want to reduce the harm, that needle exchange was a tool for doing that. So now today I'm standing here opposed to the ordinance you are proposing, and the reason is because e-cigarettes is included in there as a tobacco product. E-cigarettes are not tobacco products, and if we're talking about policy based on science, I ask you to look at the science. I don't want any adult or child to ever start using nicotine, but if they are going to use nicotine, and if an adult has tried and used many attempts to quit and been unable to, I believe they deserve opportunities to use tools for harm reduction, just like we have done in San Francisco with needle exchange, with PrEP, with so many other ways that San Francisco has stood as the leader of harm reduction.
Damon, thanks again for joining us on RegWatch. You made quite the speech there at the Board of Supervisors. What's your reaction to the fact that they ended up passing the ban on e-juice flavors?
Yeah, not cool. Brandon, it's disappointing. It's heartbreaking, again, to see the city that I love turn its back on harm reduction and to disregard these empirically based tools.
So Damon, you obviously see vaping then as a tool for harm reduction.
I see it that way, but I don't think they see it that way. I think for them, banning the sale of flavored tobacco products and including vaping products in that definition, for them, I think they are considering that as doing something. And unfortunately to me, they're not following medicine, they're following morality. They're following dogma, not data. And that's the part that is disappointing for me, is that the usually scientifically based rational policies that the board has implemented are not being implemented now.
Damon, the board's decision to ban flavored e-juice smacks of hypocrisy, considering how strongly progressive politicians in San Francisco have supported harm reduction in the past.
So something is amiss there, and the best explanation I can ever try to get about where this discrepancy is happening has to do with the perception of fighting back against tobacco companies. And that when these legislators, who again have promoted harm reduction in the past but are against it in this case, it seems to be something that they think they're doing or they're posturing about doing, that we have to fight big tobacco. But of course, as you and I have discussed, they're not really fighting against big tobacco because they're not trying to eliminate the sale of actual tobacco cigarettes. That's where I would really love to have a conversation with Malia and the board, who are voting in ways that I think really are contradictory to their history.
Damon, when Supervisor Malia Cohen introduced the flavor ban, it was touted as a way to protect people in the LGBT community from getting hooked on flavored tobacco.
So I sent you 2 leaks from the CDC website. One that said that HIV-related deaths in the U.S. are now down to 12,333 every year. Now that's still way too high, but that's much, much lower than it used to be. At the height of the epidemic, it was about 50,000 a year. Okay, then at the same time, the CDC reports that LGBT-related smoking deaths are at 30,000, more than double that of HIV. So why do we have this discrepancy in the LGBT community where we have done so much good work to manage and reduce the impact of HIV and AIDS and reduce new infections so significantly? And that's great, but we're totally ignoring or disregarding these incredibly high numbers of GLBT people that are dying from smoking every year. We're not talking about it. We're not having parades, petitions, or protests about it.
Damon, you make an impassioned point, but opponents to vaping appeal to passion too. Specifically, they argue bans are needed to protect the children.
Well, there's already laws and regulations that protect the youth from smoking in the first place in California. And if you can't enforce those laws, that has nothing to do with vaping. I'm talking about protecting adults who have already started and want to quit. But it's that same argument that was used against condoms 30 years ago. You have to protect the kids. You have to protect the kids. Well, what about the lives of the adults? Where do those come into play? And why do Americans think that it's either or? Protecting kids and protecting adults is not an either or dichotomy. It's both and. You can do both at the same time.
Final question, Damon. It's been said politics is everything in San Francisco, and considering how far the city and the state leans left, do you feel betrayed by this decision?
You ask me like if I personally feel betrayed? I feel very disappointed in what people who claim to be left or to be Democrats or to claim to be compassionate, I feel very, very disappointed with how this has played out. Something is amiss, and it's troubling and it's sad. And as someone, again, who loves San Francisco and is on, usually on the left, it's really disturbing to see these contradictions.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brett Stafford.
Canada's Vape Expo is essentially a trade show, consumer and business driven. We have separate days for each, and then we blow them all together on Saturday, Sunday kind of thing. We try to keep it a nice mix of actual business and advocacy as much as we can. We feel that we're setting the bar. We've been encouraged by, Phil, Dimitri, other people that attend shows that we are the bar for keeping out targeting children, copyright infringement, intellectual property infringement. We feel that at this time we're under such scrutiny from, government and like David was saying earlier, the public itself, that we really don't want to be caught in a bad light.
I'm just curious, do you think vapers, the general vapor in Canada, knows enough about what the regulations?
I don't think a lot of them are aware enough about what's going on. They know that the regulations are being applied. Not enough people are reading up on it and actually being familiarized on what's being taken away in a lot of these regulations that are going to be applied. And the way that they're stomping on vaping and the way people aren't actually familiar with it, they need to wake up. They need to read a little more into it and get familiar with what's going on.
Who or what is or are the enemy of vaping?
the people that are uneducated about it, in my opinion. If they were more educated about it and more aware of it, more open, then they'd be more willing to actually just say, hey, it's not that bad and leave it alone, or join the fight and say, hey, leave it to the vapors to make that ultimate decision on what's an actual harm reduction product.
So how hopeful are you that vaping is going to be secured in Canada?
Oh, it's not going anywhere.
How much do you understand about the regulations that have been proposed in Canada?
I understand quite a bit. I feel there's a lot changing all the time, so it's hard to keep up to date with everything. But we are a member of the CVA, so we do want to take our part and support, our industry, of course, right?
How important is that for the industry?
Very important, right? Because we can't determine the longevity of this industry, right, without the regulations or what the government's doing, because, for all we know, they can shut it down and then we're all out jobs.
From what you understand of Bill S5, are you hopeful?
I'm hoping it's fair. I mean, I would obviously want it to be fair. I don't want anything taxed too much where people are turned away and they're turned back to smoking. I truly believe this is helping people, quit the habit. So many people have quit. Like my partner, we got into it from me helping him quit smoking, and he turned to this and it worked for him. So my biggest thing is getting people off cigarettes.
Worldwide, it's about a $6 billion industry right now, and so if the projected growth is expected to be the same, next year it's going to be 12, and the year after that 24, and so, and it is expected to overtake the tobacco market by 2025.
Is vaping now too big to fail?
It's not too big to fail. They could still mess with it. However, too many people know about it, and too many people have quit. And as anybody knows, the vapors are very loud and obnoxious about how much of a godsend this is. And if anybody has quit after 40 years of not smoking, they're going to be a very vocal advocate towards it. And too many people have quit already in Canada, and so you cannot be squashed. You cannot demonize vaping the way you could maybe 3-4 years ago. You cannot cast doubt with bogus studies anymore. 90% of our new customers are not from advertising, they're from referrals. So people who've quit, they're now bring their cousins, their roommates. They're saying, thank you so much for helping me quit. Here's my cousin, help him out as well. And so, that's the case with every one of the vendors here.
Are you familiar with the fact that the federal government has the new Bill S5 out there that is would go into effect, and there's some issues around flavors?
I have heard about that, yeah.
What have you heard?
Just same as what the Americans have been trying to do to try to get rid of flavors.
So how would that impact you?
It would probably make most juices taste horrible and wouldn't touch them.
So would that mean you'd be back to smoking?
I'd like to say no, but chances are probably yes.
So overall, how does it make you feel having government stepping in here?
I'm not happy.
Are companies in Canada in the vaping industry, are they doing enough?
I hope so. I would like to say yes. I feel like we're coming together and we're trying to make it work, trying to bring awareness and, make it known that we are trying to make this, we want to make it fair for everyone. We want the government to allow us to be doing this.
So you were talking about our coverage.
Yeah, I myself, I work in a vape shop in a small town in Ontario in the Tobacco Belt. A lot of our customers come in and mention your name. Have you seen this? Have you seen that? Of course, I have, working at the shop, but I just want to take the time, thank you. Not just from me, but from my customers and the vape community as a whole.
Well, it's good to know that people are watching.
Yes. Oh, by all means. And if they're not watching, heck, I share your stuff and make them watch.
In Canada here with Bill S5,
yes.
What are your thoughts about that?
My thoughts are, in all honesty, yes, we do need regulations. It can't be a Wild West scenario, but in my opinion, a lot of the regulations that have been proposed are a little too harsh. I get it, flavors entice kids, whatever. But at the same time, what about the argument of, birthday cake vodka? Stuff like that, how can they have flavors that can entice the children into the liquor store, but we have to have tobacco because it's vaping, it's big tobacco's scared, you know what I mean? Like I think it's to a point now where yes, we need regulations, but leave the flavors alone. Leave the bottle sizes alone, leave the tanks alone, leave, I get it, don't advertise the flavors, but regulate the business, the industry. Don't stop the vapors from vaping.
You own a store?
No, I work at one.
Okay, so you work at one, so you're dealing with vapors every day?
Yes.
How in tune are they to the issues?
In all honesty, it's about a 50-50. Half are like, what is going on with this? And the other half are like, what can we do to stop it? And it always comes down to the same answer, make noise, be heard. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. And if we sit back and let whatever's going to happen, no changes are going to happen in our favor. And the more we get up and the more we fight together, the better off we're going to be, right?
Do you think Canada and Canadian vapors are better off with S5 than without?
As it stands, no, but I do believe we are better off with regulations than to leave it alone. As proposed, I don't agree with it as proposed, but I do agree with a regulation of some sort.
So, are you hopeful at least for the country?
Yes. In my opinion, every vapor is a success story. And like I said, thank you for your fight and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you
without
very much.
guys like you, the vaping industry could be lost.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Where are you from?
Grand Prairie, Alberta.
You're a vapor?
Yes.
How is that in Grand Prairie?
Oh my God, it's incredible. It's every day we're seeing new people come into the store and we get so many thank yous, you saved my life kind of thing. It's just overwhelming. We have a father-in-law, he is 84 years old, living with us. He couldn't take care of himself anymore because, he's getting old.
He was a smoker?
He smoked for 60 years, chain smoked. Finally, he had to move down with us in the house. We won't allow smoking in the house, and he was too old or too feeble to go outside, so we got him vaping. 2 years. He was vaping good. He never complained. He was in his bed vaping, enjoying himself,
Late in his years.
Yes, absolutely. When you get to that age, you want to live the rest of your years as peaceful and as graceful as you can, but it got to the point where we couldn't take care of him anymore, so we had to send him to the old folks home. Great, but they took his vaporizer away. He doesn't want to be there. He's very upset. So now he's outside smoking. Just standing on the curb outside the hospital. It's unbelievable. It's really sad.
And so, did you talk to them?
I have. The only answer I get from the hospital is no.
We're talking about Canadians, 70, 80, 90 years old.
Yeah.
They've given their life to the country in so many ways.
Absolutely.
And they did everything right in so many ways.
Yeah.
And certainly starting smoking back then was not something that even you could blame them for.
No.
There's something really twisted, is there not?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Because he had actually quit smoking.
He quit smoking for 2 years.
And the hospital doesn't care.
No. And it's so sad. I don't understand. I mean, he wants out. He is making a big commotion now. If you just let him vape in his bed, in his private room, in his bed, or have a little vaping little thing inside so they don't have to go outside in the rain and, stuff like that. It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't.
It's a little disgusting if you ask me.
Oh, absolutely. I am disgusted, but at the same time, I'm staying positive. We have to stay positive and keep going.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. A golden opportunity. That's how regulatory lawyer Rajiv Sharma describes the landscape facing the vaping industry as a result of Bill S5, Canada's draft federal vaping regulations. RegWatch spoke with Sharma back in January, just before our exclusive interview with Susie McDonald, Director General at Health Canada. In our two-part special called Adverse Impacts, we took a deep dive into some of the more troubling aspects of Bill S5, primarily those around advertising and marketing, and the contentious provision which prohibits communicating the relative risk of vaping versus smoking. We reached out to Sharma because on behalf of his clients, he has extensive experience working with Health Canada, the Ontario Ministry of Health, and other provincial governments on a variety of healthcare files. Since then, Sharma has provided the vaping industry regular counsel on the evolving law and emerging regulatory environment. RegWatch caught up with Sharma at Canada's Vape Expo in Toronto.
It's early days still. It's still winding its way through the House of Commons, and there'll be committee work, and really, the regulations, that'll be the true test of where the detail comes, and that's still to come. So I think there's a lot of work to do for the industry right now. There's a golden opportunity, I think, in the next year or so, is to get to Ottawa, influence the decision makers, give them the rationale for why things need to change in S5. For example, the restrictions on health claims and advertising. I think that's still an issue.
And that was a big issue when we talked in January.
Correct.
And it still is?
And it still is. At the end of the day, it's early, but I think, the industry has to do some really, really hard work, roll up their sleeves, because there's still opportunities to make changes, especially in the regulations, because that'll be where the detail is. It's a new industry, right? I mean, it's a relatively nascent industry. I think there is some naivety in the industry in terms of how to deal with a regulated industry. It's politics in Health Canada, and a regulator like Health Canada is art and science. And while passion is great, I think there needs to be a little bit more than passion. And I think the passion in the end will definitely win out. And I don't think we should lose that they should lose that as an industry. But I think we need to roll up our sleeves as professionals and show Health Canada, the regulators, that this is safe, it's effective, and that we as an industry, they as an industry, are ready to be regulated.
Our sense at RegWatch, when we had a chance to sit down actually with Susie McDonald, as you know, just almost right after we talked, they also do recognize that it's safer than smoking to a large degree. What that degree is, they won't put a number on it, but it's obviously substantially safer, or Health Canada wouldn't be moving at all to allow this if they didn't believe it was safe.
Correct.
Right, so with all of that in place, boy, they already know that. So what really does the industry need to do? Do they need to, put on the big boy pants and start to play hardball politics? Is that it? Or do they need to lose the passion and have more attention to the nuances of it? What exactly is it?
Well, I mean, I think there has to be a little bit of, standing up for the science. I mean, if we have science, if the industry has science, and there is some science to support the harm reduction of vaping over smoking, we need to definitely grow that science and fund more science, because Health Canada, I think, is hedging their bets. I think they know, and anecdotally, more than anecdotally, with real evidence, that it is a better strategy than smoking. But the political side of it, of course, is not so easy. So there's a push and a pull between Health Canada and the politicians to make sure that we don't overly anxiously embrace vaping, because the public isn't there yet. So I think it's complicated.
We got the sense from Susie McDonald that she's got a boss, and those bosses are the politicians.
Correct, and that's how our system works. So I think it's a multi-pronged strategy that the industry has to engage in. How tough one has to be is a delicate art. It's a balance, and the government relations folks, the lawyers, and all have to have a strategy to make sure that the Health Canada understands, the politicians understand, and frankly, grassroots movement amongst Canadians to show them that there is benefits to vaping over smoking.
Sounds like to me that maybe a national public relations campaign might be in order.
Absolutely. I think that's the only way that politicians are going to look to Health Canada and say, okay, you know what, we are okay with loosening the regulations for example, making health claims about vaping over smoking. The industry has good government relations and public relations folks working on this. It's a tough job. You're going to every province, you're going to Health Canada, you're meeting with MPs. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but absolutely they need a ground war. And that ground war takes time, and they have to convince, and you know, they have to win hearts and minds of MPs, MPPs all over the country before this is gonna go their way.
Do you think Health Canada, on the senators, because obviously you just went through the whole Senate process, were they listening? Have they heard?
I think so. I mean, I think the public statements that Health Canada has made in terms of the harm reduction strategy, and not essentially taking the Quebec government approach or the WHO approach saying no, means it's working. Means the advocacy campaign, means the science and the industry and all of its advocates, it's working. And then the question is, how far will it go, and will the regulations be permissive of the things that the industry needs to do, which is to get its message out.
A lot of vapors out there, and industry, when I'm seeing that, store owners and stuff like that, are unfamiliar with the regulation making part of the process. They're unfamiliar on the legislation part, but now they're a little more familiar, and it's a bit uneasy for them because they don't understand that the legislation isn't necessarily what's operational.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. And in the end, the regulations don't have to go through the same long-winded process as the actual legislation does. And the regulations are made by expert committees in the back rooms, where that's where all the detail is, and that's what the day-to-day activity of the vaping industry will be regulated by the regulations, not the actual legislation. Right. The legislation is generally just an umbrella. It's the law, and the details are all in the regulations.
Is there an effort going on right now where the industry is preparing for that next phase, so where when it comes time, here's an example, much like when I talked to you when we first reached out to you, we want to find a lateral industry, nutraceuticals, pharmaceuticals, something like that, where you guys are pretty adept at driving the bus. Are we at that point where the industry is trying to drive the bus with the regulations? We're going, here's some suggested language for what standards should be, here's some suggested language for retail guidelines, that kind of thing?
My understanding is yes. I think efforts are being made at all kinds of levels through lawyers and government relations consultants to make sure that the politicians have suggested language or suggested approaches. And I think it's upon the industry. I think the industry has to take this time in the next year or so and realize that this is it. This is a fundamental moment. This is an important moment for the industry, and what comes out of it at the end will be the result of the work in the next year. Well, I think the industry has to get organized. I think they have to have codes of conduct. They have to have self-policing, self-regulation. They have to build governance structures within the industry, and that can only be done when the industry gets together and says we should self-police before the regulator tells us what we can and cannot do. Because in many respects, industries that are mature, like pharmaceutical industry, largely self-police their compliance with these things.
We've always heard from the industry, and rightly so, that they are very proud of the self-policing that they had already done. The message I'm hearing from this is that was just the start.
That's just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Yeah, there's a lot of hard work to be done.
So it's about earning trust with government.
That's right. That's right.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Who is Nick Grimm Green? Well, if you don't know, you've probably been living under a rock for the past 6 or 7 years. Grimm is one of the most popular YouTubers, creating videos on vaping products, news, and advocacy. He's amassed over 300,000 subscribers and 50 million video views. Grimm is joining us today in an interview we shot just before Dr. Scott Gottlieb, the new FDA commissioner, announced a 4-year delay in the pre-market tobacco application process, which, if implemented, would certainly have killed the vaping industry in the US. And now, that outcome is far from certain. It's great news for vapers, and of course RegWatch will have detailed coverage in upcoming episodes. And now, the fabulous Mr. Grimm Green. Nick, thanks for joining us here on RegWatch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. Of course.
You bet. First off, what kind of videos do you produce about vaping and why?
I used to just do review. I review products. When I first started vaping back in 2009, I was just amazed at how well it worked for me. And so I thought I would like to get on the internet and tell people about this and about how great it is and how well it worked for me. And, you know, back in 2009, there was no vapors on YouTube. YouTube wasn't a career thing like it is now. It was just a place to get information and share funny cat videos or whatever. And I thought, wow, that could be a really good platform to just get up there and start talking about vaping and what worked for me and new products. And I figured if I could help some people get to where I was, then that would be a really good thing. And I picked it up heavily as a hobby, you know.
So that the motivation then was pretty much solely at the time to help smokers try to quit?
Yeah, absolutely. Help smokers try to quit. You know, I still really focus on helping smokers quit. And what I focus on a lot more now is I feel like every vapor deserves to have a really good vaping experience. You know what I mean? A lot of people get into it and they'll have like a burnt flavor or a weird tank or maybe a battery that doesn't quite charge, and a lot of that's troubleshooting. And so I like to think of myself as like a YouTube troubleshooter, I guess.
All right. Well, hey, everybody, it's Grim Green from grimgreen.com. Thank you so much for joining me again here on Wildcard Wednesday. What are we going to be talking about this Wednesday? This little guy right here. So this is the Jabo Wismac Suck My Mod drip tank called the Theorem drip tank. It's a strange little thing. I am incredibly passionate about vaping. It's the one thing that's kept me from smoking cigarettes for the last 7 years. I do believe it's an incredibly powerful tool for helping people stay away from traditional tobacco cigarettes.
From the very beginning, even back in 2009, it was an uphill battle. There weren't very many vapors at all, but there was still a lot of legislation going on. Back in 2010, actually, California tried to completely ban vaping. And at the time, Governor Schwarzenegger, he vetoed it and said that if adults want to use these, then adults should be able to use these. And I knew from that moment that it was going to be an uphill battle, probably just continuing on for as long as vaping exists in the world. And so I feel like it's someone like me who's on YouTube, who has a following. I feel like it's a strong responsibility to communicate that and to inform and educate people on the subject of vaping and what's going on on a federal and on a state level as well.
And I think that's a bit unusual, Nick, because there are a lot of YouTubers that are in the vaping space tend to shy completely away from advocacy.
Yeah, it's everybody can do whatever they want to do. That's basically where I'm at. I think I feel really strongly about advocacy because I've been vaping for a little over 8 years now, and I'm making YouTube videos for just as long. And so from the very beginning, like I said, it was an uphill battle, and this isn't something that we can just easily give up on. And I think a lot of the new vapors that haven't been around to see all these horrible things and horrible legislation that is getting introduced and passed in certain states maybe don't feel as compelled to get involved or to do something. There's people way above my pay grade that are full-time advocates that travel to Washington, that travel to these, state Senate committee meetings and health committee meetings, and they do it full-time. I do this much compared to what they do is this much. But I feel like if everybody did this much, we might be in a lot better place than we are right now.
This is a leading question. However,
Sure.
Do you feel that the regular vapor out there is doing enough?
You know, I meet a lot of really passionate, dedicated vapors. The vapors that I talk to via social media or emails or anything like that, they are always looking for guidance. Just the other day, I got an email from a fella in the Midwest who said, "Hey, Grim, I don't have a lot of vapors here. I joined CASA. I write letters. I email congressmen. You know, what else can I be doing?" There's people who are really passionate about it, and I think that's unbelievable. And there's a lot of vapors who they pass through the community and they get a vape that they like, and then they don't really partake in the community aspect of it. They don't watch YouTube videos. They don't go on Reddit and look at the e-cig subreddit or anything like that. And for them, vaping is just another issue, along with, things like healthcare and other political things. It's just another issue that they're not necessarily really fired up about, like a lot of the other vapors that I talk to that have been around for a long time.
When you look at what's going on in the U.S., it's hard not to see the politics behind it. It seems clearly that it's a left-right issue, and it's unusual that the left seems to be the problem and the right seems to be very supportive. How do you explain that? And if that is the case, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's very confusing. It is definitely a political issue. I very much believe that. I think the San Francisco flavor ban is a really good example of that. This legislation gets introduced as a political thing and not realizing how it will really affect people. And harm reduction isn't a foreign concept to a lot of these politicians. I mean, there's needle exchanges in place for addicts, so harm reduction isn't a foreign concept. But they are very anti-vaping, anti-tobacco, especially in California. And it's very political. I mean, Cohen, the girl that introduced the flavor ban, she's been on the news. She's been on 1,000 different websites. Vapers are talking about her. Advocacy groups are talking about her. I feel like that translates into good political, clout, as it were.
Well, yes, it seems to be the case. It's a rallying cry across the Democratic Party, state and federal.
Yeah, it really is. And it's so bizarre because sometimes I'll watch Fox News, which is, generally a very conservative news network. And there's a lot of people in Fox News that are very, very pro-vaping, very anti-regulation, personal freedom, pro-vaping, which is, I don't know, unexpected, I guess, when we have Democrats or liberals who are in favor of things like tobacco or, harm reduction. And it's just very conflicting. I think they agree on a lot of things, but they don't want to agree because they're part of conflicting political ideologies.
My opinion on that is that vaping has kind of brought out a bizarro Jerry world.
Yeah, it has definitely brought out a bizarro Jerry world, a very bizarro Jerry world.
One last big important brouhaha question, and that is...
Brouhaha.
Who is the enemy?
Oh, man. I wouldn't even... That's a really difficult question to answer. Can I think about it? Who do you think is the enemy?
Oh, the left. The left.
You think it's the left? You're firmly in the left?
Yeah, it's the left.
I tend to go that way as well. I think the left is the enemy. I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I don't think it's just the left, but I think it's what the left has been doing for so long that they don't know any differently as far as regulations, taxes. That's just what they do. And so when vaping comes along, of course they're going to use the same method that they've been using for the last however 100 years. They're going to apply their leftist, democratic, ideal to vaping, and it just that doesn't work. That's just not going to work. Overregulation isn't going to work. And you can talk to a lot of people who will say, I think big tobacco is the enemy, and I don't necessarily think that big tobacco is the enemy. And there's a lot of people who say, I think big pharma is the enemy. Big pharmaceuticals in the United States, huge enemy. I don't really think that they're the biggest enemy. I genuinely think that regulation is the enemy. And unfortunately, the regulation came from Obama-era administration, heavy regulation from the Democrats. There's no way to tiptoe around that. They want a nationwide flavor ban. They want heavy regulations. They don't want vapors to be vapors. They don't want vaping to be a thing. And, I've said this 1,000 times, and it's hard to talk politics on my YouTube because I tend to not generally get so serious about politics. But if Hillary Clinton had been elected, vaping would be gone by the end of the year. I wholeheartedly believe that.
It seems to me that if you are not able to face the enemy, to really identify who your enemy is, or if you do and you realize that it's you staring yourself back in the mirror.
Yeah, right.
How do you effectively fight that then?
Yeah, it's tough. That's one of the uphill battles of vaping, is really being pro vaping in spite of other things that, other political leanings or stances you might have. It's disruptive. It's a disruptive industry. It's not just disruptive to tobacco, it's disruptive to politics as well. And I think we see that firsthand.
So, Grim, let me ask you, what's up next for you?
Oh, I've got all sorts of big plans. Right now, I'm really focusing on my YouTube. I opened up a Patreon account where my supporters can, give me money directly for my content. And so I'm doing everything I can to really nurture that relationship and do special things for my Patreons. I love my YouTube. It's constantly growing. Me and my buddy Dwayne, Homeboy OC, we do hardware. We have the Recoil RDA. I do liquid lines. One of the things I'm planning, hopefully for later this year, I don't want to give too much away, but I'm planning a tour. Like, if I was a band, I would be going on tour. And what I'm going to do is visit vape shops. And I'm going to organize a big tour. And it's going to be a fun, big tour party with an RV and vape shops and just really bringing the community together. There's a lot of vape events that happen throughout the United States, and I try to go to as many of them as I can. And there's just some places I've never been where I've never got to meet the people that watch my videos. I've never been to places like Idaho. I've never met any of my subscribers in Idaho, so I want to go to Idaho and meet the people that are supporting me and watching my videos. And so that's something, I don't want to say too much, but that's something we planned later. It's always, you're always moving forward. You have to hustle, you have to move forward, you have to build your empire, and that's what I'm trying to do. I have really insanely close friends that still call me Grim, so either way, I think only at this point my mom calls me Nick. It's such a random story. Grim Green is one of those names that I chose on the internet ages ago, and it just kind of stuck around. When you sign up for a new website, it's like, what do you want your username to be? Oh, I'll use Grim Green since I've been using it, since I was 22 years old. Just Grim Green everywhere. I'm a huge Disney fan. I love Disney. I love going to Disneyland. I live in Southern California because of its proximity to Disneyland. And one of the first forums that I joined on the internet was a Disneyland forum. And I was trying to think of a username, and one of my favorite attractions at Disneyland is the Haunted Mansion. And the song that they play, and this is so obscure, the song that they play in the Haunted Mansion is called Grim Grinning Ghosts. And so I thought, oh, that's really cool. I'm gonna do Grim, and my last name is actually Green, so I just chose Grim Green. And because I was young and didn't know what I was doing, and a nerd, that's how that happened. And I also spelled Grim wrong. Grim does not have two M's like it is in my name. That is probably a 10-year-long spelling error that has haunted me, quite honestly. one of the things I see a lot, especially from the Democratic side, is the knee-jerk reaction to just ban it or heavily regulate it. It's like, oh, well, here's a new thing and it's helping smokers quit. And we go, oh, wait, let's regulate that and then we'll investigate it later on. We'll do the science later, but right now we kind of need to reel it in real fast before it gets too out of control, and then we'll do the science later on, and that may never happen. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do.
I hate seeing that, and it's something that happens a lot. It's this head in the sand politics sort of thing where the information's out there, but no, we got our head in the sand because we're regulating this first and then investigating whether or not it's safe later on.
Well, are you even certain that they are going to bother with that investigation later on?
I mean, no, I have no idea. I would hope so, but I don't know. And, my buddy Kevin Skipper always tells me it's easier to get ahead of things than it is to fight things afterwards. So, if we could have stopped the certain ban or tax from happening before it happened, that's the easy part. Once it's enacted, getting it changed and fighting back against it, that is the really, really very difficult part. And so, unfortunately, that's the way that the politics have been going. The knee-jerk reaction is to ban it, limit it, or tax it out of existence before doing any homework, before doing any education. We teach people how to drive cars. We don't just ban cars because people get in accidents. We teach people how to responsibly drive a car, how to responsibly use a firearm, how to do these things in life. But for some reason with vaping, they go, oh, the batteries could be dangerous, ban them. Don't teach people how to be safe with batteries, just ban them.
Yes.
It drives me nuts.
It's worthy of driving somebody nuts for sure. In a way, it's almost as if there's a lot of truth to the concept that this industry came from out of the nowhere. It was a consumer-led solution to a problem. Mm-hmm. And I think all of that, is great. I just think mostly for the regulators, the people who love to regulate, they feel that this came from out of nowhere and got out from under them. And they're doing everything they can because, you know what? An industry should not be allowed to just spontaneously pop up and grow. I mean, this is what built the United States of America. Can you believe that 250 years later, the very thing that defined what, made American business, that ability from innovation out of nowhere to just catch on fire, small businesses getting involved and growing across the country. And that success that happened there is exactly when it reached that moment where it really was a success, is when the regulators went, no, we got to get rid of this. We got to get control of it.
Yep. And I mean, the vapor industry moves really fast. We've had a lot of really great innovation as far as, battery safety and temperature control and all of these things. And all of this is essentially self-regulated. We started selling plastic battery cases because we know the inherent risks of batteries and we educate people on how to use batteries. And now we have little plastic cases for our batteries. That was done completely without any federal, state, or local interference. We've done a lot of self-regulation. I mean, even in producing liquids in, food-grade ISO certified labs, we don't have to do that. We did that ourselves without any interference at all.
Hi, I'm Brett Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. A white knight in shining armor. That's what the vaping industry needed after one of the nation's largest financial institutions, TD Bank, and its Merchant Solutions division executed a calculated attack on the Canadian vaping industry. As RegWatch explained in January, TD Bank canceled the online credit card processing services for over 150 vaping retailers, and the surprise announcement left many hung out to dry. The shocking announcement came in a letter posted December 19th, just days before Christmas. TD executives informed merchants that vaping retailers in Canada are now to be considered the equivalent of tobacco merchants. TD gave retailers until January 13th to find another payment processor, leaving most only 2 weeks' notice to save their online business. Well, Jack, you were one of those retailers that received a termination of services letter. As one of the pioneers in the vaping industry, how would you characterize TD's behavior on this matter?
Cruel. I mean, they gave absolute, to give 2 or 3 weeks notice for people to find a new, you don't even have any ability to negotiate terms with another merchant. You got to take what you can get, because otherwise you're not going to be able to service customers and they're going to go elsewhere. So we're being forced at a pretty critical, this is a very busy time for our industry, for many industries, but for our industry, it's very busy. And to be thrown this kind of a curveball, it seems like hurtful. It seems like it's intended to hurt the industry.
But Beatrice, TD didn't apply this decision to all vaping merchants in Canada, did they?
What TD had chosen to do was to get rid of about 99% of the vaping industry for online transactions. And instead, they decided to keep about 10 or 12 of their largest clients. So, it's pick and choosing who they want to keep and who they don't want to keep. And so it's affecting, 99% of the industry, basically.
TD Bank's decision to cancel online credit card processing for the vaping industry is rather perplexing, given at the time executives would surely have known about the federal government's plan to legalize vaping under Senate Bill S5. The loss of payment processing would have wiped out online vaping retail in Canada. But one person swooped in to save the day. That person is Carl Zank, and RegWatch caught up with him last month at Canada's Vape Expo in Toronto.
I worked in the industry for 15 years. I worked directly for the large processors in Canada. And as you may be aware, certain processors like certain industries, and certain industries are not accepted by the big processors. So what I went out and did after 15 years and being tired of turning away business, I created a brokerage that essentially allows me to go and form large partnerships, which I did with the CVA. And I guaranteed, obviously, good credit card locked rates to anyone that's involved with the CVA. And then the online part of it is where, a lot of the large processors they don't want that business. They turned it away. So TD turned around about 150 accounts away.
We covered this, it was our first story for the new year in 2017, and it was very specific. In fact, it was a bit nasty. It was December 18th is when the letter, I believe, was dated.
Correct. Just before Christmas, that's right.
That's heartless.
It was heartless. There was some backlash, and I think they gave a little bit of an extension. Generally, the large processors will give a few months notice. That was rather quick. It was rather unprofessional. So we weren't, I was in the right place at the right time, and I had a partnership with Mirko and Cygate, who actually came to the rescue, approved all the accounts in a timely manner, and since that time, we've boarded 150 online domains. So what you see around here today, most of these people have a website. They want their customers to have the flexibility of going into their store, but also to buying online, and so we took care of them.
So you guys are the company basically that swooped in and saved the day.
Absolutely. I appreciate you saying that, but we absolutely did. And we did it from a brokerage perspective, because I can't represent one company, because they might say, well, we like your store model and retail and card present face-to-face transactions, but we don't like your online. So being in the position that I am, I have rather very, very professional relationships with the processors, but at all levels. So high risk, we call it. No risk, which would be retail. And I support the industry Canada-wide and obviously in the U.S. as well.
So let me ask you this, obviously being from the industry and close to this entire issue, how is it that something so essential as merchant services and banking, credit card processing, you can't be in business without that, obviously.
You cannot.
No, and so we're at a time here in December when Bill S5 has already been introduced. The federal government has already said they're going to make vaping legal.
They are. We're
and so why did TD make this decision? It just seems asinine, to use a very pejorative word.
Yeah, I dug into it a little bit. I don't know. I think that, and it's weird because I'm not sure if you know this, but they picked and choose. So they actually kept, I think, 10 or 15 of their larger clients. So they didn't really, they gave a rule, they made a rule up and they made a decision. They picked and choose, and they let 150 people or companies hung out to dry. And then obviously they looked at their banking relationships on the other side, and what they make on the retail side of things, and they said, oh, well, we'll keep you guys.
So it couldn't be a total moral stand, whether that's good or bad. Their
Correct.
stand, it was on both sides.
It was, they were talking on both sides of their mouth. We have no idea why they did it. They came up with something, but they did not. Usually what they do is they say, okay, we don't touch this industry, and here's our reason why. Here's your 6 months notice. Go find another processor and professionally do that, and we'll help you. And that's our rule, and going forward, we don't accept that industry. But they picked and chose, and it wasn't the most professional thing I've seen, that's for sure.
Do you think vaping has been stigmatized?
No. I mean...
well, at least to TD.
Yeah, well, TD, yeah, I tell you. I guess my answer would be yes on that one.
How purposeful would something like this be? And let me qualify that with, I'm assuming that the knowledge that the processors have that they can pick and choose winners in business.
Right. So, I mean, I have the knowledge to do what I did. And I couldn't just step into it tomorrow if I didn't come from the industry. So I learned a lot. And to my earlier point, I just have the experience. And when working for one provider, there was a lot of business that I couldn't do, and it was tough. So again, going back to the brokerage model is really what puts me in a really good spot.
When I look at what you guys did here with the industry, seems very properly capitalist and free market. They've opened up a spot, and you guys stepped right in and are proving that it's a good business.
Yes, and I have some thanks to the CVA and to ECTA, because there was some panic, and to my partners. So there were many conversations, but everyone just came to the plate and they provided the proper information, and we got back to them. And it's usually what takes 2 weeks to 3 weeks to approve. These guys were approving deals within a couple days, and so people really weren't down too long. But yeah, it was very well done. Everyone came together. The CVA again is my main partner, and professionally reached out to all of their members, and collectively we were successful.
Moving forward in Canada, are you expecting at some point to face some competition when big banks get back into this?
Well, that's the thing. I think I'm seeing a lot of loyalty. I'm seeing a lot of professionalism. I'm seeing a lot of dedication and loyalty. And I think with the damage that was done with TD and some of the other providers, I think there's going to be some great loyalty going forward. And you know what? For those out there, these are competitive rates. These are not just, hey, we know you're high risk and we're going to charge you, huge percentages. No, we were fair, and the CVA, they bargained hard, and they've got competitive rates. They have more competitive rates that right now, even if they called their bank tomorrow and said we want to, no, they can't. They really can't compete. So I'm in a really good spot.
So yeah, they pissed off a few vaping companies.
They definitely did. I was in the right place at the right time. I thank everyone, and I have to say, everyone is all these people, these companies. They work very hard, and they are professional.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook, and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. It's all or nothing. That's how FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb describes his agency's new approach to the regulation of tobacco products, including e-cigarettes. In a bombshell announcement, Commissioner Gottlieb outlined a comprehensive framework for nicotine regulation that on the one hand aims to reduce nicotine in combustible cigarettes to levels that are near or entirely non-addictive, and on the other establishes a robust and sustainable foundation for the regulation of the vaping industry, one that recognizes harm reduction benefits and fosters innovation. With the new Trump administration came a new FDA commissioner, and with Dr. Scott Gottlieb came a 180-degree change in how FDA plans to regulate tobacco products.
As a physician who cared for hospitalized cancer patients, and as a cancer survivor myself, I saw firsthand the impact of tobacco, and I know all too well that it's cigarettes that are the primary cause of tobacco-related disease and death. Why nicotine? Because nicotine lives at the core of both the problem and ultimately the solution to the question of addiction and the harm caused by combustible forms of tobacco. Nicotine is astonishingly addictive, and when nicotine is attached to cigarette smoke particles, It's not only highly addictive, but an addictive mix of chemicals, disease, and death. But nicotine in cigarettes is not directly responsible for the cancer, the lung disease, the heart disease that kill hundreds of thousands of Americans every year. But it's the other chemical compounds in tobacco and in the smoke created by setting tobacco on fire that directly and primarily cause the illness and death, not the nicotine. We need to envision a world where cigarettes lose their addictive potential through reduced nicotine levels, and a world with less harmful alternative forms of efficiently delivering satisfying levels of nicotine are available for those adults who need or want them.
Commissioner Gottlieb stressed the importance of finding the right balance between FDA fulfilling its vital consumer protection role while also fostering innovation when it comes to potentially less harmful forms of nicotine delivery, such as vaping products, which as of May 2016 were deemed to be tobacco products and became subject to a stringent new regulatory process. But following Commissioner Gottlieb's announcement, FDA issued a stunning 5-year extension on a series of compliance deadlines, including the dreaded pre-market tobacco application process, which many analysts regarded as industry killing.
As a comprehensive public health package, it's really all or nothing. In a world where FDA is pursuing how to regulate nicotine levels in cigarettes, and combustible cigarettes are one day far less addictive, can we take the time to make sure we have in place the foundational elements of a robust and sustainable framework for regulating the non-combustible forms of nicotine delivery? That means extending further some of the compliance deadlines for newly deemed products, primarily electronic cigarettes and cigars, that were previously extended. All of the requirements for newly deemed products that have already gone into effect will continue to stay in force. In addition, we'll also be revising the so-called sunset policy through additional guidance so that existing products under review remain on the market. The current policy could have forced existing products off the market. We'll also be working to put in place a more comprehensive, transparent, and vigorous regulatory framework that will make our regulatory efforts more sustainable. As we move forward, I also hope that we can all see the potential benefits to addicted cigarette smokers in a properly regulated marketplace for products capable of delivering nicotine without having to set tobacco on fire. The prospective benefits may be even greater for the subset of current smokers who find themselves unable or unwilling to quit. It's incumbent upon us as regulators to explore both the potential public health benefits and the risks of this new technology with an open mind. And I can assure you, from my discussions with the leadership of the Center for Tobacco Products, that FDA is bringing just that mindset to this task at hand.
While Commissioner Gottlieb has steered FDA towards a more positive approach to vaping, his remarks were not all sunshine and roses. The commissioner voiced deep concerns about the industry targeting youth with kid-appealing flavors, and he provided a stark assessment of the ongoing divisive battle between participants from all sectors in the tobacco harm reduction debate.
I have real concerns about kids' use of e-cigarettes, and I know many others share those concerns, especially for those products marketed with obviously kid-appealing flavors. As soon as the FDA deeming rule went into effect last summer, that extended our authority to include ends, cigars, and other tobacco products, FDA started enforcing provisions that, for the first time under federal law, made it illegal to sell all of those products to kids. We will redouble our efforts to protect kids from all nicotine-containing products. This has to include looking at the role of kid-appealing flavors, because kids shouldn't be using any form of these products. There's the ongoing divisive debate about the pros and cons of e-cigarettes. Precious little progress has been made as competing camps dig in on the benefits and risks of harm reductionist approach to this new technology. Both sides are convinced that they are right, but we see very little progress and virtually no common ground. To succeed, participants from all sectors in the ongoing harm reduction debate need to take a step back and work together to reach greater common ground. And that common ground is worth pursuing around the ultimate harm reduction policy where cigarettes will no longer be addictive. Reframing shared objectives around the need to rethink nicotine is a start. It could help all of us achieve one public health goal I know we all share, and that's to save lives of current and future cigarette smokers.
Joining us today to discuss Commissioner Gottlieb's remarks and the new approach FDA is taking is Greg Troutman. He's an attorney and legal advocate for the vaping industry. and he's well known for winning the legal battle that struck down the state of Indiana's draconian vaping regulations. Greg, thanks for coming on the show. First off, how would you characterize the way in which FDA instituted the deeming rule before Commissioner Gottlieb took the reins of the agency?
It was a sledgehammer. It was using a sledgehammer on this industry. And there's many people in this industry, me and self included, that thought that the PMTA process was drafted in such a way that nobody could ever comply with it. That intentionally was setting this industry up to fail. And if you couldn't comply with it, then your product had to come off the market until you could comply with it, which would be never.
Greg, did the vaping industry have any inkling that the FDA might extend the PMTA process, the compliance deadlines?
Well, it wasn't a shock that we got an extension. The fact that we got a 5-year extension was a shock, and the scope of the complete mindset change on regulating tobacco, we didn't expect it. And quite frankly, from what I understand, the commissioner did not vet this with the NGOs beforehand. The market, Wall Street, was caught off guard.
That they were. Tobacco stocks, they took a beating, dropping around 10% that day. Greg, please share with our viewers your thoughts on what's going to happen next.
So the mindset of how this is going to be regulated has completely flipped from what it was, say, a year ago, even 6 months ago. What I foresee is going to happen is the deeming rule as we know it now is going to be revised, either with legislative enactment or at the agency level. It's going to change. I think there's still going to be a PMTA process of some form or fashion. I think what's going to happen is it's going to be more streamlined, and it's going to be a goal that's going to be capable of being attained.
The idea being that it doesn't kill the industry, it just regulates the industry.
Correct. And the industry needs regulation. We need guardrails on the industry. One of the things that the industry has been very immature in its evolution at this point. I've seen more responsibility among distributors and manufacturers in the last 2 weeks, and retailers as well in the last 2 weeks, than I had in the last 4 years. Where when it comes to misbranded, mislabeled products, child packaging, child marketing, stores are actually now taking a hard line on this, and distributors are taking a hard line on it too. Because I think the handwriting's on the wall. If we don't do this and get our act together, if we want this industry to survive, we have to do this, because it's going to be done for us.
And Greg, that's already happening, isn't it? Besides the NGOs, there's now a concerted political effort led by Senate Democrats pressuring FDA Commissioner Gottlieb to implement major restrictions on vaping. They've sent a series of letters to the FDA, and we're talking about high-profile senators here like Elizabeth Warren, Sherrod Brown, Patty Murray, and Dianne Feinstein, just to name a few.
Well, they've articulated the position formally that we all knew they had. I don't look at that letter as a negative. I look at it as a positive, because it tells us what we have to negotiate. The industry has to negotiate with that segment. The problem with the industry is it's so fractured from an advocacy standpoint. We don't speak with one voice. Let's assume that there's negotiations going on behind the scenes between the Senate Democrats, FDA, and the White House. Let's assume that's happening. There's who from this industry is a spokesperson or spokespersons to sit at the table and bargain and negotiate for the industry. Part of the problem is, as I see it, that things happen in DC very slowly, but they also happen very quickly. And is this industry able to mobilize itself and coalesce itself quickly enough to meet that breakneck speed?
So Greg, final question, what's it going to take to get the vaping industry then all on the same page?
It's going to take some concessions on the part of all of the advocacy groups to fight for the benefit of the industry, something bigger than they are. It's not just one advocacy group, it's not just one personality or one person, it's much bigger than that. And if the industry is willing to put aside personality, put aside ego, put aside interest, and come together for a common benefit, which is for this industry, it can get done. But it's got to get done very quickly, because things are I guarantee you, are in the works. And if there are negotiations going on, discussions going on, they're going to move on this with or without us.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Stop, look, and listen. It's a requirement Congress and the courts have placed on federal government agencies, like the Food and Drug Administration, to conduct before making final regulatory decisions, such as deeming vaping products to be tobacco products. The requirement is called coordination, and it goes beyond soliciting public feedback and consulting local officials. It's a mandate to coordinate regulatory initiatives with state, local, and tribal governments in order to limit the impact federal regulations could have on local communities. After 40 years of U.S. lawmaking, language codifying coordination is scattered throughout the U.S. legal code. It's detailed in federal agency policy and marshaled by presidents through executive order. It was, in fact, Bill Clinton who went first and farthest in delineating the need for coordination and then ordering federal agencies to coordinate. In a 1993 executive order, President Clinton set forth the objectives and requirements for U.S. regulatory reform. He stated the objective for federal agencies is to enhance planning and coordination with respect to both new and existing regulations. With regard to state, local, and tribal governments, President Clinton specifically ordered all federal agencies to seek the views and involvement of officials before imposing regulations which may be inappropriately burdensome. Federal agencies are also directed to assess the effects of federal regulations and seek to minimize the impact likely to result from a rule that may adversely affect in a material way the economy, a sector of the economy, productivity, jobs, and competition. Finally, President Clinton specifically encouraged state, local, and tribal governments to assist in the identification of regulations that impose significant or unique burdens on their communities or are otherwise inconsistent with the public interest. While President Clinton issued his executive order in 1993, it still remains active today, as Presidents Bush, Obama, and Trump all chose to build on the order. So what does this all mean? Well, it means that before the Food and Drug Administration promulgated the final rule deeming vaping products to be tobacco products, it had a duty to coordinate with state, local, and tribal governments before implementing the rule. It also means FDA's duty to coordinate continues to this day. Holding the Food and Drug Administration's feet to the fire regarding its duty to coordinate is the EVCA, the Electronic Vaping Coalition of America. Founder Mark Block reached out to maverick lawyer Fred Kelly Grant, who for over the last 20 years has successfully challenged a variety of federal regulations through the coordination process. Grant specializes in regulations issued by the Environmental Protection Agency and governed by the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, which is the law where Congress first codified coordination back in 1976. Convinced coordination could help pressure FDA into negotiations, Grant and the EVCA organized 2 public hearings with elected officials from the village of Heartland in Wisconsin and from the town of Windham in New Hampshire. Over the course of the hearings, the coalition presented testimony from nearly 24 witnesses, including public health researchers, industry experts, and local e-juice manufacturers.
We expect to show you that through vaping, people who want to get off of the cigarette habit have been able to do it, and that's the one way they've been able to get off and stay off.
The purpose behind the coordination hearings is to provide local officials the facts dispelling mainstream myths about the dangers of vaping, to demonstrate the benefits of vaping as a tool for harm reduction, to review the local economic impact of the deeming regulations, and to prompt regional officials to notify the Food and Drug Administration that they request coordination proceedings to begin.
It does give you sufficient governmental status to say to Food and Drug and the other agencies, we expect you to coordinate with us. We expect you to deal with us when it comes to issuing regulations that impact our town, our citizens, our taxes, the corridor in which we live.
What Fred Kelly Grant just described is the power structure behind coordination. An individual group or company have no authority to request coordination with a federal agency. Only state, local, and tribal governments can do that. Therefore, the primary goal of the hearings is to gain local government action. A clear win came out of the Heartland hearing as the village subsequently sent official notice to FDA requesting the agency start coordination. On top of that, Village of Heartland President Jeff Vanderstill appeared at the following hearing in Windham, New Hampshire, as a supporting witness.
Explain to them what you've done in Heartland and what's happened in the brief time you've been in the coordination.
We have a business in Heartland that employs quite a few people. They make what's known as vape juice, or the solution that goes into vaping, and with the regulations that have come about that I really learned about in going through our hearing, and how damaging they are to these businesses, are going to cause a detrimental effect, if not a complete annihilation of this company. So all of a sudden we found out by going through this coordination hearing, you have an economic impact on your region and your area. You have a public health impact due to the nature of what vaping does and its harm reduction. And you also have the impact of the federal government not coordinating with you and just throwing something down and saying, this is the rule, follow it. So as we went through that, it was extremely staggering to me, because I had heard all the hoopla that people had heard in the past also that make people think, oh, it's bad, popcorn lung and all kinds of stuff. It turns out a lot of it is exactly what I call it, and it's hoopla.
Joining us today to talk coordination is Andrew Agler. He's the CFO of Savior Vape, one of the country's leading e-liquid manufacturers, and member of the Industry Advisory Board at the Electronic Vaping Coalition of America. Andy, thanks for coming on the show. Let me start with letting our viewers know you're also a practicing lawyer and have some experience with regulatory law around vaping. So Andy, what were your thoughts when you first heard about coordination?
You know, in administrative procedures, essentially where the FDA kind of draws their power, they're oftentimes allowed to regulate as long as there's kind of an intent from Congress to do so. But the problem is that the big agencies have a lot of deference. They're allowed to interpret their own rules a lot of times. The courts oftentimes, because they defer to the agencies, will kind of throw it back to them as long as, there's a reasonable interpretation of the rules. What I liked about coordination is you either did it or you didn't do it. Essentially what happens is that because it's mandated by Congress, it's very difficult because it's not an administrative procedures issue. It's just hey, in the statute, did you coordinate? No, you didn't. I didn't really see what the defense to that would be. It's either you did it or you didn't. So as a procedural point, and it is something that the administrative agencies are supposed to be doing anyway. They just oftentimes don't.
Andy, I'd imagine some federal agencies might consider it to be a disadvantage if local officials know too much about coordination. Walk us through that.
So essentially what you want to happen is, and that's why we do the hearings, is first we essentially, from procedural and a process point of view, we'll approach a local municipality. It won't per se be me, it can be a coalition, but it can be a local member. It says, you could go to your city council, wherever it may be. You reach out, we try to present the evidence to them to show them what the harm to the local community is. And if that local community, if the city council or in New Hampshire, it's the selectmen, it's the village in Heartland, whoever it may be, it's essentially to tell them what the issue is, and it's up to them to decide if they want to coordinate or not.
Andy, we do know FDA is well aware of coordination. Following the hearing in Heartland, village officials met with FDA officials in Washington, D.C. to discuss coordination. Also, FDA is currently in coordination proceedings over the FSMA, the Food Safety Modernization Act, which, according to a report from the GAO, isn't going too well. But, at least the FDA is working on it.
They're really making an effort to coordinate. They've set up, I believe, a coordination center. They've also been setting up boards and and interacting with the local communities, things of that nature. So that's really what the vaping industry wants. You can look at some other things, Regulatory Flexibility Act, including a lot of presidential executive orders. You'll see similar language, but in particular, the coordination language in the FSMA really does go above and beyond. And I would look to that language as well, along with NEPA, say, look, this is a pattern, this is a trend, this is just what the vaping industry wants. Everybody supports reasonable regulations, but do it in, do what you're doing with food. Don't treat this industry differently. So that's kind of what I think.
Andy, do you think the coordination process is a kind of fail-safe for democracy?
Yeah, it's a good question. The answer is you hope so. I mean, when you read a coordination statute and you read the way it's written in NEPA, when you read the way it's written in the FSMA, it sounds right. It sounds exactly what Congress wants. You're not passing laws in a vacuum. You're passing laws because real people are affected by it. And it's not that, courts won't rule against administrative agencies, they do. But for whatever reason, with the scope and power of agencies these days, coordination really, from a separation of powers perspective, really is the right answer. It's to say, look, even if you're doing all these things, coordination is mandated by Congress, you have to do it. It doesn't matter because Congress wants to do it. And for a court, it should be very easy for them to say, well, did you do this or did you not do this? That's it.
Final question, Andy. What happens if FDA doesn't coordinate with the vaping industry?
What happens if they don't coordinate? You go back and on appeal or something else, and the court says, look, there's no way that vaping existed back in 2009. This law was designed for cigarettes, and you can't regulate this at all. There's just so much risk for the government on this end to not coordinate and to not do it. And and to your point about democracy, a lot of the public officials that are appointed to these agencies aren't democratically elected. They're appointed. I have no say in who the commissioner is, good or bad. So I think that's another thing that just reemphasizes how much you need coordination, because there is no democratic process to elect an official who's deciding, essentially that I can't be in business anymore.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
We went to Washington, D.C., and we were able to get into the HHS building, Health and Human Services. We were able to get into the EPA, because obviously coordination is much greater than just one issue. We had two people that were video conferenced in from the FDA, the Intergovernmental Liaisons, and you can always write to them and ask them who yours is. It may even be the same, but there's actually intergovernmental liaisons already in place to deal with people like us that are taking care of our towns and our villages. I didn't know it. I don't know if you know it. I found it out when I got there.
Tell them about the comment that was made about the president's orders to them.
One of the comments that was made when we were at Health and Human Services, what the President of the United States has given his marching orders regarding regulation. It is their job to follow them, period.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Messy compromise or promise delivered? That's the question RegWatch first posed late last year following the federal government's introduction of Senate Bill S5, Canada's new federal vaping regulations. Today, opposition to Bill S5 is growing as opponents charge the legislation is turning out to be less of a compromise and more of a mess. Some say the bill is workable, but only with major changes, while others just want the legislation scrapped altogether. In late August, S5 opponents secured support for a House of Commons e-petition calling for the federal government to halt Bill S5 in order to create a fair and logical category for vaping products apart from tobacco. In just over a month, 7,000 Canadians have signed the e-petition, proving a measure of support for what amounts to scrapping the bill. It's a big ask. For one, Bill S5, which began life in the Senate, has already cleared the upper chamber and is expected to move quickly through the House of Commons this fall. Also, Health Canada is fast-tracking stakeholder consultation for its regulatory proposals to ensure industry regulations will be ready once Bill S5 receives royal assent. Add it all up, Bill S5 is a freight train racing towards Terminus Station, but can it be stopped? Bill S5 opponents say yes, the legislation could and should be stopped. They believe Health Canada's decision to regulate vaping products alongside tobacco products within the new Tobacco and Vaping Products Act is a fatal flaw in the government's strategy to win the war against tobacco-related disease and death. From the outset, vaping advocates called on the Government of Canada to create a brand new product category uniquely for tobacco harm reduction products, which would also enjoy its own purposefully built legislative framework. Harm reduction advocates feared if vaping were to be shackled to tobacco in any legislative way, it would be impossible to define and promote vaping as a safer alternative to smoking. This fear now seems well-founded. Despite years of public consultation, stakeholder collaboration, and expert testimony given at both the HESA and SOCI committee hearings, Bill S5 today remains unmistakably tobacco regulation. In Bill S5, the language that governs vaping all but mirrors the language governing tobacco, including harsh restrictions on free speech and sharing of information with the public, a prohibition on comparing products along a continuum of health risk, and the imposition of massive fines and criminal penalties. Many advocates were hopeful that by this point in the process, Health Canada would have taken steps to incorporate vaping as a tool for harm reduction somewhere in the bill, or at the very least soften some of the disparaging language that enshrines vaping as a health hazard. Yet despite numerous statements by Health Canada that acknowledge vaping as a likely less harmful alternative to tobacco, neither this statement nor its sentiment appear anywhere in the legislation.
I think what Bill S5 aims to do is really to balance the issue of allowing adults, particularly adult smokers, legal access to vaping products as a likely less harmful alternative to tobacco products.
Could you clarify a little bit that likely less addictive or less harmful? What's the wording in the position there exactly?
The position is likely less harmful, and the idea here is that we know that tobacco products kill 1 in 2 long-term users. The evidence right now is indicating that that same level of harm is not evident in vaping products.
That was Susie McDonald, the former Director General of the Tobacco Control Directorate at Health Canada, in an interview with RegWatch conducted early this year. Her statement that vaping products are a likely less harmful alternative to tobacco products is difficult to square with the stated purpose of Bill S5, which is the purpose of the act is to enhance the public awareness of the health hazards of using vaping products. It's really quite astonishing. Health Canada states smoking kills 1 in 2 long-term users and acknowledges the same level of harm is not evident in vaping products. All the while, it shepherds through Bill S5 with the stated goal of misinforming Canadians of this potentially life-saving fact. Joining us today to discuss the growing pushback to Bill S5 is David Sweener. Sweener is a world-renowned tobacco control expert and public health activist. He's also a lawyer and adjunct professor of law at the University of Ottawa. David, thanks again for coming on our show. You've spent the last 30 years on the front lines in the battle against smoking. What's your position on Bill S5?
Well, I mean, if I had my way, I'd say start over, because what they've done is they've taken our tobacco control legislation, which I was very involved in getting going here for decades. The legislation we've had at cigarettes, and they just tried to fit in the vaping as if it's the same sort of thing. So it's like saying we've got this disease and we've got a vaccine, but we better treat the vaccine the same as the disease. Well, no. I mean, what we're trying to do is is improve health of Canadians. I mean, Health Canada has a mandate. It has a statement of what it's trying to do, which is improve the health of Canadians.
David, I do think Health Canada believes it's meeting their mandate and that Bill S5 is a pragmatic solution to the vaping conundrum.
Well, I think if you're being pragmatic, you have to start from something that is based on some semblance of truth, of understanding, of good science. You know, if you look at the regulations that Health Canada has proposed, if you look at what they said when they introduced S5 to begin with, you know, what were they telling us? You know, here we have the Royal College of Physicians in the UK telling us that vaping is likely to be at least 95% less hazardous than smoking. You know, if you smoke, if you can switch to vaping, that's fantastic. You know, we have Health Canada coming out and saying it's likely less harmful. What do you mean it's likely less harmful? In what they've just put out with the regulations, you know, they talk about, yes, there's a threat from these products, but there's also opportunity. How do they see the opportunity? Well, to quote, they say, the opportunity presented by vaping products is that they may provide adult smokers with a less harmful alternative. Well, if there was a prize for understatement, I mean, that would certainly be in the running.
And David, as understating as that statement is, it's miles apart from the language in the legislation, which simply states over and over again that vaping is a health hazard.
The way that bureaucracy works, the way politics works, you've got people who are trying to find middle ground. You've got a lot of people who I think very unfortunately, tragically, have an abstinence-only view about these things. They see nicotine use as sin. And, you know, the way that they look at a smoker is a way that some fire and brimstone minister would look at a sinner. They don't want them to do it. And they think it's okay to mislead somebody, to torture them with information that they don't want. And that's not public health.
David, you mentioned information. There's two really big problems RegWatch sees with the bill. One is the stated purpose, which is to further the public's understanding that vaping is a health hazard. And two, to prevent anyone from correcting that misbelief by criminalizing the sharing of information, which might lead a person to believe that vaping is a safer alternative to smoking. Now, granted, Health Canada does say it plans to approve a small number of statements, kind of like reverse health warnings. But considering the bill's derogatory language and Health Canada's equivocations on potential harm, I think it's a big ask of vapers to just say, trust us.
Why on earth would they want to have a provision saying you can't tell smokers about less hazardous products? We'll put you in jail if you do. So you change things like that. With vaping, rather than saying we will decide what you can tell people, you recognize there's a reason that we developed law the way that we did, that we didn't take the Soviet approach of everything's forbidden unless it's specifically allowed. We say, you can do whatever you want, there's liberty, but if you do something that's illegal, misleading, rip people off, etc., we come down on you like a ton of bricks. You know, we can do that sort of stuff. Let's not protect the cigarette industry, because what we're hearing is from people who say, we're so afraid because of things that we think the cigarette companies got away with. I mean, stuff I was going after them for a long time. We're so afraid they might try something like that again and deceive people that our solution will deceive people. I mean, that's not a solution.
David, final question. If you could make one change to Bill S5 so that it would pass the Sweener test, what would that change be?
The one thing would be, I would rewrite this bill to be consistent with what's worked with public health for over 100 years. There's no sense breaking that precedent now and going with something that is inconsistent with what has historically worked. Let's give it our best shot. And if we don't succeed, it isn't for want of trying. If we do succeed, we have set another enormous precedent. And the worldwide significance of that, you know, is almost beyond imagination. When we look at how many lives are on the line, how many people are suffering unnecessarily, we know the solution, and we shouldn't back away from seeking it.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brett Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Does teen vaping lead to teen smoking? It's the biggest fear of public health regulators and anti-tobacco advocates. Regulatory strategy in most countries is predicated on the belief that for young people, vaping could serve as a gateway to smoking. But a massive new study out of the United Kingdom all but shatters this belief, showing the much publicized fear is, in a word, unfounded. The recently released study is the largest yet undertaken of young people's use of e-cigarettes and smoking in the UK. Published in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, the study was conducted by international experts from the UK Centre for Tobacco and Alcohol Studies, Public Health England, Action on Smoking and Health, King's College London, and the University of Stirling, with partial funding from Cancer Research UK. The study examined e-cigarette and tobacco use among 60,000 young people between the ages of 11 to 16 from across the UK. Data was gathered from 5 large-scale surveys conducted between 2015 and 2017. The study found that of the 60,000 young people surveyed, e-cigarette experimentation does not turn into regular e-cigarette use, and levels of regular e-cigarette use in young people who have never smoked remain very low, between 1/10 and 1/2 of 1%. Crucially, the UK study measured and recorded the frequency of use for e-cigarette and tobacco cigarettes among youth into the categories of ever or regular use, which is important because the measure of regular use, defined as using an e-cigarette at least weekly, more accurately captures how often teens use e-cigarettes and sheds better light on whether a causal link between vaping and smoking could be established. By contrast, the majority of studies emanating from the US and Canada utilize more broadly defined measures, such as past 30-day use or intent to use, which conflates e-cigarette experimentation and generates flawed assumptions, establishing a causal inference between vaping and smoking. 2 examples of the many are this 2016 study from the Institute for Social Research at the University of Michigan, which concludes there's a growing body of evidence to support vaping as a one-way bridge to cigarette smoking among youth. And the other is this 2017 study from the University of Waterloo, which in the very first line of its press release states, teenagers who are trying e-cigarettes double their risk for smoking. These assertive statements establishing a causal link should be suspect, as they are at odds with facts on the ground, which show that while experimentation with e-cigarettes among youth is up, youth smoking rates have plummeted to record low levels across Canada, the UK, and the US. Joining us today in part 1 of our 2-part special is Linda Bald, lead author of the UK study. Linda is a highly respected researcher in the field of tobacco control. She is a professor of health policy at the University of Stirling. She is the deputy director at the UK Centre for Tobacco and Alcohol Studies, and she's also a co-author of the Royal College of Physicians report, Nicotine Without Smoke. Linda, thanks again for coming back on RegWatch. Let's jump into this. Please give us a top line of what the UK study found.
So we tried to bring together all the data from youth surveys in all parts of the UK. We looked at smoking and e-cigarette use, and we found that from 2015 to 2017, the rates of regular use of e-cigarettes amongst kids who'd never smoked is still tiny. It's less than 1%.
So did that come as a surprise, Linda?
Well, we've been looking at these data for a number of years now, and we haven't seen that trend change. So it wasn't so much a surprise, it's just that it was really important for us to bring together those data to make very clear that when you carefully measure e-cigarette use amongst teenagers, the kids who've never smoked really are not finding these devices particularly attractive or appealing in terms of regularly using them.
Linda, you mentioned regular use. Why is that distinction so important?
Well, I think we know that in the group we're talking about, which is 11 to 16-year-olds in the UK, and this is an age group that's been looked at in Canada and the US as well, these are teenagers. They tend to try things. We're certainly seeing in this study, but also other research I'm involved in, that teenagers are experimenting with electronic cigarettes. They're trying them at a party, or being offered one by their friend. They do find them interesting, and they give them a go. And that is really not uncommon. In fact, in our study, we found that really anywhere between 11 and 20% of teenagers said they'd ever tried an e-cigarette at least once. Very similar to Canada and the US. But that's fine, and maybe we don't want kids ever trying these products at all. Some people say that, but they are. But what is more important is what's happening then after they try them. And then, of course, the big question is, if they continue to use them, do they go on to smoking? So I guess by looking at were they using them regularly, that's a really important marker for us in terms of risk. And we're just not seeing in the kids who don't already smoke, we're not seeing that regular use. And of course, at the same time, our smoking rates in teenagers continue to decline.
Linda, the decline in youth smoking is certainly dramatic. So why is there such a discrepancy between this fact and the studies that claim to show youth vaping leads to youth smoking?
In almost all these studies, they're only measuring use at least once or very occasional use of both e-cigarettes and tobacco. Now, those studies have been used to claim that e-cigarettes cause smoking. Now, as a researcher, and studying what we call causal inference. So is it true that one thing causes another? I don't see that substantiated in those studies. I don't believe from the data that we have from the UK that looking at ever trying something is really a marker of harm or something that we should be concerned about. So although there might be groups of kids who are susceptible to different products, and there's a pathway maybe between trying one and the other, from a health perspective, what we want to observe is what is happening at the general population level. And there, the key marker for me is what's happening with smoking. And if smoking rates are continuing to go down, cigarette smoking in teenagers in Canada, the UK, and the US, at the same time as more kids have been trying e-cigarettes, then those two things are mismatched. And it doesn't suggest to me that electronic cigarettes are causing kids to start smoking in any significant numbers.
So Linda, how does one explain the mismatch? Are there methodological problems with some of the research articles drawing a causal inference?
You know, these inference methods, these statistical methods, it certainly is clear that e-cigarettes are one, they can use the term predictor because in their statistical model it looks like a predictor. But there are so many other things that are also predictors. And as I say, those studies are just not showing me that those children in any significant number are becoming regular smokers. We're just not seeing those data. So we really need to drill down into what's happening amongst patterns of use. And to ask about ever trying a product and then assume that that means somebody will become a regular user, that just isn't the case. So I think there's measurement problems, there's problems with methods. And, you know, if you look at the detail of the articles, to be fair to my colleagues, some of the articles are quite measured. They're quite cautious when you get into the text. But the problem is your average journalist doesn't read those articles in detail. So they just go with a headline that's in the press release, and sadly, for whatever reason, many of those headlines use the term gateway, and I don't see the gateway.
Linda, final question. We showed earlier how researchers in Canada and the US are actually driving media headlines with statements like youth vaping is a one-way bridge to youth smoking, or vaping doubles the risk of teen smoking. So the media is not entirely at fault here when it comes to the alarmist headlines.
I think there is a value judgment that is being made, which has been supported by the media scare stories, etc. To say lots of kids are using these products and it's really bad and they'll become smokers. That's the common narrative. And I think even some of my international research colleagues believe that. And, you know, as researchers, we need to be responsible and we need to be really confident about the data we have. And if we can see that the measures we're using are imperfect, which I think they are, then we need to acknowledge that. And we need to make sure that policymakers who don't have the time, they're very busy people, to be pondering, is this the right measurement or not? They rely on the researchers to tell them that. Researchers need to say, actually, this isn't perfect.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Stay tuned for part 2 of our interview with Linda Bald to be released shortly. In the meantime, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
So one of the challenges in this field is that we're using the same questions in some of these surveys that we used for tobacco cigarettes in the past. So things like susceptibility to smoking, which is a standard measure, or intent to smoke, are things that in past decades, actually, we did find were useful predictors of whether kids would go on to try a cigarette or indeed become a regular smoker. So to then shoehorn e-cigarettes into that, where we know more and more that they're completely different products, isn't helpful. So I think the measure of intent to use is a very weak measure. Have you used an electronic cigarette in the past 30 days? In most articles, that's described as current use. And I don't think that's accurate or helpful. Now, to give you an example, my colleagues, Andrea Valenti, the first author on the piece was a young lady with the last name Collins. They published a paper in the journal I edit, Nicotine and Tobacco Research, last year. And they drilled down into the NYTS data from the US. And at the time, past 30-day e-cigarette use in 2015 was 11.3%. But when they actually looked at the raw data, amongst kids who've never smoked, the number who had used an e-cigarette in 10 days or more of the past month, what I would describe as regular use, was 0.1%, so well below 1%. So it's just not accurate to talk about 30-day use as current use. We need to recognize, and again, from the qualitative work I'm doing in the UK, where we talk to teenagers, it wouldn't be surprising that in the last month, a kid might have gone to a party and tried an e-cigarette, or even a couple of times in the last month with their friends. That seems quite common, even amongst kids who are not regular smokers. But that's not current use. And past 30-day use doesn't measure current use. So I think one of the things we call for in the article that you're discussing with me is for better standardized measures internationally of youth e-cigarette use, similar to a paper we published just earlier this year on standard measures for adult users in surveys.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Joining us today for part 2 in our special series discussing the findings from the recently released study, Young People's Use of E-Cigarettes Across the United Kingdom, is lead author Linda Bald. Linda is a highly respected researcher in the field of tobacco control. She is a professor of health policy at the University of Stirling. She is the deputy director at the UK Centre for Tobacco and Alcohol Studies, and she's also a co-author of the Royal College of Physicians report, Nicotine Without Smoke. The study examined e-cigarette and tobacco use among 60,000 young people between the ages of 11 to 16 from across the UK. Data was gathered from 5 large-scale surveys conducted between 2015 and 2017. The study found that of the 60,000 young people surveyed, e-cigarette experimentation does not turn into regular e-cigarette use, and levels of regular e-cigarette use in young people who have never smoked remain very low, between 1/10 and 1/2 of 1%. Linda, picking up where we left off, we were discussing common methodological problems concerning vaping research as a whole, and specifically the challenges of measuring teen e-cigarette use. We zeroed in on 2 studies, one in Canada that claims youth vaping doubles the risk of youth smoking, and the other from the US that claims that youth vaping is a one-way bridge to youth smoking.
I find that a really unfortunate term. There are many, many things that make teenagers susceptible to trying a tobacco cigarette or becoming a regular smoker. The main ones, to be frank, we know from decades of research are whether their parents smoke, whether they live in a community with lots of smokers. So when we talk about the bridge, this is a body of research which is very limited. We need to also recognize that there might be a bridge out of smoking for kids who use these products. If they're already tobacco smokers. And let's keep in mind from our study and studies in the US in particular, the vast, vast majority of teenagers who regularly use electronic cigarettes already smoke.
Linda, we hear all the time from regulators that the big danger of youth vaping is nicotine use. What do we know about this issue?
researchers at the University of Michigan published a paper in tobacco control that showed, for example, amongst 12th graders, only 20% of them reported that they'd used an e-cigarette last time that contained nicotine. And another paper showed that around 1 in 4 products contain nicotine when you ask young people. I think we need to recognize that some of this experimentation, potentially a lot of this experimentation, is happening with products which don't contain nicotine. And if that's the case, then that underlines even more that some of the headlines are really unnecessarily alarmist.
Linda, what concerns you the most about the alarmist headlines?
My concern is that the headlines generated by these studies are used by regulators to really crack down on e-cigarettes in a way that actually might prevent access for adult smokers or also teenagers who smoke.
And Linda, isn't that the issue when it comes to regulation? The entire regulatory effort is predicated on protecting youth?
So to try and introduce regulations that limit the promise of new nicotine-containing devices for those adult smokers on the basis that we must protect kids, there's a real mismatch there. And we need to recognize prevention is a success story, including in Canada. We shouldn't take our eye off the ball, but we need to do much, much more to help adult smokers to quit. And we can't use concerns about the children as the main rationale for introducing restrictions which are not going to be helpful.
Linda, I'd like to get your perspective on regulatory developments here in Canada and in the U.S. Let's start first with Canada. As you know, Bill S5 is quickly moving through Parliament, and the regulatory consultation process is also underway. There's also growing opposition to the legislation, and a general angst is building over the future of vaping in Canada.
So I think we should be open-minded about S5. I know there's a lot of hatred and disappointment in the bill. And I know I'm not going to be popular by saying that we shouldn't be totally negative about S5, but you know what, just to reflect for a moment. In Europe, in the UK, we have the European Tobacco Products Directive. We had a really poor piece of legislation in some ways, while other things in there were really good. But you know what, we've tried to make a success of that. The UK government took a light touch approach. We've tried to recognize the good things in the regulation and allow the products to still be available, to still have some forms of marketing. And now, of course, we've changed tack. We have a new consultation to allow health claims to be made clearly in the UK in the future, particularly by public health bodies, but also around the products generally. So hopefully this is what's going to happen in Canada. You've got a piece of legislation which might not be perfect, but I think it's better than what you had before in terms of the products are officially illegal. Let's see what success can be made of that.
Linda, as RegWatch reported earlier this month, Bill S5 opponents believe the fatal flaw is that vaping is being shoehorned in alongside tobacco into the new Tobacco and Vaping Products Act.
Yeah, but the Canadian bill, I mean, I can see it's being put in with tobacco, but they're not calling e-cigarettes a tobacco product the way they are in the US. So that's an important distinction. You know, the Canadian legislation, it has lots of limitations to it, definitely. I'm particularly concerned about the limitations on manufacturers and retailers around the kinds of information they could give to consumers about the fact that these products are less risky than tobacco. It's absolutely crucial that that message gets across, and there are ways to communicate it. And I know the consultation is out now. And we certainly will be responding to it from the UK Centre for Tobacco and Alcohol Studies, a number of the large organisations that have been very vocal and pro-harm reduction in the UK will be responding to that consultation. So you can expect input from us.
I'm sure a lot of Canadian vapers take comfort in hearing that, Linda. But what about long-term input after the consultation process is over?
I know that Health Canada and their colleagues at the Canadian Institutes for Health Research have been looking at e-cigarettes for a while, and they're very keen to have good research in Canada. So my understanding is they're bringing together a group of experts to work with them over the next few years. And I've been invited to join that group. I'm really delighted. There are other colleagues from Canada primarily, but also the US, who are certainly very aware of the harm reduction agenda and are very positive about the promise of tobacco harm reduction, who will be invited to be on that group. There's a real possibility in Canada that you will see a positive attitude towards these products and recognizing the promise of them in the future. And I think officials are included in that. They've changed their view. They've been very open. They're continuing to try to be open, and they're listening to international experience.
Linda, public health officials in Canada may be hearing the harm reduction message, but when you read the federal legislation and how the province of Ontario describes vaping, it's hard to not come away with the belief that vaping is a health hazard.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting. I think there's a lot of powerful voices still in Canada that are are using the what about the children argument to undermine the pro-harm reduction argument. And I think that's dangerous. I see it. I think we know who some of those individuals are, and they have very strong beliefs for whatever reason. And so that's influenced the kinds of questions that are being asked and the framing of the legislation. And of course, keep in mind that your average legislator in Canada, as in the UK, doesn't know this topic in depth, has read the newspapers just like everybody else, and is probably getting that message that these are dangerous products and we must protect the children. And that is not the primary thing, I think, from my perspective. So let's recognize that in my limited experience, there are definitely colleagues within Canadian government who get this. They know it's about supporting adult smokers to stop smoking by accessing a far, far, far less harmful product and being able to use that.
Linda, do you have a message for Canadian vapers on how to best survive the uncertainty around regulation?
What I would say to Canadian vapers is, I know this is a difficult time, and I know that what the Canadian government is doing now looks like something that could be very damaging to the products that you use, the businesses that sell them, and the route that Canada's taken over the last few years, where we certainly see people using e-cigarettes and they're hugely promising. What I would say is that I think attacking everything about Bill S5 and regularly attacking all the legislators and people who are working on it is not helpful. We saw that in Europe. It achieved nothing, really very little. It's important to advocate and to do that in a measured way and to respond to the consultation and ask for the changes that you want. But aggressive attacking, particularly of individuals and other strategies like that, really didn't work for us. So let's stick to what we know, provide personal experience, which is hugely powerful, and get that message across, and just emphasize that lives can be saved by these products.
Poignant message, Linda, and one I'm certain could apply to our U.S. vaping viewers as well.
I know people are very angry in the U.S. They don't trust government, they don't trust public agencies, because let's face it, what was on the table just a few months ago did look hugely damaging. But I think changes are afoot, they're being made now, and we have seen some very positive announcements. So vapers need to keep communicating with regulators and government, sharing their experience, and that includes particularly the small business people. But I think we need to recognize this shift and try and be a little bit more positive and not always be on the attack, because it's easy just to shut things down and not listen if everything you hear is negative.
Linda, last question. You referenced the policy shift underway in the U.S. Do you think the changes being brought in by new FDA Commissioner Gottlieb are mere tweaks, or are they transformational?
I think the U.S. is waking up to the fact that this is not a disaster, that the way they're classifying these products hasn't been helpful, that the deeming rule and the timing around that was going to be a total disaster, and they've backtracked. What you're seeing is a big putting the vehicle in reverse gear, and certainly pressing pause. So let's be pleased about that. They're listening to the international experience. They're recognizing that actually they have a huge problem still with smoking. It's killing hundreds of thousands of Americans every year. And they need to allow these less risky, far safer products to continue to be available. So I think the changes we've seen in the US over the last few months are positive, and we should try and be positive about them.
Well, that's it for this special edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Fake news. It's the mainstream media's much ballyhooed term used in association with Trump, Russia, and the 2016 U.S. presidential election. However, its use should by no means be restricted to describing political news, as the mainstream media proves time and again its penchant for misleading coverage on the topic of vaping puts the term fake news to shame. The barrage of negative news headlines and erroneous reports featuring suspect research is enormous and never-ending. Indeed, it's impossible to show enough examples to adequately demonstrate the mountain of anti-vaping news coverage out there. But thankfully, there are research methods to help identify and analyze such large bodies of news. A recently released report out of Rutgers University, Center for Tobacco Studies and School of Public Health provides what is to date the most comprehensive examination of mainstream media news coverage on e-cigarettes. The content analysis covered news and opinion pieces published by leading American news outlets and wire services in 2015. Each article, found to include in its headline one of 21 e-cigarette-related search terms, was coded based on 60 unique variables, ranging from statements on health risks and benefits of vaping to identifying the sources to which they were attributed. The content analysis found a whopping 80% of news stories frequently discussed the risks associated with vaping, while only 45% of articles mentioned there are any benefits at all. Moreover, only 1/3 of the articles noted that vaping is less harmful than smoking, and only 1/4 acknowledged vaping is an effective tool to quit smoking. Most tellingly, statements made by trusted sources regarding health effects of vaping heavily skewed negative. Among physicians and researchers, who are the most commonly cited sources, 68% of statements highlighted potential risks associated with vaping, while just 19% mentioned vaping is less harmful than smoking, and only 13% mentioned vaping is an effective tool for smoking cessation. Not surprisingly, the spread is even worse when it comes to statements made by government officials. 84% of statements highlighted potential risks associated with vaping, while only 8% mentioned vaping is less harmful than smoking, and a paltry 6% of statements made by government officials acknowledged vaping as an effective tool to quit smoking. Finally, an overwhelming majority, 86% of all articles that mentioned a benefit of vaping also presented a risk in counterbalance, whereas just under half of the articles that mentioned a risk also mentioned a benefit. Considering the preponderance of news stories biased towards the potential health risks of e-cigarettes, it's not hard then to understand why public perception has so dramatically turned against vaping. According to the 2017 Action on Smoking and Health report on e-cigarettes, the proportion of the adult population in Great Britain believing that e-cigarettes are as harmful or even more harmful than smoking nearly quadrupled from 7% in 2013 to 26% in 2017. And the percentage of adults that correctly identify e-cigarettes as a lot less harmful than smoking dropped from 21% to a shocking 13% in the past 4 years. Worse yet, the proportion of smokers who believe e-cigarettes are as harmful or even more harmful than smoking has skyrocketed from 9% to 22% in 2017. Joining us today to discuss the mixed messaging around e-cigarettes is Dr. Lynn Dawkins, Associate Professor in Psychology at London Bank University and co-author of the British Psychological Society's briefing on electronic cigarettes in its Changing Behavior series. In the briefing, the BPS recommends promoting e-cigarettes for smoking cessation, improving education about the relative risk of vaping versus smoking, allowing unrestricted advertising of factual information, and reducing the cost, taxation, and regulations around vaping. Dr. Dawkins, thanks for joining us on RegWatch. Based on your report, it's pretty clear the BPS is squarely behind promoting e-cigarettes as a safer alternative to smoking.
The recommendations from the BPS were all drawing on the evidence that they're safer, the evidence that they are helpful for quitting smoking, and on those principles of behavior change. So this was about increasing capabilities and increasing motivation. And one way we can increase motivation to use is through advertising and through public messaging, but that is presenting factual information. But of course, advertising has to be subject to the usual standards and checks for any advertising for consumer products. So, for example, ensuring that they're not promoted to children, that they're decent. But aside from that, if the information is evidence-based and accurate, it's going to increase the attractiveness of the product for smokers and therefore increase motivation to use. And that's what this briefing was all about. It was about increasing capabilities, opportunities and motivation to switch to e-cigarettes and to stay switched.
Dr. Dawkins, could you give us an example of what would be factual information?
Well, for example, electronic cigarettes are less harmful than smoking, are estimated to be 95% less harmful than smoking, if you want to put a figure on it.
Well, thanks for that, Dr. Dawkins. As we do like to put a figure on it, as you're well aware, public perception is moving in the wrong direction on this issue. Who do you think is to blame for the growing belief that vaping is as harmful or even more harmful than smoking?
Well, I mean, you can blame the media. The media are full of stories about electronic cigarettes being as bad as smoking. But of course, those messages come from press releases, from research. And unfortunately, not all the research that is being conducted on electronic cigarettes is conducted with the utmost rigor. Many research findings are a result of generating electronic cigarette aerosol under unrealistic conditions, under conditions where ordinary electronic cigarette users would not use it. You can find formaldehyde in anything if you switch up the power and burn it, but that's not based on realistic conditions. So researchers have got to be very careful when they're publishing findings about finding formaldehyde or other harmful chemicals in e-cigarette vapor. Well, it's not based on the way people would use the device.
Dr. Dawkins, we've been hearing this a lot lately with regard to the alarmist headlines in the media that researchers have been feeding the beast, as it were.
E-cigarettes are an emotive topic, and the media wants headlines. So, if you've got some findings showing that they're as harmful as cigarettes, for whatever reason, even if it's generated under realistic conditions, that is going to generate interest, that's going to generate impact.
Dr. Dawkins, one of those impacts is certainly the demonization of e-cigarettes. What kind of psychological effect does that have on smokers trying to quit?
Quitting smoking is extremely difficult. And when smokers try to quit, they talk about a void in their life, they talk about a loss, a sense of bereavement. Smokers report that they enjoy smoking. So what incentive is there for smokers to switch to electronic cigarettes if they don't believe that they are safer than tobacco smoking? There's just no incentive there. The difficulties of smoking are so great. Why would they bother switching to another product if they're not sure if it's any safer anyway?
Dr. Dawkins, does your concern over mixed messaging also apply to what regulators are saying about e-cigarettes?
Absolutely. And even with the Health Canada message, likely less harmful, that still doesn't send a clear message that they are definitely less harmful. There's still an element of doubt there, and I would expect for a smoker who is so entrenched in that smoking habit, finds it enjoyable, experiences a great sense of loss when they try to quit. If something's only likely less harmful, then why bother making the switch if there's no certainty there?
Final question, Dr. Dawkins. Do you have a message for regulators in regard to treating vaping products like tobacco products?
We should be sending the message that these are completely different products. We need to distinguish between them and not put them in the same category. People are confused enough about vaping products. We need to start trying to send clear messages that says smoking, now this is the problem. By sending out messages that electronic cigarettes are hazardous is unresponsible. It is likely to actually lead people to think, why bother quitting? And more smoking means more people dying.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
electronic cigarettes are not a magic cure. Many smokers have tried using them and have not continued using them. And so why is that the case? So that's something else that we picked up in the report. So encouraging people to switch is one thing, but we know that people need to use the most effective devices and need to use it regularly on a daily basis in order to quit smoking. So what can we do not only to encourage people to switch, but encourage people to continue using? And evidence suggests, why don't people carry on using once they've tried it? Well, over half the people said this was because it wasn't satisfying enough, it didn't reduce my cravings for smoking, didn't find it enjoyable, and so on. So our recommendations also focus on improving ease of use, improving product development, not restricting levels of nicotine in the liquid to arbitrary low levels when there is no evidence to suggest that higher levels cause harm. In fact, the opposite may be the case. And this is something I can talk about because we've done a lot of research in this area. So the Tobacco Products Directive caps the amount of nicotine in e-liquid at 20 milligrams per milliliter. Many people, well, a small minority were using levels above that. So we were interested in exploring, well, what happens when people who are using a high level switch to using a low level? And just like with tobacco smoking, vapers are very good at changing the way they puff. They puff longer, they take more puffs, and of course, that costs more. They get through more e-liquid. And if there is any harms associated with vaping, by doubling the amount you consume, you're going to be doubling your exposure to any harmful constituents. So in fact, capping the amount of nicotine is not necessarily a good thing. People may be compensating and increasing harm, but on the other hand, not even getting the high level of nicotine they need to satisfy their craving. And researchers have shown that when people start vaping, they do need the higher concentrations of nicotine in their e-liquid to be able to successfully transition. So if there's good evidence, of course, that high nicotine levels in e-liquid is causing harm, then by all means cap the level. But in fact, the evidence that does exist suggests that the opposite might actually be the case.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. It's war. That's how the Canadian Vaping Association characterizes the state of affairs following the Ontario Liberal government's introduction of Bill 174, which is bombshell legislation that the CVA says would destroy the vaping industry and discourage thousands of smokers from trying to quit. Touted as Ontario's new Cannabis Act, Bill 174 is omnibus legislation that wraps tobacco, cannabis, and vaping together into a single law. thus limiting consultation and handcuffing opposition to individual sections of the bill. It's a tactic deployed to ram through legislation, which the Ontario Liberal government intends to do in a vote early December. As RegWatch reported in February 2016, Premier Wynne made a commitment to fairness, stating that the rules will apply equally to marijuana and vaping as they do to cigarettes. But the new rules governing vaping under Bill 174 are much harsher than those proposed for the new recreational cannabis industry. So harsh, in fact, the proposed restrictions on the sale of vaping products drip with contempt and show utter disdain for the consumer that relies on vaping as a safer alternative to smoking. Under the proposed legislation, all flavors and e-liquid would be banned for sale in the province, thus eviscerating the enjoyment behind what makes vaping the most popular and successful way to quit smoking. Under Bill 174, retailers would also be prohibited from promoting products for sale in their own store, meaning no pictures, posters, brochures, or display of any kind. Retailers would also be prohibited from demonstrating how to safely operate and maintain the products for sale in their stores. So contemptuous are the proposed regulations that, quote, no person shall, in any place where vapor products are sold, display products in any manner that would permit a consumer to view or handle the product before purchasing it. If this sounds draconian, that's because it is, and it would require vape shop owners to turn their stores into a giant black box.
Unfortunately, right now, due to the way the bill is going to be passed, as it stands, once the bill is passed, I won't be able to help you, talk to you, or anything. So the way the Ontario legislature is written right now, you won't be able to display anything, you won't be able to buy your nice, fancy cookie-flavored juices, you will be stuck with flavorless.
If you're taking it away completely, flavors and everything, that's honestly uncalled for. Yeah. Because some people actually use it to wean off, and then they get down and they're just on 0 milligram. And then all they do it for the flavor. What else are they doing it for? If you give them flavorless and it's 0 milligram, what the hell's the point of, you know what I mean? You might as well go back to cigarettes then. It's horrible.
Joining us today to discuss the impact of Bill 174 is Boris Giller from the Canadian Vaping Association. Giller is a longtime vaping advocate in Ontario, where he is also the CEO of 180 Smoke, a popular vape retail chain that he co-founded with well-known heart surgeon Dr. Gopal Bhatnagar, who was featured in an episode of the CBC's Fifth Estate on vaping last fall. Boris, thanks for coming on the show. Before we start, I'd like to remind our viewers that RegWatch is industry supported, and both CVA and 180 Smoke are supporters of RegWatch, and that RegWatch maintains 100% editorial control over its content. So Boris, from the Canadian Vaping Association's point of view, what do you believe is going on with Bill 174 and the Ontario government?
Well, we're extremely disappointed with Bill 174. It came out of nowhere. We were not consulted. And if it passes in its current format, it will essentially destroy the vaping industry and hurt over 900,000 vapers in Ontario, vapers who vote. And so we believe this is a very lazy approach to legislation. It looks like they've copy-pasted Bill 45, the worst part of it, and added a ban on flavors, which completely doesn't make sense. It's the only province in Canada that's proposing a ban on flavors. No other province has. Neither did the federal government. I mean, they found a middle ground. And Boris, that middle ground is the partial restriction on the marketing and labeling of certain flavors, but there is no ban in the federal regulations. Bill S5, it has its issues, but it's somewhat of a balanced bill. They are making a clear attempt at balancing access, proper access to adult smokers versus limiting access to youth, whereas the Ontario bill has none of that, and it will destroy the e-juice manufacturing sector of the industry and will severely harm the retail sector of the industry. And this is just talking about the industry. The impact on consumers is also immense. Boris, how would the consumer be affected under Bill 174? While it may seem trivial to somebody who's not aware or is not involved in the vaping industry, detailing a customer and allowing them to select the right product for them out of thousands of options, and allowing
the vape shop employee to guide them on how to use it, and letting them even find the right flavor can make a huge difference whether they take on this new alternative or not. Like a smoker needs the slightest excuse to go back and buy a pack of cigarettes. Like they're available at every corner. So if they don't get the right flavor that feels better than tobacco for them, they will naturally gravitate away from that. Nicotine level, if it's too much, it'll burn the throat. It'll be very harsh. If it's too little, it's not enough. And then again, they will be drawn to tobacco. So finding that sweet spot is extremely critical to successfully converting a smoker into vaping.
Boris, do you think the whole point behind the bill is to throw up roadblocks to vaping?
It seems like this bill, at several points of the interaction with a customer, it seems like it's designed to sabotage converting adult smokers into a safer alternative. We will not accept the bill in its current format. We will fight it before it becomes law, and if it does become law, we will escalate our fight and take whatever actions necessary.
Boris, while I'm sure that's a welcome message to many vapers, there are those in the industry skeptical of CVA rallying cries to fight.
Well, in the past, we've had a lot of pushback from members that they were not very thrilled with the CVA not taking an adversarial approach with the federal government pertaining to Bill S5, or not taking an activist role. And so we've lost a lot of members. There's concrete action that we can take, right? I mean, the CVA right now needs a lot of support from its members. If you're in the industry and you're not a member of the CVA, I mean, I don't know what the hell you're doing. You need to join immediately, because we're about to go to war over this bill. And we need all the help that we can get. So we can organize rallies. I mean, we can grab them right by the boats. We have 900,000 vapers in Ontario, almost 1 million. That's a lot. That's a lot. Some ridings have been won by a lot less than that, and we have more angry vapor signatures who vote based on this one issue alone. So I don't really know what the Liberal government is thinking. If they're not willing to work with us on achieving equitable and reasonable regulations, we have plans in place and action that we can each take, not only as an association and members that can join the association, but also as activists, as constituents. We can write letters to our MPs, we can take concrete actions.
Boris, you mentioned rallies. The Vapor Advocates of Ontario is holding a massive demonstration at Queen's Park in downtown Toronto this Saturday, November 25th. The CVA is involved, supporting the event, and RegWatch will be there. We'll have full coverage from the rally and much more on Bill 174 when we get back to Vancouver next week. Boris, final question. What concerns you the most about Ontario's approach to vaping regulation?
As you know, a lot of smokers die every day, and while we're deliberating and messing around and misinforming smokers about the potentials of vaping, there's actual lives at stake. Actual people are dying, and while they're sitting in the ivory tower, saying that nobody should smoke, nobody should be addicted to anything. Well, okay, in an ideal world, not, but people are addicted to stuff and they need assistance. Simply demonizing smokers and telling them bad doesn't work. Every single smoker that smokes till this day knows that smoking is bad for them, and yet they continue because it is a very strong it is a very strong addiction. And so we need to assist and help smokers. And one of the best things out there that came out was vaping. Like, it overtook. It's the most popular method of quitting smoking, despite the fact that it's not officially a way to quit smoking.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. So when you think of what the Ontario Liberal government has done with Bill 174, what do you think?
I think it's ludicrous. I think that they're lying to the people that they should be answering to. They're affecting people's health. At the end of the day, that's what matters. This is not about, clouds or business owners, really. I'm a business owner, but that's not what matters. What matters is that our consumers, are people that are not going to have the choice but to go to that local convenience store and get a cigarette. again, so far I've had 5 people just this week tell me that, maybe we should go back to smoking. And I asked them why, and they don't want to even fight the government anymore. They've been, they came to the last 2 rallies and they were completely disappointed in the outcome of those, in the sense that we're here again. At the end of the day, the Liberals are not only costing people's lives, they're costing people's jobs. Our businesses are all going to close down. I don't have much faith in my, not that my store is not a nice place, but we've been open for 8 months, and how many people have we got onto vaping so far? I don't know. It breaks my heart to see what the Liberal government's doing to its own people. That's what they should care about. They should be seeking to get the research themselves. They keep saying the research is not out there. Then why aren't you doing something about it?
And obviously, smoking tobacco has real health impacts.
Oh, I couldn't breathe when I smoked. It came to a point when my father-in-law got ill with lung cancer because of smoking. I started looking at myself. I was, thinking about myself. I used to ignore the fact that I couldn't run up the stairs, and, I get up to the top of the stairs and I can't breathe. And then I ignored that because smoking was an addiction, and I didn't want to face it. And then I lost my father-in-law, and I picked up a cigarette as soon as he passed away. And I thought to myself, what am I doing? This is what killed him. And I never went back. I haven't touched a cigarette since. Vaping has definitely changed my life, my husband's life. He smoked over a pack a day. He was going down the same path as his father. And I never wanted that for my daughter. My daughter's 10 years old, and to not have parents for as long as we can possibly give her, that's insane. All because it's tobacco.
Why is there a disconnect in that politicians don't seem to be seeing that?
I think they're turning a blind eye. I don't think they want to know. I think, if you want my honest to God truth, I think that they're scared of what's going to cost them. Ontario would be in a lot better place if we continued to push vaping, and I think that would be the Smoke-Free Ontario Act. That's what we should all be about.
Is 174 going to affect your vote in June?
Oh, most definitely. I will never vote for a Liberal ever again, and neither will any of my family members or our members in our Canada Vape Club. Never. I'm so disappointed in this government. They have not only broken so many promises to take care of their people. I'm sorry, but it's criminal what they're doing. I know that Randy Hilliard took a huge hit on that when he said it this week, but that's exactly what they are. It's criminal to not pay attention to what the scientific proof is that could help people save their lives.
We're a national nonprofit organization, and we represent the vaping industry in Canada. I'm also a public affairs professional, and proudly I'm a Heather Crow Award winner, having served dutifully on the Smoke-Free Ontario campaign cabinet some 10 years ago. Vape shops, Mr. Chairman, have grown exponentially, with the current estimate of dedicated retail outlets in Ontario numbering over 400, representing well over 1,500 employees and serving hundreds of thousands of customers and generating over $200 million in revenue. The growth of the industry has not been the result of expensive marketing campaigns or the efforts of large corporations or tobacco companies. Rather, it's been a direct result of the substantial demand for these products by the approximately 2.5 million smokers in Ontario. Estimates in the province are conservatively around 650,000 people who vape. The majority of vape shop owners in Ontario are former smokers who have chosen vaping as a less harmful alternative to smoking. Our membership has taken a leading and public role to pursue a mission aligned with the government's, and that is providing healthier choices for smokers. We're committed to a smoke-free Ontario. In many ways, Ontario has been a role model in the development and implementation of effective ways of reducing the harms of smoking. I believe that Smoke-Free Ontario is a cornerstone of that effort, and I want to thank members of this committee like Mr. Hillier and Mr. Potts who have taken objective stances to that end. We're astounded, Mr. Chairman, that this bill gives carte blanche to consumption of cannabis through combustion as the ubiquitous option, while vaping nicotine is prohibited to such a degree. In effect, vaping is the singular best harm reduction tool to replace smoking. We will be submitting a report in the coming days dealing with cannabis and, frankly, the outdated premise of its consumption through combustion. That's the mischief that Smoke-Free Ontario is designed to replace. Let me direct your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to reviewing the growing body of evidence that suggests vaping is a less harmful choice over smoking and has the potential for dramatically reducing the disease and death it causes. CVA has an anti-smoking bias. We've provided links to studies and evidence that support our claim in our written submission. In summary, vaping is less harmful than smoking and adds virtually no imposition to the health of bystanders because it's generally recognized as safe by its ingredients. Vapers are almost exclusively smokers or former smokers, and no gateway effect has ever been observed, and rates of smoking are falling at faster rates than have been seen in recent years. CVA understands that many of the amendments we seek will come through regulations, and the goal of the regulation should be to ensure that maximum benefits are realized while reducing the potential harms. Furthermore, we've had productive discussions to that end with Ministry of Health officials, and we're preparing to work together. However, we have real concerns that Bill 174, as written, will have a negative impact on the industry that's growing as an alternative to smoking tobacco and consequently the very constituents who seek to make a healthier choice rather than smoke. Let me be clear. CVA agrees that sales should be restricted to individuals over the age of 19. In fact, we enforced this practice even before legislation was even contemplated. We also agree that certain lifestyle promotion or advertisements are not appropriate. We request the committee consider amendments put forward, and we'll give them in our submission, specifically permitting sampling indoors at vape shops, consistent with what we negotiated with other provinces like Manitoba and British Columbia. Permitting dedicated adult-only vape shops to openly display and promote and sell their products similar to what we negotiated in Manitoba. Consider a mandatory review of the Act, as is being contemplated by Health Canada, because science, as the Minister of Health nationally had said, is catching up with vaping. Our amendments would provide adult smokers with access to assistance and education provided by vape shop owners, which is crucial for a smoker looking to transition away from cigarettes. Our amendments would provide smokers with a greater value proposition by permitting them to sample vape products in adult-only shops where no tobacco is sold and supporting the message that vaping is a less harmful alternative. Prohibiting it, in reality, dissuades consumers from trying to move to a less harmful alternative and who may therefore simply continue to smoke, defeating the intended purpose of the Smoke-Free Ontario campaign. Vaping technology has catapulted in leaps and bounds, Mr. Chairman. Research continues to debunk the myths that have permeated mainstream media about vaping. The technology is getting better, and the fact that it could be the effective
breakthrough.
breakthrough.
For your remarks. Now move to the government side. Mr. Potts, 3 minutes.
Do finish your last paragraph, Mark.
I'd hate to see this breakthrough dashed, marginalized, or even forced underground, Mr. Potts, by what appears to be some of the misguided crusade against the effectiveness of vaping by those who should be champions for its effective and responsible use as a tool to get smokers off cigarettes altogether.
Great, thank you very much, and thanks for being here. And I know you've had a chance to be across the country,
yes,
BC and others, and you mentioned a bit. How are we doing it differently within the legislative frame that you would like to see us change?
Well, Mr. Potts, I'm a little concerned that it's very prohibitive. I mean, if you look at what we've done with Health Canada, the Minister of Health nationally ripped off our line when she said science is catching up with this less harmful alternative. That was our line, and they've said we could have made this, we could have prohibited this altogether, but we realize that people want to get off smoking cigarettes, and this is a viable alternative. It's harm reduction, and there's recognition for that.
And are you finding some of that recognition within our government, within the ministry who's overseeing the site? And do you see the opportunity within regulations that we can enshrine this concept of harm reduction?
We are entirely encouraged by the discussions we've had with the Ministry of Health as it relates to the process by which we could do some of those exemptions through regulation. We're very encouraged.
And I was very interested in your comments around cannabis. I mean, we'll be selling cannabis in government stores. Do you think that's the right vehicle for us to be selling cannabis? And should we be encouraging vaping of cannabis rather than consumption?
Look, you've opened the opportunity for cannabis, like an LCBO for cannabis, and I got to commend you for trying to do that. The issue, though, as I see it, is the Canadian Vaping Association has said not only to the Government of Canada but to every province across this country that we are going down a path of accreditation and certification for those who are in this business, and so that puts us very very squarely in the opinion of being detail experts. Vaping is vaping. It matters not if it's cannabis or nicotine. The point of the exercise is that those people across across the aisle from the person who wants to procure that would be certified to do that because they have knowledge of what vaping.
Would it be consistent then if the government of Ontario was selling marijuana in stores that they should also be selling vaping equipment to raise the highlight the importance of vaping over combustion?
I've made this comment across this country. I think it's ludicrous that the only option that you have right now for consumption of cannabis is to smoke it.
So at least we should have educational materials you would suggest in those stores that people should be vaping and not smoking.
Yes, I do, Mr. Potts, and I think it behooves the government to look at the Canadian Vaping Association to help with some of the viable alternatives.
We appreciate your advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potts. The PC side, Mr. Hillier.
Thank you, and thank you very much for being here today. Listen, I would have liked to ask this question to the previous presenter, just because he's in the retail trade. But has the CVA done any studies with regard to vapors in this specific regard? I have never come across somebody who vapes who wasn't previously a smoker.
Right.
I've just never seen it. I've met many, been in many vape shops. Everybody coming in that I've talked to and are a smoker and looking to quit. Has the CVA done any studies, or would you give us your view on that?
Well, Mr. Hu, we've taken the time to do a literature review similar to what happened with the University of Victoria. I find that that study, which is a literature review, gets really limited countenance, not only from Health Canada but from even this government with respect to the I'm going to say the less harmful effects of vaping. We have not done any research, and I think it's not our purview to be doing research, but we are looking at organizations that are doing research. UK, there's a tremendous volume of research that's happening by virtue of public health in UK that's doing a lot of
public
work.
Health England has come out and said this is the most effective harm reduction tool that they've...
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Yes, they have. And we endorse that wholeheartedly. And so have other groups. Yep. But again, it goes back to you ask your point. It's not fair for us, and we've been very clear with the lexicon that we've used, and we've been very clear with Health Canada that it's not fair to say that this is safer. It's not fair to say that this is healthier. So we've been very clear that this is less harmful. Yeah. The ideal is that people don't smoke. The ideal is that people don't vape, but they do.
Perfection is a little bit beyond our grasp.
Exactly.
I stated earlier that the new federal bill S5 will be regulating the material in the vape juice, but you also mentioned Manitoba and BC and other provinces where they have taken a less prohibitive approach as what is contemplated. How long has that been going on for, and what are the results are we seeing in those provinces?
We worked with the government of Manitoba very clearly, even the transition from the old government to the new government, and they've been very, very good to have us sitting at the table to work out issues on the regulation side. British Columbia, the minister himself said, we want your help in terms of drafting the regulations.
So you can sample flavors in those stores, you can try it out, you can change a coil or demonstrate how things work and see what nicotine level might be the most effective for you to reduce your smoking.
Correct.
All that stuff. It would be interesting, I guess, and I don't know if we have that available.
Thank you, Mr. Hillier. Are you asking research questions?
Yep, that's fine.
Mr. Natashak.
Chair, you have referenced British Columbia and Manitoba. How long have they had their regs as it relates to vaping?
The vaping regs in Manitoba came out last summer. They started last summer.
Relatively new.
So about half a year ago.
Do they have the same mechanism to review those regulations in a time frame?
We actually asked for and got in the province of Manitoba a review, and the review is every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yes.
How does their version of how they treat vaporizers, how does that align with their version of the Smoke-Free Ontario Act? Is there any correlation there? Are they built into the same?
Well, I think every province in this country has a mission, I'd say, to eradicate cigarette smoking. And I think there isn't a province that I'm aware of that is less prohibitive than the other. It's the manner in which they're allowing less harmful alternatives to come into the marketplace. And I think Manitoba has done a terrific job to engage with those who are, I'm going to just say, subject matter experts in the delivery of a less harmful alternative, and allows what they call qualified vape product shops to deliver vape equipment rather than convenience stores.
On a technical level, do their vape regulations lie within their version of the Smoke-Free Ontario Act? Are they built into? Are they talking about cigarette smoke and vaping in the same?
I see where you're going on that, and similar to what the Government of Canada has done, where they put a vertical or another category for e-vaping, they have made the distinction that a vape product is different than cigarette smoking.
Okay.
In their act, yes.
Accreditation and certification. Are you signaling that in your talks with the provincial government, they're looking at that as a model?
No, we're recommending that happen here.
And you had also alluded to some level of optimism in some reforms to the regs in this bill?
Well, as a matter of fact, we'd like to see that we are talking with the government about making some amendments to the regulations. And I think that a lot of the exemptions that we think might happen would be in the regulations rather than in the legislation.
So you're saying that you're optimistic then with those discussions?
We are having very good conversations with government, yes.
How long has that been going on?
Well, I'd say probably over the last month since 174 came out.
In a month? Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. My name is Maria Papayawanu, and I'm co-owner of the e-Cig Flavorium. We have 3 locations, one in downtown Toronto, the Toronto Beaches, and Port Hope. I'm also a leading member of the movement Vapor Advocates of Ontario, who use activism to ensure that vaping is fairly legislated and regulated in this province. On November 1st, the government threatened my business by entering a piece of legislation that could potentially harm the lives of thousands of customers and my ability to serve them. In 2010, my husband and I quit smoking using vaping products. In 2013, we opened our first retail store. Our inspiration for doing so was to help people that also wanted to use vapor technology as their choice to remove cigarettes from their lives. Despite the comments that have been made that the vaping industry is targeting the children, our actions in Ontario and the rest of Canada show evidence to the contrary. We have organizations like CVA and ECTA that set standards for our industry. When we opened in 2013, there was no regulation in Canada and Ontario. Nevertheless, we looked at others in this sector and followed self-regulation. From day one, we implemented a 19-plus purchase requirement for our customers. As business owners and consumers, we wanted to make sure that what we sold was of the highest standards, and we looked at organizations like ECTA for guidance. We educated our customers on product safety and usage, and to this day, we ensure that whoever walks through our doors to make a purchase leaves with the ability to safely and effectively use their vapor device. We witness daily the power this product has to help remove combustible cigarettes from smokers' lives. We see the success rates of staying smoke-free when a vapor finds that perfect flavor. When I look at this legislation, it is apparent to me that the writers did not accept any input from industry stakeholders and created a bill that does not take into account the day-to-day aspects of what happens in my business to help adult smokers stay smoke-free. But they did find a way to haphazardly take current tobacco regulations and force-fit them into vaping products. By doing this, they are sending a message to Ontarians that smoking and vaping are the same, and why make the switch? They are ignoring the growing scientific evidence that this is a safer alternative. In speaking with customers, colleagues, and other stakeholders, it is apparent that this proposed legislation is being received with adverse reaction. Schedule 3 treats vaping no different than tobacco when it shouldn't. I'm requesting that this committee add amendments that would respect the current goal of Bill S5 and Health Canada, which will be making vaping products in our country, upon royal assent, a consumer product, not tobacco. By looking at peer-reviewed studies like the 2016 Cochrane collaboration, which I've made a copy for each of you, and aligning with Health Canada's messaging on vapor products, prohibitive legislation like this would not be necessary. When you are looking at these amendments, please do not think of vaping as a tobacco product, because it is not. I ask that the amendments to be made to display and promotion. Displaying products openly in our stores gives the consumer the ability to learn effectively how to use the product. They will witness and participate in assembling and using the device inside with the help of experts. Sampling of e-liquids is also important in the process to help smokers make the transition to be smoke-free. I would also recommend that advertising not be treated in the same manner as tobacco, and amendments be made to allow for respectful and controlled advertising for retail outlets. As an emerging industry, people need to know, adults over the age of 19 need to know, where vapor retailers are located to ensure that smokers and current vapors within our communities know where we are. Lastly, I would highly recommend that this committee implement a year mandatory review period on this issue. Positions of respected health groups and scientific studies are released quickly on vaping. For example, just this morning, the British Medical Association announced that it has reversed its position on e-cigarettes and is now fully in support of the Public Health England's position on vaping. I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to participate in these proceedings in respect to the over 900,000 Ontario residents that have chosen to use vaping technology as their way to live smoke-free. I will share the messaging of the members of the movement known as VAO. First, vaping isn't smoking, and second, vaping does save lives. Thank you.
Faristo, Ms. Papayano.
Parakalo.
Merci. And to Mr. Potts, 3 minutes.
Now,
we're driving our translators crazy.
There we are. Sorry, my apologies. Of course, you and I met both 2 years ago around Bill 45, and
2014, 3 years ago.
Oh,
now.
it was a 3 year. Thank you very much. It was earlier, and at the time you were tweeting smack at me and a whole bunch of my colleagues, and you were a little surprised when I responded and came down and visit. And I want to know, it was a very important meeting we had at your store down off Queen Street, and I heard that story very clear from not just you and your husband, but all the people that were in the store that you introduced me to had found smoke cessation of combustible cigarette tobacco through vaping. And then we have all these people who are writing in, and it's all a testament both to your organizational prowess, but it's very impressive. Wendy Simpson, for 33 years, smoked a pack of cigarettes. She says, for those of us who turned to vaping to quit smoking, it has been a godsend. Or Catherine Bannon, I've been off cigarettes for 7 years, and beforehand I could hardly run up and down stairs, but now I can walk for hours, play games with the kids, tag races, and I met people at your store who were running marathons now there. So I got early on the fact that there was a harm reduction here. So were you in any way encouraged by what the Canadian Vaping Association was saying about the meetings they're having with our staff, that you're not being treated the same as tobacco because the regulations are going to provide the exclusions to allow you to do the things you need to do in your stores?
Respectfully, from what I'm just learning about politics. So vaping has given me many things, and one of the things is understanding the legislative process in Ontario, and it took me 45 years, but I got it now. From one thing that I do understand is that the government has the ability to change regulations without going through extensive processes. Am I correct on that? And the other thing is, as a voter right now, I'm being inundated by commercials that are telling me not to trust this government or that government. So right now, as I'm sitting here fighting for my business and fighting for the lives of my customers and ensuring that they stay smoke-free, I'm going to bet on the legislation, because it's going to be a heck of a lot harder to change than regulation, because everyone's telling me not to trust any government.
So fair enough.
Point.
We've taken the approach in our government in a lot of areas that we want to be flexible and nimble. We do that better through regulations. It gives us more latitude to do things as new evidence comes forward. Other members of the legislature, the official opposition particularly, they want everything detailed in the legislation, and so that may get covered. But every time a regulation comes forward, it gets a comment period. There is an opportunity for public input. It just doesn't take months and months and months and months. Okay, so I would take comfort in the fact that we have your back. We'll be looking after opportunities for your business and your customers to completely be, to have your products work and do harm reduction in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Potts. The PC side, Mr. Hillier.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Maria, for being here today.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up because I think it was an important interaction you just had with the government member in that even though for 3 years now the evidence has been overwhelming and convincing to that member, they still brought out another piece of legislation that says vaping is tobacco and must be treated like tobacco in the legislation. And that really is at the crux of it. They may make some exemptions. Hopefully your pressure and influences of good health in reducing the harm for people throughout the province does give them cause to provide some exemptions. But really, after 3 years of recognizing all those letters, they still have come out that vaping is tobacco. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked others, Maria. Everybody that I know who vape, and every person that I've met in a vape shop, is somebody who was a smoker or is a smoker who's looking for a way to stop. Is that your experience with your stores, that or these people that don't smoke, never smoked, and just want to come in and find a new way to do tricks with steam?
Okay, so just to be clear, first of all, people don't come into our shops to learn how to do tricks and do steams. It is smokers. And the other thing is... And they want to looking to quit. Stop smoking. The other thing is, I don't know why it is so difficult for government right now to make the smallest amendment and acknowledge that vaping is not tobacco. By doing that, you lift a shame. You do not understand, and those of you who have never smoked, you might not be able to understand this, or I hope you can find a way to empathize it. But smokers are shamed in this province, and that is now continuing to people who are choosing vaping products to stop smoking. And if the Ontario government truly, truly cared to help people stop smoking and looked at this as an opportunity, they would make it a consumer product and follow
Maria,
Health
that's
Canada's.
exactly what Public Health England has said and that's why they've embraced it and stated that they want to facilitate and allow people as great access to vapes, because that has been one of the impediments for people stopping smoking using vapes, is that the misinformation that vapes are another type of tobacco, or that there's concern and cause and fear over it. I would encourage members to read the public health education statement on this. That we
Thanks,
cannot...
Hillier. To Mr. Natashak, 3 minutes.
Reduction.
Thank you, Chair. I get that vapes are not cigarettes and it's not tobacco. I understand that completely. They're two different things. Mm-hmm. Although the method of ingestion, is kind of similar. You inhale both, you exhale both. They both produce a visible component. It's that specific that we have to, I think, get our heads around in terms of where it's used, because people who don't vape and people who don't smoke, I think, also have a right to not be exposed to it. Would you agree?
I do, and I also believe that people who choose vaping technology do not have to bear the burden of being labeled as tobacco users.
I agree. Mr. Keeley from the Vaping Association mentioned accreditation and certification. Are you currently?
Absolutely. I'm 100% behind the Canadian Vaping Association's plan on accreditation and certification, because it will give us that extra bit more to make sure that everything we do is correct, even more so.
And is there any, you said you were using sort of best practices when you first set up your shop, not selling to people who are under 19 years
Mm-hmm.
old. So are there currently some standards that are being set through a form of accreditation that you could point us to, or certifications? Who's developing the best practices around what a vape shop professional should be?
The industry, One thing that you might want to understand about the way our industry works is, although we are competitors, we are subject matter experts who each share with one another. So what you're going to look at is the way this industry has grown and has evolved and matured very quickly is because we're all trying to raise that bar to be even better. So at this moment right now, we may not have an official accreditation program, but our Canadian Vaping Association is building one. The ECTA, the Electronic Cigarette Trade Association, is working on one, and we're getting there. But the growth that if you go into a vape shop in this city or in this province, you will be amazed about the knowledge, the caring, the quality of service that you will get. It's amazing. It's incredible because we truly believe that we're not a tobacco product, and we truly believe we are helping someone not die from a tobacco-related illness, because those deaths are heartbreaking.
I was deployed in Afghanistan, and I ordered my first vaporizer in 2013. Now, as you can imagine, that was a pretty stressful environment, but what you might not know is that a carton of cigarettes is $2 there. So, with that being said, I would still manage to quit smoking in an austere, stressful environment with very, very cheap cigarettes available. So, you know, Maria said the Liberals are insane. I've known that for a very long time, but I mean, to restrict vaping like they are, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, they're definitely going down the wrong path.
Will Bill 174 affect the way you vote in June?
Absolutely, yes. Well, if our government's not standing up for me and my rights, I'm not going to stand up for them. So,
have you supported the Liberals in the past?
I have in the past, yes, absolutely.
So is this an issue then that would, you know, lead you to vote against them?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not something that I'm going to do by myself anymore. I'm going to talk to my friends and my family and people that I you know live and live with and trust and care, and find out the way they're voting and understand why. Because, you know, a lot of the times what people say, especially around campaign time, is not exactly what you need to hear and understand. And the fact that they're doing something that so severely impacts our healthcare system and impacts the smokers in this province. As a former smoker and a current vapor, I won't really stand for that stuff.
If you have a message for Premier Wynne, what is it?
Vaping isn't smoking.
Vaping saves lives.
There you go.
All right, so you guys sound like you're very enthusiastic voters. Is this going to affect your vote in June?
Yes, very much so.
Why?
Because we have the right to have flavors, and we have the right to be healthy.
Do you think your rights as a Canadian are being infringed?
Absolutely.
How so?
We're being put into a shell where we have no ability to help anybody. We're being cast aside. The government in Ontario does not care about us in the least.
The government says that this is going to protect young people.
I don't believe that in the least. I mean, the shop owners and that are what's going to be protecting the young people. You're not allowed to go into the shop if you're under 19.
How long will you be in vaping after Bill 174?
I don't know, honestly. It's a matter of whether people would still want to vape if I can't teach them how to vape and can't sell them flavors.
Now, is it actually really that bad? 174, you know, the government seems to think that the industry will be able to plod along okay.
Well, the wording's pretty specific. A ban on display and promotion and flavors, like two things that a vape shop requires to do business. If we want to teach people how to vape, we got to be able to teach people how to vape.
So what do you think should be done and can be done?
I think the flavor ban should be removed, the hardware ban should be removed, and it should all be, they should be better educated, and I believe that it should be regulated individually on its own. And more information, more studies need to be taken into consideration, I believe.
If you had an opportunity to deliver a message to Premier Wynne, what would that be?
She wouldn't want to hear it.
No, well, what would it be?
It would be to just leave us alone. Let us do our thing. I don't understand what her business is. I don't understand what her agenda is, and I think she needs to back out of it.
The video was made impromptu on a Sunday afternoon in the shop. It was to show the impact of Bill 174, the regulations on Schedule 3, how it would impact the customer and how difficult it would make it to make the sale to the customer so that they could get the best product.
How will they be affected?
Most of the customers said they'd go back to smoking. They won't be able to have any flavors. They won't be able to sample in the shop. We wouldn't be able to help them with their troubles. We wouldn't even be able to explain battery safety to them, pretty much, which becomes a hazard.
So you blacked out your store?
Yes, we did. We blacked out the store. We put out only one flavor. Right now we have about 150 flavors in the shop. We put out one flavor, which was unflavored, as per the regulations, and couldn't answer any questions, couldn't promote, just told them that we can only give them the price.
Why do you think the provincial government has put out these regulations the way they are?
Trying to be positive, misinformed.
And if you weren't being positive?
For financial reasons.
What would those be?
Loss in tobacco tax. Possible lobbyists. I have no idea. I can't find a good idea to pass these regulations. If they pass it as is, our shop would be closed within 3 months. Our customers, some of them would go underground, as you see in the video that we made. A lot of them said they would go underground, they'd make it themselves, they'd do it themselves.
So a ban on flavors, what does that mean to the business?
A ban on the flavor, in the end, we have numerous employees. We have a facility based out of Burlington, Ontario. We support over 350 stores in Ontario alone. We support over 700 stores in Canada. And when you go back and you take a look at the impact to the actual vendors in Ontario, if flavors get banned, it's not only going to impact us and our families that we support through jobs, it's also going to impact, 350 vape stores, which means about 8,000 employees, which then go back in turns and it impacts, 950,000 vapors in Ontario.
So what is the impact?
The actual economic impact is going to be quite significant. Not only for us at our level, but I think even down to the vendor, it's actually going to be, quite substantial. At the federal level, they're actually okay with it. Every other province except for Ontario is okay with flavors. So Quebec, which has one of the most stringent laws right now, provincial laws, they're okay with flavors. The Maritimes are okay with flavors. British Columbia is okay with flavors. If Ontario were to go forward with Bill 174, the way it's written today, and ban flavoring, it would be the only province in Canada that bans flavors. Nobody is standing here today saying we don't need regulations. We're all saying here, yes, we need equitable regulations. We need regulations that make sense.
Please tell our viewers a little bit about yourself, because you are mysterious, but also well known.
All right, well, that's an interesting commentary. So I'm a cardiac surgeon by training and profession, been doing that for close to about 30 years. We came from Sunnybrook Hospital, started the heart surgery program here in Mississauga about 18 years ago. I was head of the cardiac surgery program and then chief of the medical staff for a number of years. But wanted to return, loved medical administration, but we grew the hospital. The hospital's big, they needed a full-time, chief administrator. And I just love surgery. So I returned to my surgery, and that's what I've been doing, for the last 5 years, is just full-time cardiac surgery, which I tremendously enjoy.
So with regard to then, say, the, hierarchy of kick-ass surgeons, you're up at the top.
Never, like my mother said, you never talk about yourself, but I've been humbled by the respect that I've been given from patients and my colleagues, absolutely. So, we endeavor to just do a good job for everybody.
So, as somebody obviously who works with people at the direst stage of their health needs, and one of them being heart, and we all know that smoking plays such a huge role in heart disease.
There's no question that the patients, and that again gets back to why I got interested in vaping, which we'll talk about. But there's no question that smoking, tobacco-related illness, cardiovascular disease is one of the leading causes of stroke. Heart attacks, in addition to the emphysema and the lung cancers. It's implicated in prostate cancer and throat cancer. So, it's just burning tobacco leaves are toxic to your body.
So, what's your position then as a medical doctor on vaping?
Well, before I actually got into the business of vaping, I spent about 6 months, and this is going back close to about 4.5 years ago, going through the science. Because for me to involve myself in anything, it had to pass my ethical test that I was doing no harm, and I saw the potential that this is an alternative to tobacco, and that's how my now friends and partners, business partners, came to me, because I actually knew nothing about vaping. But I've always considered myself a bit of an innovative, open-minded physician and kind of an adventurous person. So I said, look, before I commit to anything, let me look at this, okay? Because the term electronic cigarette, when they said to me, I immediately says, I don't deal in tobacco, I don't deal in cigarettes. But they said, no, Gopal, this is totally different. Please take some time to look at it. And imagine 4.5 years ago, there wasn't a lot of evidence on it. But I looked at the basic science, looked at the chromatography science of vaping, because it's not a complex, as much as many people would tell you, well, we don't know what's in vape juice, we don't know what's in vapor. We actually do know a lot about it. I mean, it's a first-year undergraduate chemistry experiment to be able to do liquid chromatography and analysis of vaping. So there's no mystery about it. So the more and more I dug into it, the more and more I became intrigued as to why medical professionals and the medical community was not embracing this, because I saw, in fact, most of it 4.5 years ago was very antagonistic from public health and from medical societies. But when I talked to them, it was just a very knee-jerk reaction to it, because visually it looked like smoking, so it had to be smoking. And then it was hard to actually get a conversation going with regulatory bodies, with Heart and Stroke Foundation, with Cancer Care Ontario, and even my own medical regulatory bodies, like the CMA and OMA. They would just issue these statements that, well, it's harmful, it's a gateway, it's going to lure children into doing it, it's worse than smoking. And I'm saying, I'm just not seeing this evidence. So, ultimately I said, well, Gopal, put your money where your mouth is. If you think this is a good idea, then you've got to say it's a good idea, regardless of whatever, if it's the right thing to say, then, stick your neck out there and do it. Mm-hmm. So I became a proponent of vaping as an alternative to combustible tobacco use.
What was the push? May I ask? Yeah. What was the pushback from colleagues in the medical industry?
It's interesting. Individually, physicians were intrigued. Like in the hospital, they would ask me, Gopal, I hear you're running a vaping store. I mean, that stuff's bad, isn't it? And I said, well, if you give me 2 minutes of your time, I'll tell you why it's not. And everybody that I ever talked to on an individual basis, physician to physician, when I actually educated them and said, and the science of it, they all said, yeah, makes perfect sense to me. Why are we not hearing this? And then the more and more I dug into it, well, there's a lot, tobacco is a big money industry. It's big money for governments. It's big money for people that sell products about smoking cessation, from pharma to other types of products. It's anti-smoking campaigns are a big shiny fundraising opportunity for a lot of different organizations.
What is the 2-minute kind of convincing
well,
for vaping?
Number one, I tell them it's not a tobacco product. Okay, the only reason the regulatory industry calls it a tobacco product is because they just don't have another category to put it in. It's purely a bureaucratic thing. Nicotine is either a drug, was classified as either a drug made by pharmacy and you put on a patch or you chewed it, or it was in tobacco. So then, look, I don't blame anybody, but a regulatory body they've got 2 categories. And now they got a third thing. And they say, well, the easiest thing is to think, we don't know how to deal with this. So how do bureaucrats deal with things? They need to classify it. We need to have a class. So they just shove it in. And they said, well, it's not made by a drug company, so it can't be a pharma product. So it's a tobacco product. So by default, it became regulated and so the first thing was to convince doctors that, look, it's not a tobacco product. There's no tobacco in it. It's the same nicotine. We all know vaping can be done with or without nicotine, but I said if the ones that contain nicotine, it's the same nicotine that you would find in a patch or a gum. It's pharmaceutical. There's nothing evil about the vaping nicotine and nothing, purifying about the pharma nicotine. It's just a drug. It's just a chemical. So that was the number one thing, that it's not tobacco, and its main use is by smokers to try and get themselves off to reduce their use of combustibles.
And does it work?
Sure. So that's been, of course, the big controversy, right? So if you take a look at the published, you can go back to the original, one of the original papers, like the Lancet was done way back when, and it was about the same as nicotine and gum. But we take a look at those were the true disposable cigarette type of things. And we know that the nicotine delivery system in those was not as good. So even in the most primitive electronic cigarette product, because that's what they were at that time, when you compared it to the best medical therapy, it was at least as good. Okay, so if I'm taking it myself, look, if the e-cigarette is as good as nicotine patches or gums and replacement therapy, then why are you saying it's not a useful cessation model? Okay, you can't argue it both ways. So, public health would say, well, you got to stick to traditional, proven medical therapy. That's gum, patches, sprays, and then pharmaceuticals. But I kept on saying, well, yeah, but your studies are showing this is as good as this. So why the difference?
But so public health, though, from RegWatch's point of view, we don't see public health playing a very vital role in terms of helping to promote vaping as a safer alternative to smoking. And that's a polite way to ask.
No, that's very polite. That's very polite. So so it's interesting as you see public health, Britain Public Health, the Royal College of Surgeons, and just to remind your viewers that the Royal College of Surgeons of England was the first organization that actually called attention to the dangers of tobacco smoke, and then it was years, a decade later, before in North America we actually recognized medically that tobacco is dangerous. So it's a very prestigious, well thought out organization. They've got a huge publication. So on one hand of on the other side of the Atlantic, you've got public health that says, look, our number one goal of public health is to improve public health. Okay, and we're going to embrace something that improves public health. On the other side, the North American side, we've been obsessed by the risk side of it. Okay, that until something has been absolutely proven beyond the shadow of a doubt, we can't support it. But what I think that paradigm then essentially puts a decade, 10 to 15 years of people at risk of disease because you're not willing to extrapolate the science. Okay, now again, I guess you could say you go back to the psychology of how large organizations run. If I'm working in a large public health organization, what individual advantage is it for me to stick my neck out and say, I'm going to take a chance and really get behind vaping because all the science makes sense? Because I stick my head out when nobody else is, I'm only at risk. I'm not really. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be just a cog in the machine, and I'm just going to say this. Read from a pre-prepared statement is that until this point is proven, we can't endorse it. And then you've seen that over and over again. The same sort of automatons just talking. The talking heads just kind of spieling out the same old thing.
Public health is a big lobby.
So they have used, what we call their social capital, if you want to do that, and translate that into scientific capital. As well-meaning as they may well be, these are funding organizations. They raise money for research. So, when the president of one of these societies comes out and says whatever declaration they have about vaping, so I've asked them, well, by all means, this is your position. Who wrote this position? Can you introduce me to the scientists that have analyzed the data for you and come to this conclusion? No. Because this is where the heart and stroke. We are cancer care anywhere. We say it, so therefore it is true. It's like the pharaohs of Egypt.
So, it's arrogant, isn't it? Because people's lives are at stake.
Absolutely. In the absence of doing nothing, public health is doing harm. They can't be in a position to do nothing. Because just being silent on this is bad. Not doing your primary due diligence on it and then advising government on policy is even worse.
Public health, they treat vaping as a menace.
Sure, and it's totally counterproductive to what we know about vaping and what we know about the vaping community. I mean, the vaping community, by that I mean vapors, people that make vaping products, that whole community is a grassroots community that's really telling us that the medical paradigm for smoking cessation and has failed. And could be the biggest ally in the fight to eliminate combustible tobacco in our society. And yet public health and regulatory agencies don't realize that. They still function under this false premise that vaping is somehow a shadow lobby arm of tobacco. I will never blame the elected officials because all they can do is to process the quality of the information that they're given. And unfortunately, the quality of the information that they were given was misleading to be charitable.
So but you're also saying, though, that the statements and positions heart, cancer, lung are putting out there are not even backed up by science as well.
They're not backed up by the science as far as I can read it. If they refuse to publish or refuse to tell me or the vaping community who are their scientists, who are their analysis, which papers are they looking at, So because if I don't know what science you're looking at, we can't have an intelligent discussion.
So we hear all the time that the science isn't in yet to be able to make the decisions, and then from what you're saying is that definitely the politicians are getting their concept of the science from heart, stroke, and lung, those associations, which are unelected, unaccountable. No way that vapors can have an effect on.
No, and these remember, these organizations fund research. They're not a scientific think tank in themselves. So it's not as if they're the Cochrane report or they're not a university professor. They sponsor the research. Okay, but they're not a scientific think tank themselves.
So the final arbiter of what is allowed to be inhaled is not in the hands of government. It's in the hands of the private, public health.
In essence, because the regulators, vis-a-vis our elected officials, are going to take the best information.
Well, it's not just that. Social capital comes with social pressure.
Social pressure, and we already kind of discussed. There's no particular advantage to any of these organizations to take a novel or innovative view of things. You get back to your comment. It's that what burden of proof is required to make a decision. At this point, there are thousands of articles on vaping, on the chromatography, on the composition of vapor. Propylene glycol has been studied for decades. You probably remember the old thing, you're vaping antifreeze.
Right.
Okay, well, what people forget though, and again, this is actively misleading the public, is saying, propylene glycol is an antifreeze. Why is it an antifreeze? Because it's non-toxic. Because ethylene glycol, when people drank antifreeze or dogs or pets drank antifreeze, they went blind, they died. You can take as much propylene glycol as you want. I could take a bottle of propylene glycol and I could chug it down. It tastes slightly sweet and sickly, but it does nothing else to you.
I see, right. In the old days, antifreeze was killing you.
It was killing.
Poison,
right. So now people, so see, that's the type of statement that actively misleads people because it's totally false. Yes, propylene glycol is an antifreeze, but it is there because it is safe. It's no longer toxic. The game right now has got to be to get people from combustible products to get off combustible products. Use and vaping by everything that you can read and is published, look at the science, okay? Forget about the morality. Vape, you look at the science of it. It is safer, and I'll categorically say it's safer. People say, well, how can you say that? And I said, well, look, it just is. All the science points to it. In fact, of all the years of vaping that has gone on, and, thousands, if nothing else, it's been a massive uncontrolled social experiment, okay? So if you take a look at it, I would defy anybody to show me any systematic disease that is caused by vaping, okay?
Has there been enough time, I guess, is the question?
7 years, 8 years. Now, remember, it takes, after you quit smoking, it takes 10 years for your risk of, let's say, lung cancer to come to baseline. So vis-a-vis almost everybody that's vaped, or everybody that's vaping now, the overwhelming majority, we know that 94 to 96% of those have been smokers, okay? And some continue to be dual users. So they still have the risk burden from their original habit, right? But if you take a look at vaping itself, people talk about, there was this big scare about lipoid pneumonia. Okay, so lipoid pneumonia, which is lipid fat, this kind of weird fat-induced pneumonia. Sure, that's all fine and well. That's a possibility. It was disproven. And number one, propylene glycol is not a fat. It's a carbohydrate. Okay, so lipoid pneumonia can't occur. There was other causes for this. Then they started taking about, batteries are exploding. Okay, well, that's a manufacturing issue. Lithium-ion batteries, the safety of lithium-ion batteries. We had cell phones exploding, but we didn't call for a blanket ban on cell phones. We said improve the technology so it's safe, right?
So, what's driving the kind of
it's just
the psychological kind of thing here?
Because, as far as I'm concerned, it's almost become like a philosophy. It's become like a moral agenda that you should not put something in your mouth, inhale it, and exhale something. It's just almost this moral obsession with it. Okay, the same people have no issue though, but saying, if you need to inhale nicotine through an inhaler made by company X, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure those companies, when they, those organizations, when they say no inhaling, they don't mean, but a nicotine puffer is fine, of course, because that's got to be totally safe. It's got to be perfectly safe. So the idea, it becomes a moral, almost a zealot type moral stance. Say, look, step back. Our only interest has to be improve the health of people. Tobacco is the number one cause of preventable harm in our society. That's got to be the thing. Don't bring other things into it. All of a sudden, nicotine's addictive. It's interesting argument because nicotine's addictive. Okay, caffeine is addictive. Sugar is addictive, but nicotine, but yet the organizations that say, well, nicotine's horribly addictive, have no problem still supporting the use of pharmaceutically produced nicotine patches, gums, and sprays. And what we see is that when you remove nicotine from combustible tobacco, its addiction profile is actually very limited. I don't see people addicted to nicotine patches, gums, and sprays that, they're lying in a corner. And that, yes, they get the nicotine cravings, but if we can support one use of nicotine, then why can't we support another perfectly legitimate use of nicotine that gives people, the full spectrum of the manual, ritual, okay, gives them the visual, psychological sensation of of smoking, and say because that's what they want. Who am I to tell somebody that's smoking that you can only use this? You can only use this. I'm not even telling them that you should only use vaping. Look, if you're smoking today, and you can just put away those packets of cigarettes, throw them in the garbage and never smoke again, do it. If you find that a patch or a gum or a spray works for you, do it, okay? But many people, if it's not working for you, and if you just want to continue the experience, some people just do, right? Then there's nothing to indicate to me and to the community at large, the scientific community, that vaping is intrinsically dangerous.
So let me ask you this, and the straight out blunt question is, what do you think of Bill 174 that the Ontario government has tabled?
Yeah. The concept of putting some type of regulatory framework around vaping, vape shops, I think is good. What we have to do is that the public policy should be crafted to improve public health. And so what we want to ensure that, that the public has the right and we have the ability to disseminate the correct information to them, that these devices, to be the most effective in at getting people to use, are complex devices. The old electronic cigarette is gone by the wayside. The modular based systems, they need to be explained to people. The people who are coming in who are not experienced, who are the smoking, who are saying, I need to get off tobacco, and they walk into a vape shop. You need the ability, the flexibility to adequately explain a device to them, to assess their needs, and to be able to troubleshoot for them. And look, we want to convert somebody from a habit that they have. You can't convert them to a more noxious alternative. Okay? It has to be a pleasurable alternative. They've got to say, well, I'm smoking because it gives me some positive feedback. It makes me feel good. Okay? Here it is, but it's dangerous to me. I want to switch to something that's safer to me, but they're not going to do it if it's not pleasurable. So the fact is that, what makes it pleasurable? Well, the ease of the device, the flavors. So the flavors themselves are a very important component of making sure that people make the transition and stay on the transition. A very interesting research study was done by Dr. Pelosa out of Italy that looked at when people bought their devices at a dedicated vape shop and had the support of a vape shop, their use of a vaping device was much higher at the end of 6 months than some people that just walked into a convenience store and had no support. Right. So I think that vape shop, the local vape shop themselves, can be a very strong support for people as they try to make that transition. The aspects of the bill that have been put forward to say, well, we got to protect kids from smoking. We've got to make sure it's not a gateway to tobacco.
Is it a gateway?
It's comprehensively not a gateway. I mean, that theory has it's a great soundbite that we're protecting the kids, it's for the children, but it's not a gateway to smoking. If everywhere you see in youth tobacco surveys that you see where vaping has made significant inroads, that the use of combustibles has dropped. The game right now has got to be to get people from combustible products to get off combustible products. Vaping by everything that you can read and is published, look at the science. Okay, forget about the morality. You look at the science of it. It is safer.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. We don't know enough about the health risks of vaping. Since vapor products are so new, we lack long-term studies measuring health impacts over time. Therefore, to be cautious, we must restrict vaping and possibly ban flavors. If these measures deprive smokers from a safer alternative to smoking, well, it's worth it to protect the kids. These arguments are promulgated ad nauseum by regulators and public health authorities in the ongoing smear campaign against vaping. The Food and Drug Administration, U.S. Public Health Service, Office of the Surgeon General, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention continue to stoke fear and raise doubt regarding the health impacts of vaping. While it's true the vaping industry staved off disaster this summer when the Food and Drug Administration took a dramatic U-turn on compliance deadlines, FDA's support for vaping as a viable method to quit smoking remains in doubt. In December, the FDA launched its Every Try Counts campaign, a new 2-year public education initiative to encourage adult smokers to try to quit. Glaringly absent in campaign materials, however, is any mention of vaping as a viable tool to help quit smoking. The quit methods that are promoted include the archaic resist cravings by distraction method, get nagged by text message or app method, and of course the trusted counseling and drug method. According to the U.S. federal government, pharmaceutical options offer the best chance of quitting. While one federal initiative turns a deaf ear to vaping, another continues the public fear-mongering with this recycled PSA running on cable news networks in the month of December.
Some say e-cigarettes aren't dangerous.
But science shows nicotine can harm teens' developing brains.
No matter how they're exposed.
Let's do an experiment to find out.
Here's a teen who won't be using e-cigarettes.
Now we need one willing to risk their brain development.
Anyone care to volunteer your kid? Your kids are not an experiment. Protect them from e-cigarettes.
Public health attacks on vaping, as demonstrated in this PSA, typically contain weak arguments, cherry-picked data, sneaky rhetorical moves, and unfair representations. Public health propagandists swoon over science, yet respond purposefully obtuse when presented with scientific evidence supporting vaping as a safer alternative to smoking. Progressives stubbornly insist the science on vaping isn't settled, yet a growing number of expert researchers say that when it comes to the health benefits of vaping, the case is closed. One of those scientists is Dr. Riccardo Pelosa, director of the Institute for Internal and Emergency Medicine at the University of Catania in Italy. He's the author of more than 280 peer-reviewed articles, many of which present results from his groundbreaking research on e-cigarettes. Dr. Pelosa is an expert in lung disease, and over numerous studies, his research provides clinical evidence supporting the health benefits of vaping, not only to reduce harm, but in some cases even reverse the harm caused by smoking. Dr. Pelosa was the lead scientist on the first clinical trial to conclude e-cigarettes are an effective tool for smoking cessation, and his latest study is the first ever to monitor vaping risk factors and health outcomes over an extended period of time. Published November 2017 in the journal Nature, the study is the exact type of longitudinal observational research vaping critics have been calling for. Dr. Pelosa and his team followed 9 adult e-cigarette users that vape daily and who have never smoked over a period of 3.5 years. The team measured and tracked blood pressure, heart rate, and body weight, lung function, lung inflammation, and respiratory symptoms. Nitric oxide and carbon monoxide levels in exhaled breath were measured, and high-resolution computer scans of the lungs were reviewed. After comparing results with a carefully matched control group, the study found no significant changes in any of the health outcomes investigated. Now joining us today from his office at the University of Catania in Italy is Dr. Pelosa. Thanks for joining us today on RegWatch. First off, what was the inspiration behind this long-term study?
It was inspired by vapers. There were many vapers asking whether they were risking their health by switching to these products. Of course, at the time there was very little we could say besides the fact that these products were not combusting tobacco, and by not combusting tobacco were immensely less harmful. However, there was no direct evidence of this less harmfulness, okay?
Dr. Pelosa, let me ask you directly, are smokers risking their health by switching to vaping?
If a smoker switch to these products is not risking his health, he's actually improving his health. Case closed. I mean, I think there's nobody else in the world with the experience I have, with many clinical experience I have with vapers in the clinics, in the smoking cessation centers, and never been seeing anything going wrong with them.
Dr. Pelosa, how were the participants recruited back in 2012 for this 4-year study?
We had a network of vape shops collaborating with our institution, and by asking the vape shop salesperson to identify vapers who never smoked in their life, we helped them prepare a very simple questionnaires with the definition of never smokers. The classical definition is no more than 100 cigarettes in a lifetime, and defining the characteristic of daily usage for at least 3 months.
Dr. Pelosa, why was the study modeled on never smokers who vape daily?
Zero smoking history is important. Why is that important? Simple. Because any switching study, if you want to measure risk reduction or harm reduction in switching study, we will need always to compromise with the background damage that is being already caused by smoking. And depending on the pack years and the history of smoking, some of this damage is not reversible.
So Dr. Pelosa, after following the participants and measuring and tracking health outcomes for 3.5 years, what are the main findings?
Well, the findings is there's nothing to see. that we couldn't detect any change in any of the parameters, clinical parameters and radiological parameters and functional parameters that we were measuring. Not in a single individual. So let's forget about the average because it's a small study, but there was not a single participant who had any sign of early disease on any of these parameters.
So we're talking about lung and heart here as well.
We are mainly talking about lung because I think heart is going to take even longer to detect early changes. However, we just monitored vital signs, which is blood pressure and heart rate, because they are very easy to monitor and to measure.
Dr. Pelosa, in your paper, you outlined some caveats regarding the study. One being the sample size was rather small. 2, the length might not be long enough to capture early health changes. And 3, the vapor study consumed only modest quantities of e-liquid daily. Do you think these caveats undermine the results and embolden anti-vaping critics?
This is the first study of its type, and we can derive some knowledge. It is not true that we cannot say anything about it. Of course, I might have had a study that was 7 years long, but I'm sure these people would have said that that length was not enough. When the data doesn't conform to your preformed ideology, it is never enough. I could have done it 10 years and it wouldn't be enough. However, if by chance I would have found even a single participant with a big lung problem or with some substantial lung damage in the high-resolution CT scan, I would have been famous. Yeah, because I would have highlighted some risk. And let me tell you, there is a percentage of people that are going to get risk from these products. And I can just give you a percentage. The percentage is going to be around 2 to 3%. It's the same percentage of risk and adverse events that you see in cosmetic industry when you use a cosmetic product. Just about the same.
Dr. Pelosa, one of the risks we hear about all the time from regulators and public health propagandists is that science shows nicotine can harm teens' developing brains. What do we really know about that?
Oh my God. There is very little evidence in human that nicotine can cause that kind of a problem. Most of the evidence comes from animal models, from rodents. And I listen to this frenzy of activity of adolescents and minors using vape products. I really question whether this is a problem of parents' accountability, because I don't really think somebody age 15 can just go in a shop and buy these products. I don't really think somebody age 15 can steal a credit card and buy these products on the internet.
Final question, Dr. Pelosa. Why is there such an imbalance in news coverage, skewing heavily towards scare stories on vaping?
I think it's very well known that bad news dominates the headlines. And e-cigarette stories are no exception. So that's simple as that. And I'm not very much surprised that in spite of the important implication for public health, even my study has had very little coverage by the media. And the irony of that is, as I said before, if our data were to show some negative findings, some lung damage, the news would have been all over the places. My work can be criticized and I'm ready to accept any criticism, but why shouldn't be another research scientist publishing very dubious data on rats, not accepting the same criticism and adding 10 times more my media exposure? I don't quite get that. It's unethical, it's inhumane, and it's immoral because it's gonna cause damage to people.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.